Saving Chloe, a Billionaire Romance Audiobook by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Blurb.
I'm the billionaire who takes what I want, no rules, no regrets. A land deal in the middle of nowhere was just another win. Then I saw her. Fiery, tanned, with legs that set me ablaze. One look at her sun-kissed lips and I didn't ask, I took. She's all heat and defiance, pushing me like no one dares. Now her land's in the crosshairs, and I'll crush anything that threatens what's mine. She's not just a conquest, she's the fight I didn't see coming.
Prologue.
Chloe? Chloe, you awake, honey? She had a hard decision to make. It was close to 2 a.m, and Chloe knew she had no business being awake at such a god-awful hour. If she pretended not to hear her mother, then perhaps she would be allowed to keep sleeping. But then she would probably run the risk of irritating her father. After all, she knew exactly why her parents were looking for her. Chloe? The young woman squeezed her eyes tightly shut, turning her face even more flush against the pillow. It was Saturday. People usually slept in on Saturdays. She wanted to sleep in, that was for sure. Unfortunately, it didn't look like it was meant to be. Chloe Sanook Trellis, I know you can hear me. You just moved. Chloe cracked open one eye to see her mother looking down at her with a thinly veiled smile of amusement. Come on now. I've made potato pancakes with honey. Your favorite. That was enough to perk her up almost immediately. If anything, Chloe could say that her parents always gave her decent recompense when they woke her up at the crack of dawn. A hot meal and some encouragement went a long way. Slowly, she dragged herself into a sitting position. Though her bed was only a queen, she was dwarfed by the coverlets and pillows. Chloe had always been a small girl, and though she had thrown a tantrum when her mother told her she would likely never reach 5 feet, by the age of 13, she'd come to accept her lot. Come on, darling. Your father is waiting. Marian Trellis was just as diminutive as her daughter, making it easy to kiss her on the cheek in encouragement. By then, the smell of the meal her mother had cooked had begun to waft down the hall. It provided enough impetus to get her dressed and to the kitchen in her bare feet. Thankfully, the summer night was mild enough that she could get away with shorts and a t-shirt. Anything more might have stifled her. Her father was already at the table, as imposing and dark-skinned as her mother was light and pale. Charlie Sanook was one of the last in a long line of Apache chiefs, and one of the only remaining native Apache Indians left in Texas. Chloe, born of the union between her Apache father and Caucasian schoolteacher mother, was half Native American. But that didn't mean that her father expected her to know any less of their traditions. He was already wearing his ceremonial vest and the doeskin pants his own mother, Chloe's grandmother, had made for him before she passed away the year before. Chloe wasn't yet old enough to wear the ceremonial clothes that lie, fastidiously wrapped, at the bottom of a trunk in her closet. For now, her shorts and t-shirt would do. You awake, Hale? Chloe's father had called her the Apache word for mouse since she was born, and it always made her smile. Everyone in town was wary of his stern, deeply lined face and black eyes, but to her he was simply her father, and his outer brusqueness was just a shield to protect the warmth he carried within. I'm awake. Her lips curved upwards into a smile as she reached for the plate her mother served her. I know you're tired, and that it's Saturday. It was as if her father could read her mind, and that was one of the things Chloe loved most about him. But this is important, Hanil. And I want to share it with you. Chloe, whose mouth was full of potato pancakes, only nodded in compliance. Now that she was fully awake and stuffing her face, her 2 a.m. wake-up call didn't seem too horribly rash. The summertime moonlight was oddly invigorating, and she found herself itching to feel the forest soil under her feet. The moment she was finished, she was up and headed for the door, hardly waiting for her mother to provide her with a large bottle of water for the trek ahead of them. The young woman lingered only a moment while her mother kissed her father lingeringly, and then they were off through the still and silent woods. This, Chloe had long decided, was far cooler than anything her peers were doing. They were so concerned about who was going with who to the school dance or so-and-so's new car. She doubted any of them had ever just stopped to appreciate the world around them. And what a magnificent world it was. The leaves above her head were thick, but not quite thick enough to block out the moon entirely. Instead, they cast dark patches of shadow that contrasted beautifully with the silvery splotches that surrounded them. Evergreen, oak and beech, each tree had its own pattern, and thanks to her father, Chloe knew them all. She could tell how old a tree was by counting the grooves in its trunk, tracking small animals by the minute trails they left behind, and even telling the weather for the next few days by the quality of the air. This, her father had always stressed, was good land, some of the last land of their people. And they had to appreciate it. Tonight's full moon brought with it a monthly ritual. Chloe and her father were looking for small, bright amarys flowers. The petals produced a particularly potent dye, which her father used to color thread, which he would weave into bolts of cloth that always caught the eye of tourists. The land, thankfully, provided enough for him to supplement his wife's minute income, and he had every intention of passing the tradition down to his only daughter. They didn't speak. There was really no need to. Instead, Chloe merely followed her father through the trees, each of her treads perhaps half of his. The man had been bringing her out here since she could barely walk, had fought when his wife pleaded that she wait. Only the profession that Apache girls half her age were out with their parents finally made her relent. And now, Chloe's mother never questioned the rightness of what she learned. There was no longer any need to. Chloe's eyes lit on two raccoons scampering up a nearby tree. They were far too absorbed in their own lives to wonder at the two intruders in their domain, and that was how she preferred it. Chloe preferred the forest undisturbed and natural, just as her father taught her. Without a word, she curled her small chestnut-brown hand around his larger one. It was times like these that she felt closest to her father. She didn't worry about what her fellow students in school said about him, or the insults they spat about her family. She didn't have to care how the townspeople looked at her when she went with her mother to buy groceries or visit the doctor. Here there was no one to judge them but the trees and the wind. And life was absolutely perfect.
Chapter 1.
20 years later. You've got to be kidding me. At his brother's drawled, disbelieving statement, Alistair only frowned in disapproval. Do I? You're the one that gave me the assignment. I gave you a list of assignments, Ethan returned, leaning back in his chair, as a look of obvious exasperation stole over his face. In prioritized order. Texas was number 5. At that, Alistair merely smirked. He had been working with his brothers for long enough to know just the right buttons to press. Unlike Ethan, he couldn't stand bowing and scraping to Vlad for too long before he lost his damn mind. He was more similar to Toshiro, in the fact that he liked to be away from New York as much as possible. And just now, he wanted to go to Texas. Alistair had reviewed all the options Ethan had set before him. There was a trip to Morocco to talk to a prominent land baron about selling some of his less oil-rich properties. Or he could take a jaunt to South Africa to help look over locations for a new office building. But Alistair had been out of the country a lot lately, and one of the luxuries of his position was that he had a large say in his next assignment. It was one of the ways his family liked to keep him in check. Why Texas? Alistair had known that this particular question was inevitable. If Vladimir was the master of the entire operation, then Ethan held the purse strings. It was his say-so that decided where company funds could be most efficiently used, and that was why Alistair was glad to have this conversation with Ethan and not Vlad. Come on, Ethan. It's the cheapest option on the table right now. His younger brother rolled startlingly blue eyes. We're not exactly hurting for money just now, Alistair. In truth, Alistair couldn't remember the company ever being in decline. Their father ensured that his early struggles with Kensley Corp were things of the past, issues his sons would never have to deal with. So, you're saying you can't see this as an opportunity to save money? I'm saying you have to have an alternative agenda. You usually do. Damn it. He was the eldest. He was supposed to be the one who intimidated everyone else. Instead, the Scot often found himself falling victim to his own predictability. As a child, his mother often told him that he should try behaving himself for a change to surprise all of them. Alistair liked to think he'd mellowed out a bit since then. After all, he was almost 40. But he had reason to believe that his mother still considered him the great troublemaker of her brood. And considering that he was up against a contender like Ethan, that was saying a lot. Can't I just want a little peace and quiet? I mean, we're talking about a little patch of nowhere in the middle of Texas. The equivalent of some real R&R. Alistair answered truthfully. I'd like to avoid jet lag for a little while, if at all possible. Okay, it was half the truth. What he wouldn't say was that the town was close to a few mountain ranges that provided spectacular hiking opportunities. Week-long excursions, sheer drops down cliff faces, just the kind of thing Alistair liked to do in his spare time. Ethan only eyed him skeptically. After all, he was the one who most often worked with Alistair. The eldest of them avoided Vlad and his lectures when he could. Toshiro's travel schedule often put them out of contact for weeks, and Lucas and he could butt heads because they were so spectacularly different, which meant that Ethan often had to pick up the slack. That was, for all intents and purposes, fine with Alistair. Better Ethan than Vlad or his mother, both of whom were still busy trying to make him into a stand-up member of society. How dare they? If I send you there, you'd better get this done. It may be fifth down on the list, but we're talking about one of the biggest jobs of the year, acquisition-wise. Alistair resisted the urge to roll his eyes. If Ethan was a master accountant, and Vlad was the boss because it was in his blood, then one would reason that he had his job for a reason. That reason, as far as he knew, was because he had never failed to acquire a piece of land that the company considered pivotal. The issue of land acquisition had, in fact, been a bit of an issue before Alistair stepped into the position. Their father had an entire department that handled assignation and purchasing, and their success rate had only been about 50%. At one point it had been suggested that Lucas join the team. He was indeed so good with people, and especially strangers, that he might have been the department's biggest asset. Unfortunately, the youngest Kensley had long been adamant that the business wasn't for him, and even the offer of a department head position wasn't enough to sway him. In Alistair's mind, however, there was no rush. Lucas was still young. If he decided he didn't want to work in the family business, there were still plenty of options for him. Atop that, if Lucas had finally relented to being part of one of the world's largest corporations, Alistair wouldn't have found his perfect niche. While he wasn't as good with people as his youngest brother, Alistair had a certain drive when it came to getting things done. He knew when to be a gentleman, when to threaten, and when to cajole. It didn't hurt, he supposed, that he was close to 7 feet, of muscular, imposing, red-headed, bearded Scotsman. People tended to think twice before challenging him, and Alistair had used that particular boon to his advantage many times. On the off chance that he happened to attend a family gathering or event, those who didn't know him tended to gravely underestimate the imposing man. Since he was younger, those around him had always mistaken his size as compensation for intelligence. In fact, Alistair was no less intelligent than his brothers. As he was the eldest, his father had once asked him how he'd like to take on the company when he came of age, and Alistair, being intelligent, had vetoed the idea so fast he had surprised even the old man. Even in his teens, it had been obvious that Alistair wasn't the one meant to take over the company. He didn't have the patience or the wherewithal to sit in an office every day and hand down decisions from on high. He'd go stir crazy. He wanted to be out, about and on the road. He wanted to know if the decisions he made were making a difference. This is why he was the first to suggest that Vlad fill their father's shoes instead. Serious, studious, insular Vlad, who cared more about pleasing the world than he did about himself. He was absolutely perfect. Kensley Corporation needed someone who would think about the image of the company first and foremost, someone for whom impulsiveness wasn't on the menu. Alistair, himself the very idea of impulsiveness, was bound to mess up sometimes when a decision mattered most. Better to leave the big guns to Vladimir, who always thought and rethought something 10 times over before finally making a decision. And the notion stuck. Of course, Vlad himself had been absolutely horrified when Alistair first suggested it when they were kids. There had for a while been a general consensus that Alistair was going to fill his father's shoes whether he liked it or not. Though the whole idea of primogeniture was pretty archaic, it still held fast. At least until Alistair got everyone else to believe as much as he did, that Vlad was much better suited to the position. Why not use him to bully their business associates into acquisition deals instead? Of course, when he described his job so casually, it usually earned him a swift cuff on the head from whoever else was around, but that was all par for the course. He was who he was, and Alistair quite liked himself. "I know it's a pivotal piece of land, Ethan," he finally relented to his younger brother, leaning against one side of the doorway. "And I know I've never failed to get what you want before, so I doubt you need to worry now." Ethan sighed, a small smirk twitching the corners of his mouth. "I always worry when you're involved. No other choice." "Ha ha," Alistair replied dryly. "You're bloody funny, you know that?" "The funniest." Anything further Ethan might have said was cut off when his phone buzzed atop his desk. "Gimme a sec, Alistair. Gotta take this." Ethan took every call he received, and most of them came from women eager to find out if his prowess in bed was really as prolific as rumored. Ethan didn't bother to stem the tide because he loved women so damn much. Surprisingly, he didn't love any one woman enough to settle down with her. On the one hand, Alistair could understand that perfectly well, as it would take one hell of a woman to deal with his younger brother and his dalliances. On the other hand, Ethan tended to be a saint when it came to women's concerns, so why was marriage so far down on his to-do list? Now, of course, wasn't the time to ask. If Alistair had his way, he'd be in Texas by the end of the week, and working his way through those magnificent mountains less than half a day later. If the acquisition they sought was really as pivotal as his brother claimed, there was no question he would get it, and in short order. While Alistair didn't mind taking chances where his own life was concerned, he knew better than to toy with the future of the company. He respected his father and family far too much. "So if I give this to you," Ethan had apparently finished his phone conversation, and dangled the file folder with the Texas assignment in it in front of his brother like a particularly succulent bit of steak. "Promise me you're not going to do anything to give Mom a heart attack." Alistair merely snorted in amusement, snatching at the folder quickly. You'd think his extra height would give him an advantage, but Ethan spirited it out of his reach before he could put up a fight. "Promise me, Alistair. You'll be 1,000 miles away, which means I'll have to deal with anything that happens if you break your neck." The Scot exhaled a long-suffering sigh. Ethan always knew how to entrap him. Of all his brothers, the American-born man was, without a doubt, the wiliest. "Fine. I won't do anything too dangerous." When Ethan's eyes narrowed skeptically, Alistair groaned. "Christ, man, I promise." His brother kept him dangling for a few more seconds, before finally relinquishing the folder. "Good." He sank into his office chair, running fingers through his hair in exasperation. "Why am I always the one trying to get you to behave? Shouldn't you be nearing your midlife crisis or something? You're too damn old to baby." "That'll be the day," Alistair smirked. "This office is going to drive you all barmy way before me." In retaliation, Ethan tossed a pen at him. "Get the hell out." Alistair grinned as it bounced harmlessly off a burly shoulder. "Give Vlad my regards." "Out?" Even as Ethan ushered him through the door, Alistair caught his amused smile. They barely got to see one another these days, so a little healthy ribbing was all par for the course. He wouldn't be doing his duty if he didn't give his brother a hard time. But now that he had Ethan's blessing, it was time for him to prepare for his newest assignment. He started perusing the file in the elevator on his way out of the building. As always, everyone in the elevator gave him a wide berth. If they weren't intimidated by his sheer size, then his beard and fierce gaze always seemed to do the trick. He was a Kensley, no one could deny that. But he was nowhere near as straight-laced as his brothers, and he never would be. Though he had a rough idea of what the Texas assignment entailed, the file brought him completely up to speed. A source had recently discovered an untapped source of oil there, as well as large copper and mineral deposits at the foot of the mountains. It was probably one of the richest sites they'd stumbled upon in a decade. Unfortunately, they could do nothing but marvel until they had rights to the land. Alistair didn't suspect said rights would be hard to acquire, especially considering the location. He'd gotten far more controversial contracts signed in only a few short weeks. Large firms tended to lose their minds at the idea of a hostile takeover, but Alistair had ways of making them come around. From what he'd read, it didn't seem that the owner of the land in Texas was a corporation. By the time he reached the car waiting for him at the curb, he was scanning the history of the acquisition. Almost immediately, he frowned. The patch of land belonged to the Apache Native Americans, of which less than 200 remained in the state. Not only that, but this particular plot belonged to an individual. The Scots' frown only deepened. Acquisitions from individuals were, by far, the most troublesome. That wasn't to say that Alistair couldn't get it done. He had and would continue to. It was simply that people tended to cling to land for sentimental purposes, while companies could always be persuaded when it came to cost-benefit analysis. People were unpredictable. Just like Alistair. With a sigh, he flipped to the last page of the file. The image paperclip there made him arch a brow in surprise. It was a picture of the landowner, Chloe Sanook Trellis. The fact that it was a woman made him feel a little better. Women tended to be a bit easier to win over. Despite his often overbearing demeanor, Alistair liked to think that, when the occasion called for it, he could all but ooze charm. And this woman, well, suffice to say, she was one he didn't think he would mind charming. Chloe looked every bit at her mixed Native American and Caucasian heritage: tan skin, gorgeous, dark slanted eyes and full mouth. Long raven-colored hair hung over her shoulders into oblivion. He had to wonder just how long it was. If she wore it down or pinned it up. More importantly, he mulled over the glare she seemed to be giving the camera. The woman was, without a doubt, absolutely gorgeous. But it didn't look as if she cared a single bloody whit for her looks. There was unmitigated warning in those eyes of hers, and perversely it tickled his fancy far more than it should. He forced his gaze lower over the details of the landowner. She apparently made a living guiding people on nature walks through her property, and making Apache crafts with resources she plucked from the land. Didn't necessarily sound like someone who'd vacate easily, but Alistair had never missed an acquisition he was set on getting. And he wasn't about to start now. Unlike the rest of his family, the Scot wasn't crazy about living in the city. He found New York to be completely stifling, even at the best of times. His family's Long Island manor was slightly better. About 50 miles away from the hustle and bustle of the city, at least there he could relax somewhat. But Alistair's favorite retreat was one of his own making. When he could steal a few weeks at home, he did it on Bear Mountain. It had taken him almost 5 years to get permission to build there, but Alistair had been determined. He could think of no other place he might want to spend his time off. When they were younger, his father had taken all 5 of his sons on a yearly trip to the mountain. Their mother always stayed behind, happy to let them have a male bonding experience. Of course, the different brothers each had their own opinions about the great outdoors. Vladimir spent most of his time inside the tent, worried that his fair skin would burn, or that some insect would make a home underneath his skin. Ethan, good-natured as he was, had tromped behind their dad on almost every adventure. Besides Alistair himself, he was always the first to take a sprawl in the dirt or fall into the lake, and he was always the first to pick himself up. Lucas did his best to coax Vladimir out into the open. Even when he was younger, his primary goal had been getting them all to spend time together. Toshiro was always glad to participate. He chose making s'mores and telling stories over hiking and swimming, and despite his boisterous own behavior, Alistair had always tried to make sure each and every one of his brothers enjoyed the trips. They had been instrumental in cementing them as a family. He, of course, had been busy tearing a swath of destruction through the campsite, as was his prerogative. Jackson was the only one who'd ever been able to rein his son in, but when they were on the mountain, he didn't have to. The man was a full proponent of letting lessons about the outdoors teach themselves. And Alistair had learned a whole hell of a lot. When he'd insisted on building his home on Bear Mountain, no one in the family had been surprised. After the long legal slog it took to actually acquire and clear the land, he had then insisted on helping build the actual house himself. Jackson, ever amused by his son's antics, had actually turned up on a few occasions to help before his wife gave him an earful, but Alistair was proud that he'd had a hand in constructing his own home. Compared to his brother's abodes, it was modest. A 3-bedroom cabin on 2 acres surrounded by woodland. It took about an hour and a half to reach the city, and that was precisely the way Alistair liked it. When he was actually at home, only his family took the time and effort to reach him, and even then he was more than a little off the beaten path. He liked his solitude, which was why he sent the driver packing almost as soon as he had dropped him off. Alistair would have preferred to drive himself, but he hated having to navigate in the city. He'd leave that to Ethan and his fancy Aston Martin. The moment he walked in the door, the decadent smell of beef wafted across the entryway towards him. Alistair did his best not to salivate. In his haste to get to Ethan, he hadn't eaten all day. "Please tell me that's what I think it is," he groaned in anticipation. Alistair toed off his boots the moment he stepped through the door, and an amused laugh echoed from the kitchen. "You're not going to bluster and complain about me being in your house?" At the question, touched with a hint of British culture, Alistair merely rolled his eyes. "You're cooking, so you get a pass this time." He took the 3 or 4 steps that brought him onto the main level of the house. The open floor plan revealed a sprawling kitchen that Alistair had to admit that he was a stranger in. A rustic dining area, and a living room with floor-to-ceiling windows that gave a breathtaking view of the valley below. Lucas was making himself at home in the disused kitchen. He probably knew it better than Alistair, and had no qualms about utilizing the room to its fullest. His dark eyes met his brother's as he smirked. "Who said it's for you?" Alistair collapsed into one of the dining chairs with a low grunt. "It had better be for me, or your dead meat, baby brother." Lucas scoffed. "You wouldn't dare. Not in your own bloody house." "Exactly. My house, so I can do whatever the hell I please." His response earned him a dirty dish towel chucked in his direction that Alistair easily dodged. "Great way to thank someone for filling your belly." Alistair grinned good-naturedly. "Just like I'm going to kick you out once we've finished? Thanks so much for suggesting it." By this point, Lucas knew better than to take him seriously. He merely rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Ass." Truth be told, Alistair was glad to see him. Much as he enjoyed his solitude, he hadn't even begun to think about dinner, and Lucas was especially versed in that particular arena. And he tended to be the easiest of Alistair's brothers to deal with, despite being an annoyingly accurate moral compass. When he showed up unexpectedly to cook him a meal, who was Alistair to argue? A comfortable silence fell between them, as Alistair flipped through the file Ethan had given him a final time. Despite any difficulties that he foresaw, he thought that he could have the acquisition wrapped up in under 2 weeks, and return to his stronghold for a bit of R&R. He'd have all the time he needed to tackle the mountains, before he was jogged back to reality by his relentless schedule. If Alistair was honest with himself, every acquisition gave him a secret thrill of pride. He might not be the most conventional of the Kensleys, but he did his part, and he was glad to be able to contribute to the family legacy. After all, the Kensleys had given him everything. It was only right that he gave back. Medium rare, right? At Lucas's question, Alistair nodded, finally setting the folder aside. Heard you're off to Texas? The older man exhaled a long-suffering sigh. Nothing was ever secret in this family. Should be there less than 2 weeks. Big acquisition, small obstacle. And what's the obstacle? Lucas hovered over the stove like it was second nature, seasoning the steak in the pan errantly as he spoke to his brother. Alistair shrugged. It's Native American land. Owned by one woman specifically, which makes it a bit easier than if it was registered. Then it would be completely hands-off. So, you're going to convince her to just give it to you? Lucas arched a blonde brow skeptically. We weren't born here, but the last time I looked in a history book, that never works out for invaders. Which is exactly what we are. One could always count on Lucas to bring people and empathy to the forefront. It was one of the reasons Alistair was convinced that his youngest brother actually signing on to work for the firm would be suicide for him. He was entirely too soft-hearted, his blessing and his curse. Alistair stroked his beard thoughtfully. As practically as he wanted to approach this assignment, the fact of the matter was that it could get dicey. The last thing he wanted was to piss off a stranger who held a large chunk of the company's future in the balance. That would reflect well neither on him as a person nor their firm. I'll be delicate. The excuse merely sent Lucas's brow higher. You? Delicate? That's a new one. I can be tactful, Alistair returned defensively. You should know better than anyone that my size is deceptive. Yes. You're even more of a bloody bonehead than people suspect. Alistair growled, stretching out a leg to shove one of the extra chairs in his brother's direction. Not funny. I'm good at my job. You're a 37-year-old man-child. Lucas replied with a snarky smile. Who, yes, has some redeemable qualities. Sometimes. Alistair rolled his eyes, dropping his head backward in defeat. He couldn't, however, keep the smile from twitching the corners of his mouth. Of course, he was accused of immaturity by his youngest brother. All the irony in the world in one house. I'm actually not worried. Lucas brought a decadent-smelling plate to the kitchen to set on the table before him with a warm smile. Whatever I might think, I know you can handle yourself. Just try to be charming. There's some charm there, somewhere. Buried underneath all the shite. When Alistair lashed out, Lucas hopped out of the way with surprising agility and a scoff of laughter as he grabbed the file his brother pushed aside. You know, technically, it's illegal for non-employees to be looking at that stuff. Alistair watched Lucas leaf through the papers as he took his first bite of steak. It was mind-blowing, as always. At least deserving of a peek at company files. Yeah, I'll be waiting for Dad to come after me. Lucas barely glanced up from the paperwork. He knows where I live. Alistair snorted into his baked potato. Lucas, despite his lack of employment with Kensley Enterprises, served as a human resources division. No one wanted to admit it, but all family problems ended up on Lucas's table, regardless of his age. This girl looks tough, he commented, glancing up at Alistair. You sure you want to tackle this assignment first? You could be in Morocco. I'd like to stay on U.S. soil a while, Alistair's reply was firm. And I've been eyeing those mountains for half an age. But it wasn't the mountains he was thinking about. The moment Lucas mentioned Chloe Trellis, his mind was back on her determined face. That dark skin, those defiant eyes and full mouth. It would, he realized, be a challenge to avoid distraction when they were face to face. He definitely needed to get laid before he went, but unlike his younger brother Ethan, Alistair didn't keep a rotating door of women in a private Rolodex. He hadn't been with many women in his life, but that was because women made everything complicated. That, and the moment the old man saw one of his sons was dating, he was convinced the match was made in heaven. Personally, Alistair wasn't ready to get married, despite the obvious problems it would solve with his libido. Just make sure you deal with the acquisition before the mountains. Alistair merely glared at his brother, as if he needed any reminding. He always took care of business before pleasure. Gave him more time for pleasure. Does Dad know you're going yet? At the notion, Alistair winced. He was certain by this point that their father would know through the family grapevine that he was Texas-bound. He just hoped he managed to leave before his old man confronted him over it. He'll know when he gets the paperwork. At Alistair's proclamation, Lucas merely rolled his eyes, settling at the table with his own plate. Whatever you say, brother. Bloody right, whatever I say. I'm the eldest. Alistair snatched Lucas's steak knife from his reach before he could pick it up. You do well to respect that. Lucas merely met his jibe with an exasperated sigh, holding his hand out expectantly. Well, you certainly act like it, don't you?
Chapter 2.
It was supply day. The moment she woke, Chloe rolled onto her back to stare upward through the thick pane of glass in the ceiling. She had installed the skylight just over a year ago, and reveled in being able to see the sky the moment she woke. If she was bound for town that particular day, she was never able to be outside as much as she liked. But supply day meant that she could take her time in the woods. On her land. Chloe couldn't help but grin as she sat up, stretching leisurely. Supply day was always the best day of the week. She didn't have to pretend to be social or ignore the looks that some of the townsfolk still shot her, even now that she was over 30. She didn't have to pretend to be something she wasn't. One of the best things about living on the very edge of town was that Chloe never had to fight for her privacy. People rarely came out this far, and even if they did, her cabin was set so far back in the woods that only someone with bad intentions would catch a glimpse of her. As such, she usually slept naked. The few girlfriends she had in town were always telling her about the health benefits entailed in nudity, but in truth, Chloe did it mostly for comfort. The weather in central Texas was warm most of the year, and there wasn't any point in dirtying laundry when she could merely sleep the way nature intended. When she got out of bed, however, she tossed on a cotton robe as she went about her morning routine. Today there was no rush. She didn't have to get to town before most of the other shops opened. As she boiled the water for chamomile and nettle tea, she checked on the progress of some of last week's lavender, which was drying on the back porch. Thankfully, the past few days had been perfect weather for it. With luck, she'd have enough to last her the rest of the month. Though there was a Bath and Body Works in town, as well as a few other fancy shops women could buy their products from, Chloe dealt a good deal in her homemade soaps. Her repeat customers told her that the scents she produced were unparalleled. That, and they were a quarter the price they paid in the fancier stores. She supposed that sometimes there was just no accounting for genuine skill and passion. Barefoot, she stepped from the porch and onto the dirt path that led to her garden. She would, of course, need to venture beyond her own yard to get everything she needed to make her products, but her garden was always a good start. She gathered a few handfuls of herbs, as well as some mint to pop in her tea before heading back to the kitchen. She was, in fact, so far from the main road that the only things to interrupt her breakfast were the calls of several birds and the chittering of a family of squirrels living under her eaves. As Chloe munched on a piece of toast, a low purring drifted up from under her kitchen table, and she smiled. Moments later, a furry head butted assertively against the arch of her foot. Someone was just as hungry as she was. Feigning exasperation, she pushed back from the table just as the little mischief-maker hopped up onto her bare thighs. Well, good morning, Achmek. Her newly adopted kitten did, in fact, look just like the cougar he was named after. A sandy blonde color with darker paws and large blue eyes, she was pretty certain, some sort of wildcat. Though he was still a baby, he had to be a good 6 or 7 pounds. Larger than a Chihuahua but smaller than a Pomeranian, she wasn't quite sure what he'd grow up to be. Her father always used to tell her that she had an affinity with animals, bringing home injured squirrels and birds with a plea to her parents to save them. Every time a little one slipped away, she was heartbroken, and when they were able to release one into the woods again, her spirit sang. As much as her father had approved of her gentility, however, Chloe didn't think he would have allowed her a baby wildcat. No, that was completely her own doing. "Aren't you tired of me yet?" she queried softly, picking the little cat up beneath its arms to bring it to eye level. "Don't you want to go back home to your mama?" The kitten just tilted its head in confusion, making her laugh softly. As much as she loved the outdoors, Chloe wasn't near suicidal enough to go looking for a mother cougar. She had to assume that if the little one had stumbled upon her, it was because he no longer had a mother. And who was she to deny him if that was the case? "Let me get your breakfast, little one." With a brief kiss to his downy head, Chloe set him on the kitchen floor to see about making his food. Approximately half an hour later, little Akma was neck-deep in the bowl she'd given him, while his surrogate mother prepared to make her supply day trek. Chloe had just shrugged into the denim jacket she wore until cool mornings turned to heated afternoons, when the tinny tone of her doorbell echoed through the house. Immediately, she arched a brow. She wasn't expecting any packages or visitors, so what on earth was someone doing out here at 8 in the morning? Frowning, she made her way to the front door, hoping it wasn't some wayward missionary or one of the last door-to-door salesmen. Instead, she was surprised to find Martha Wynne, the mayor's wife, on her doorstep. "Martha?" "Chloe." The older woman greeted her with a small smile, somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry to bother you so early. I just wanted to have a bit of a chat. Could we talk for a minute?" A chat? Martha was friendly enough when Chloe met her in the street, but they had never been the best of friends. What on earth could they have to chat about? "I'm sure. Come on in." She stepped back to admit the older woman, with what she hoped was a friendly smile. "Would you like some tea?" "That would be nice." The silence that fell between them as Chloe worked was the kind that was both apprehensive and slightly unnerving. Though people tried not to speak about her when she was in town, Chloe knew very well what kind of reputation she had. Living on the edge of the mountains without a cell phone or computer, she only came into town every few days to sell her goods and buy what she needed. She might as well be a hermit. And her Native American heritage only added to the mystery. She couldn't think of a single reason why the mayor's wife would want to talk to her, of all people. "Thank you." When Chloe handed her the tea, Martha accepted it gratefully, taking a long sip. Her expression turned slightly surprised at the flavor. "What is this?" "It's delicious. Nettle and chamomile with a little mint and honey." Chloe provided helpfully. "I have toast too. That's about it though. I need to make a grocery run." "The tea is fine, thank you." Martha took another sip before setting it aside. If the way she twisted her fingers together nervously on the tabletop was any indication, the business she had come for couldn't be very pleasant. Chloe was immediately wary. "You know, Chloe, the acreage you have here is absolutely lovely. I know my husband has tried to speak with you about it in the past." So that's what this was about. "He really means well, you know. The whole town is concerned, really. It's a lot of land for one woman to tend to, and—" "Martha, it's really early for this." Chloe raked a hand through her hair, doing her best to contain her temper. "If you insist on talking about it, I'd like to motion for a later date." She could tell by the sudden gleam in Martha's eyes that she had misinterpreted the suggestion. "You mean you'd be open to negotiations?" "That's not what I said." Now Chloe couldn't keep the edge from her voice. "If your husband has listened to me at all, he knows exactly how I feel on the subject." Immediately, Martha tried to backtrack. To her merit, she had more tact than her blockhead of a husband. "Now that's exactly what I said. Mark can be a bit thick-headed sometimes, I know that. I've been talking to him and suggested that perhaps it's better if we ask for just a portion of the land, just enough to make things easier on you. Mrs. Wynne? Chloe cut her off firmly. The day had barely started, and it was already going so terribly wrong. While I appreciate how concerned you are for my capacity to take care of the land that's been in my family for centuries, I assure you that I am more than up to the task. Just like my father and his father before him. They refused similar deals, just like I'm going to refuse yours. Of course, Martha chose the indignant route. The mayor had done much the same. Chloe had to give them both credit for not letting vicious name-calling and old rumors dominate the dialogue, but it would be better if they didn't have to have it at all. They wouldn't have her land while she was still breathing. She owed her family at least that much. Chloe dear, if you would just see reason. Thankfully, at that moment, Chloe's newest pet decided to assert his dominance. In Chloe's eyes he was just a kitten, but Martha saw him as most people would, a cougar cub. When he stalked towards her, growling low in his throat, she immediately leapt to her feet. Good gracious, what is that? That is Akma, Chloe replied sourly, her tongue sliding over the Apache syllables. And I believe we're of a similar mind. Let me see you out, Mrs. Wynne. Thankfully, her guest had already begun her retreat at the first sight of Akma. Chloe just aided the hastiness of her exit. It was Mrs. Wynne, who had the last word. Chloe, please. She paused on the threshold with a nervous glance in the direction of the cat that paced back and forth across the entryway. Just consider it. After you, who's going to inherit the land? You're coming up in years, aren't you? Any plans to get married? Have children? The younger woman just glared at her. Good morning, Mrs. Wynne. The mayor's wife cast Akma a last frightened glance before she hurried from the house and back in the direction of her waiting car. The moment she was gone, Chloe slammed the door shut hard enough to rattle the frame. Her mouth set in a deep scowl, and she stalked back through the cabin, grabbing her bag before she made her way out into the back garden. Akma, as always, scampered along at her heels, eyes gleaming with mischief. It took Chloe a good 15 minutes of silent marching through the trees before she finally began to calm down. Nature always had that effect on her. Even before her father had begun to walk through the woods with her, she used to flee into the backyard every time she was in trouble, anxious to climb the nearest tree. Once she was surrounded by greenery, it was hard to stay angry. Out here, none of what Martha Wynne or her idiotic husband said mattered. Well, almost none of it. With a sigh, Chloe knelt to run her fingers through Akma's thick fur. The moment she stopped, he settled at her heels, gazing up at her expectantly. You don't think I'm old, do you, boy? In response to her question, the cub merely purred, rubbing his nose against the back of her hand indulgently. Of course, a kitten wouldn't know anything about old age. When Chloe took him to the vet, after freaking out slightly, the man had assessed that the little one was probably less than 3 months old. And that had only been a few short weeks ago. And how old was she? Lord above, Chloe didn't even want to think about it. She liked to tell herself that she was aging gracefully. When she looked in the mirror, she didn't spot any gray hairs or telltale wrinkles. But the fact of the matter was that the winds were right. She was getting on in years, and she had yet to so much as date for the past decade. Was it her fault men in town were total and complete idiots? They always wanted to date her because she was strange. The mysterious woman who lived on the edge of town with Indian blood. The mere notion made her roll her eyes. They thought she was primitive because she spurned most modern technology, when it was their heads that were back in the Stone Age. You could actually date people just because you liked them. There didn't have to be any ulterior motive. It was times like these when she wondered briefly if staying in Tippano was what was best for her. Despite her family's ties to the land, her father had always encouraged her to explore the world beyond their little town. She'd been lucky enough to study abroad a few times during both her high school and university years, which meant that she wasn't completely unversed when it came to the international. In the end, however, Chloe had always felt a pull that brought her back home. Despite all the ups and downs, Tippano was her town. Her land was here. Her parents were buried here, and if nothing else, the town itself and the people in it had a strange allure all their own, despite the way they felt about her. Even the winds. But none of them was enough to satisfy her romantically. The older she got, the more Chloe began to think that maybe she wasn't cut out for the family life. Maybe her family line would die out with her, and then the town would pounce on the resource as if it had never been preserved. Blowing out a long breath, Chloe stepped off the well-worn path, making her way through the trees to a grove where she knew lilies grew at the foot of the mountain. Akma hesitated only a moment before following her, hopping over the fallen trees that lie in his path. Sometimes Chloe wished she never had to leave the forest. Here things were so much easier. Here she was home. Though Alistair had expected Granbury to be small, he was surprised by just how minute the place actually was. After arriving at Easterwood Airport, he picked up his rental car and took the 3-hour drive away from civilization and towards the tantalizing mountains in the distance. After being stuck in the city for the past week, he'd been craving the outdoors like a man starved. Granbury was rural, yes, but it was absolutely gorgeous. 50 miles away from the nearest town in any direction, bordered by lovely fields, woodlands, and the mountains he had his eye on, the place was absolutely breathtaking. Which, while wonderful in his eyes, meant that it would be even harder to nail down the acquisition. Owning the land meant drilling and mining it, which in turn meant marring the beauty of this place. In the 15-plus years he'd been working with the company, Alistair had learned to accept the small measure of guilt that came with his duties. Some of the places he saw would be altered irreparably, and some only barely touched, but they would always be different. And that was something he had to live with. He was surprised to find that he had drawn a crowd by the time he pulled up at his hotel. Pulling a crowd meant even more when you considered that there were only 2 main streets arranged in an X configuration, most of which sold items that looked like they had come from another century. When Alistair stepped out of the Porsche he had rented, the 10 or so people assembled only gawked harder. It was enough to remind him that, visually, he was something of an oddity. Especially for a little town in the middle of nowhere. "Evening, folks." He gave them his best friendly smile. "Kind of you to welcome me to your town." When they simply continued to stare at him, Alistair merely sighed, shutting the car door to round it and extract his bag from the trunk. Locking the vehicle with the press of a button, he strode past the assembled crowd and into the small, plain building where he'd rented a room. Ethan had offered to book him in somewhere nicer, but the daily drive would have fried him. And besides, unlike some of his brothers, Alistair could stand being denied a bit of luxury every once in a while. Heaven knew he'd grown up with enough of it. "Evening." His booming greeting echoed across the small, dim lobby, nearly giving the middle-aged man behind the desk a heart attack. He jumped, sending the book he was reading and tumbling onto the aged carpet below. "Gosh, you scared the hell out of me, son." Alistair swallowed an amused snort. He might not have been born American, but even he knew how outdated that particular exclamation was. "Apologies, sir. I did mean to startle you." At his lowered Scottish burr, the clerk arched a brow in intrigue. "Scottish, are you?" "American, actually." After his clever jibe, Alistair decided to take pity on the poor man. They would have to tolerate one another for the next 2 weeks, after all. "But I was born in Scotland. I've got some Scottish folks on my ma's side of the family." The clerk grinned, snapping his fingers in sudden realization. "Hey, you know you look just like that Kensley fellow who's on the TV sometimes. Ain't he Scottish too?" Instead of explaining himself, Alistair merely handed over his ID and credit card. The clerk gawked almost as hard as the crowd of people outside. It took another 10 minutes to calm him down, and then an additional 20 for the man to actually get him his room. It was times like these that Alistair understood why his brother Vladimir was reluctant to ever step into the limelight. Once you were there, it was pretty hard to escape. "Mayor Wynne told me to expect you." Once he had finally finished all the paperwork, handwritten of course, Roger remembered another detail. "I'll just ring the town hall and let them know you've arrived." "That's unnecessary," Alistair interjected almost immediately. By this point it was almost 8 in the evening, and he'd been traveling for a good 9 hours. His meeting with the mayor could almost certainly wait until the next day. That, and Alistair wanted a good evening to case the town before everyone discovered who he was and started treating him loftily. He'd never really been comfortable getting special treatment just because he was a Kensley. "I think I'm just gonna turn in, have a couple hours rest. How about you call Mayor Wynne first thing tomorrow, and I can meet with him then?" As little as he was looking forward to it. If Alistair had his way, he'd just go directly to the source. Knock on Chloe Trellis' door, convince her, have the paperwork signed, and be out of here in a few days. But that, unfortunately, had never been how the Kensleys did business. There would be meetings with the mayor and the land surveyors, and God knew who else, before everything was through. The least he could ask for was a bit of well-deserved time off the radar. "I do think that sounds like a plan, Mr. Kensley." Roger beamed at him, taking his hand to pump up and down enthusiastically. "We're so excited to have you in our little establishment. If only you knew." If the fact that he'd been trying to check in for an hour was any indication, Roger was absolutely thrilled. By the time Alistair actually got up to his room, there was a part of him that was really tempted to knock out. But if he did that, he might miss his only chance to explore the town unhindered. He took a quick shower before slipping into some more comfortable clothes, an inconspicuous polo and jeans, then did his best to sneak back down into the lobby. With Roger buried in his book once more, it was easy for him to creep out the back door. And then he was blissfully free. Thankfully, the sun had set while Roger was busy interrogating him, so the town was covered in a blanket of darkness penetrated only by the streetlights and a few establishments that were still doing business. The place was charming in its own way, both paved and unpaved streets, old cars and grocery stores. A single barber shop, coffee shop and diner, and a mini mall that looked like it had seen better days. This place could certainly use the business Kensley Enterprises would bring. But it wasn't the town that owned the land. It took him a good half hour of exploration, but Alistair managed to find a bar that was still open. There were less than 10 occupants inside the dimly lit interior, and the jukebox played some half-forgotten rock song recorded in another time. It was Alistair's kind of place. "Give me a pint of whatever you have on draft." Though he was pretty sure the bartender heard his request, the man stared at him openly as he took a seat at the bar. Alistair gave him his requisite 30 seconds or so, before clearing his throat pointedly. That was enough to send the man scurrying towards the taps. "Yes, sir. Right away." With a smirk, Alistair assessed the interior of the bar once more. Of the few patrons, less than half were female. He'd never been the type to troll bars looking for easy pickings, but if he were, this place might as well be a graveyard. All the women present were his mother's age, maybe older. To their merit, they were all drinking hard liquor, and more than a few of them were eyeing him with interest. The fact made him grin. When the bartender gave him his beer, he took it gratefully, raising his glass to take a long swallow. This was the calm before the storm. If he was lucky, there wouldn't be any interference from his father trying to get him to date the townies. If there were any younger women, Alistair had to imagine they'd be half his age, and he had no desire to toy with a girl barely versed with the ways of the world. If there were more women like Chloe Trellis, however, the thought gave him pause. Where the bloody hell had that come from? He'd only seen the woman's picture a few times, and now he was fantasizing about her. The mere notion was enough to make him snort into his beer. And yet, the woman was pretty damn easy on the eyes. That was, at least if you didn't count that fierce scowl of hers. Alistair couldn't help imagining what she might look like if she smiled. That pretty mouth of hers turned upward in amusement, perhaps even a low laugh, and what would that sound like? Would it be high and breathy, or low and sultry? Christ, what was the matter with him? Trellis was a job, not someone he meant to tempt into his bed. The fewer clandestine thoughts he had of her, the better, no matter what she looked like. The only things Alistair needed to say to Chloe Trellis had to do with business, and that was the way it would remain. Alistair finished his beer in a few swallows before ordering another. Even though he knew he might have a meeting early the next morning, he wanted to make sure he wasn't tempted any further by the woman flitting in and out of his thoughts. And a surefire way to prevent that was by getting drunk. Chloe, he promised himself, is a business deal just like any other. And Alistair had never failed to win his father a deal he needed.
Chapter 3.
Normally, he would have slept in until the sun didn't hurt his eyes. But Roger had other ideas. He rang the room at 7:45, jarring Alistair painfully from his fitful doze. What? He could hardly care that his half-awake growl sounded a little less than inviting. Morning, Mr. Kensley. Roger was annoyingly chipper for the hour, and Alistair winced at his volume. Just wanted to let you know, I called the mayor. He'll be ready for your meeting at 9 o'clock sharp. Swell. Alistair sounded anything but, and hung up the phone before Roger could rope him into another conversation. Rolling onto his back, he groaned, rubbing his eyes gingerly. Darn it. What the hell was Roger doing up so early? He was beginning to regret not letting Ethan put him in a 5-star hotel. At least there they wouldn't be all over him at the veritable ass crack of dawn. Somehow, he managed to get himself out of bed and into a pressed suit. Though a cold shower didn't go far in actually waking him up, the 2 cups of coffee he made with the provided machine did. A quick glance at the clock told him he didn't have much time to grab breakfast, so he could only hope his empty stomach didn't do him dirty during the meeting. After staving off Roger's attempts at jaunty morning conversation, Alistair got directions to Town Hall and stepped into the early morning light armed with a pair of Armani sunglasses. He would have picked the one American small town where everything wasn't lazy. It seemed as if 50 or so people had the same idea as Roger. The main square was filled with denizens eager to start their day, and thankfully, most of them seemed too absorbed in their own affairs to give Alistair much notice. He grabbed himself another coffee from one of the few restaurants on one of the main streets, before heading toward a large brick building in the center of town. He only hoped this meeting didn't take all morning. With any luck, he'd be able to get a few hours of sleep before getting to work early in the afternoon. When he told the receptionist at the front desk his name, she stared at him for a good minute or so. Alistair took the time to wonder whether it was his name or his size that so overwhelmed her, sipping his coffee until she realized her faux pas. Oh right. I'll tell Mayor Wynne you're here right away. Alistair decided that he would chew on the end of his tie if she was a day over 20. Luckily, before he had the opportunity to make good on his promise, the mayor appeared from his office down the hall. Of course, Alistair had been briefed on the man. He'd only been in office for half a term, but he was dedicated to putting the little town of Granbury on the map. No doubt he imagined that letting Kensley Enterprises in was a way to do that in short order. Alistair could only hope that he wasn't that big-headed. Mark Wynne looked amicable enough. He hadn't gone completely to seed yet, a 50-year-old with a relatively trim figure and graying curly hair. He wore jeans with his tie and button-up, which suggested a more casual air might be appropriate here. Color Alistair relieved. Mr. Kensley, it's such a pleasure to meet you. Alistair rose to take his hand, pumping just as vigorously as Wynne did. And a pleasure to have you in our little corner of the world. The pleasure is mine, Mayor Wynne. Alistair sat only after the smaller man had. He had learned over the years in his position that his size tended to intimidate people. That meant he had to compensate for the respect he showed them. Your town is lovely and everyone's been very kind. I'm glad to hear it. The mayor beamed. Roger was out of his mind with excitement when you called this morning. We don't get many celebrities here in Granbury. Alistair couldn't help but smile with a small amusement. I'm hardly a celebrity, sir. That would be my father and brothers. Ethan, in particular. There was little the man liked to do more than smile at the camera. Don't be so modest. All the Kensleys are all over the news these days. One of the world's most influential families. Frankly, Alistair hadn't come 2,000 miles to talk about his family. If anything, he'd come to escape them. Not here to exercise my influence, sir. Just doing my job. A job that we highly anticipate. Being able to take advantage of those resources, as you cited, sounds remarkable. Even remarkable wasn't quite the word for it. If Ethan and Vlad's projections were right, the Granbury site could be one of the richest they'd seen in years. If they could acquire it, that was. I assume you've spoken with Miss Trellis, then? I told her how interested Kensley Enterprises is in her little patch of heaven. He had expected Wynne to be enthusiastic about the prospect. At the mention of Chloe Trellis, however, he paled somewhat. Well? The mayor cleared his throat, obviously ill at ease. I did my best to attempt to mediate the problem issue for you, Mr. Kensley. Mediate? That didn't sound too good. I've spoken to Chloe about her land several times, but she seems reluctant to let it go. Alistair sighed, wondering just how stubborn the woman was. And how have you spoken to her? Considering the circumstances, I thought it might be best if I took the land off her hands first. Then your firm could deal directly with me. The city, that is. Alistair exhaled a long, exasperated breath. 5 minutes of conversation, and he could already see through this cretin. This was exactly why the company always sent someone in person for acquisitions. So you offered to purchase the land? No doubt, intending to double the price in order to squirrel the money away into his own pockets. It was obvious that Alistair had his work cut out for him here. And she accepted? Not exactly. Surprise, surprise. Alistair smoothed his hair from his brow, wondering vaguely how much damage control he was going to have to do here. Chloe's a difficult one, Mr. Kensley. Owing to the land and her lineage, her history with the town. And what history would that be? Wynne's brain seemed to have caught up with his mouth, and he looked appropriately uncomfortable. He shifted in his seat, crossing his legs before he cleared his throat. Well, I'm sure you've read about her. I sincerely hope you're not referring to her heritage. Alistair was offended by her, and he hadn't even met her yet. Of course not. Wynne sat so far forward in his chair that Alistair thought he might tumble right onto the floor. She's always been something of a loner despite everyone's efforts to lure her out into town. Alistair arched a single brow. What does that have to do with her land? She's prickly. It's always hard to talk to her about that particular subject. The last time Alistair checked, that wasn't a mayor's role in his community. He was torn between wondering if the man had bungled this hopelessly, and elation in knowing that Chloe dealing with him, in place of Wynne, had to be a win-win for everyone. With any luck, she'd be so happy to speak to someone who knew what they were talking about, that he'd have the deal signed, and be on the hiking trails within a week. Well, perhaps you should leave that to me then. Alistair hoped he didn't sound as derisive as he felt. His father would most certainly be hearing about Mr. Wynne, and the way he'd attempted to conduct business here. Of course, Wynne reached for his hand to ring powerfully. I'm sure you'll have much better luck. Alistair did have a nearly spotless acquisition record, but that was only because he tended to plan his actions before acting. At least when it came to his job. Here's hoping. With that he rose, hoping to put something in his stomach before the situation declined any further. Are you headed out there right now? Alistair muttered a curse word in Gaelic under his breath. This man didn't really have any hold over him or his actions, but for the sake of civility, it would be good if he could meet his expectations, either that or risk his further interference. I'd planned on it, yes. Wonderful. Wynne beamed in something that looked suspiciously like relief. Do tell her I said hello. Alistair planned on doing no such thing, but he smiled and nodded just the same. Truth be told, the Scot didn't relax until he was back outside in the fresh air. Taking a deep breath, He peered up at the sky and prayed for the wherewithal to keep from locking the mayor into a closet until the acquisition was taken well in hand. Unfortunately, he barely got a moment to himself. Approximately 30 seconds after he emerged into the staircase of the town hall, someone was shoving a microphone into his face. Thankfully, the small town didn't have a major news presence. There was a single reporter and his accompanying cameraman, along with a fairly small crowd of about 10 people. Alistair Kensley. The reporter was probably about the mayor's age, though much trimmer, and he clearly couldn't be more thrilled. Derek Brass. You can't imagine how amazing it is to have you here in Tippano. Happy to be here, Derek. By this point, the response was automatic. Alistair had done so many interviews, he could probably do one with his eyes closed. You have a lovely town, which your enterprise is eager to do business with these days, I hear? Well, my father is always looking to do business that will benefit all parties involved. And he plans to begin a project in Granbury? With the community's consent, we do. I'm just here to do the preliminary negotiations. And may I ask about the project parameters? We're all fairly salivating. This was where Alistair had to be careful. He wasn't allowed to give details that would go public in a few weeks. I can't say much, he mused, making a show of giving the matter lots of thought. Just that we plan on giving back to the community in return for the generous use of previously untapped resources. He managed to escape before they could get him to say much more. Alistair liked to think Ethan and his father would have been proud of him. Not even Toshiro could have done much better, even if he had more innate charm. Unfortunately, after that little stunt, the entire damn town was watching him, so that meant he barely had time to grab an egg sandwich before he figured out the best way to get to the edge of Granbury. With a little luck, he'd have this thing taken care of and have an early lunch. Chloe was halfway out the door when her phone rang. She paused with one foot on the front porch, her lips turning downward into an annoyed scowl. What now? She'd only just managed to get Akma settled for the day. If she didn't leave within the next 2 minutes, he'd be at her heels, and she'd have to start all over. She needed to have a productive afternoon, after her only day off had gone up in smoke yesterday. Chloe had taken all the negative energy she'd accumulated the previous day, and made twice as many soaps and sachets as she usually did. She had no doubt she could sell them all, if only she could get out of the house. With a sigh, she dropped her load on the front porch before slipping back inside. Before she had even made it to where she'd left the cordless phone, Akma was winding his way around her ankles. Chloe just managed to keep herself from tripping as she snatched the phone from its receiver. Hello? She didn't necessarily think her caller deserved her utmost courtesy. Chloe? Have you seen the TV? Immediately, she flushed in embarrassment. It was Alice, one of the few women in town she could count among her genuine friends. She was one of the first people to vouch for Chloe's products after her father had passed away. Alice, sorry. I didn't mean to snap. Don't worry about it, Alice cut her off without a thought. Have you seen the TV? Chloe arched a brow in confusion. Alice knew that she wasn't a big lover of technology. She didn't have a cell phone or a computer, though she did occasionally borrow laptops for business purposes. While she had a TV, she couldn't remember the last time she turned it on. Gimme a sec. It took her a good 5 minutes to find the remote, but once she did, she scooped Akma up with her free arm as she turned it on. There was a news program on by default, and she upped the volume quickly, on the cusp of asking Alice what channel she should be watching. She got her answer before the question left her lips. The local news station was currently interviewing one of the largest men she'd ever seen in her life. The man had to be close to 7 feet tall, with a full head of bright auburn hair and a well-groomed if long red beard. He was handsome in a particularly rugged way, and those deep blue eyes spoke of his confidence and comfort in front of her camera. Chloe might have liked him on sight, if it wasn't for what he had to say. And he plans to begin a project in Granbury? The reporter was almost on top of the poor man, his eyes wild with intrigue, but the giant didn't seem to mind. He answered with a smile. With the community's consent, we do. I'm just here to do the preliminary negotiations. While Chloe had expected his voice to be deep, she hadn't expected the rich baritone to be touched with a hint of the Scottish Highlands. His origins would, of course, explain a lot about his size and all that red hair. And may I ask about the project parameters? We're all fairly salivating. No kidding. Brass looked fit to froth all over the damn camera. I can't say much. The subject of his interview continued to grin winningly at the camera. Just that we plan on giving back to the community in return for a generous use of previously untapped resources. With that, the interview seemed to end, leaving Chloe staring, blinking at the TV screen. So, there's a newcomer in town? Alice exhaled an exasperated sigh. A newcomer? Chloe Trellis, I know you keep to yourself, but you have to know who that was. Chloe racked her brain for a good 2 or 3 minutes, but came up with absolutely nothing. There were certain downsides to squirreling oneself away from society. Someone important? No kidding. Alice burst, making Chloe jump with her sudden volume. That was Alistair freaking Kensley. He's the head of acquisitions for Kensley Enterprises. Even Chloe knew that particular name. Who wouldn't? The Kensleys all but ruled the world. The head of the family was one of the most influential oil barons in the past 50 years, and he dealt in a lot of alternate trades besides. One of the most interesting details about the man, however, was that he had adopted 5 sons from 5 different countries, and now all but one of them worked for him. Chloe only hoped it was confidence in place of favoritism that had gotten them their respective positions. All right, well, I'm sure his visit will perk people up. Her answer drew a strangled sound of frustration from her friend. Really, Chloe? The head of acquisitions for Kensley Enterprises is in town, the mayor's after you to buy your land, Kensley talks about new business dealings, and you're not the slightest bit worried? With all the details laid out in front of her, it took Chloe approximately 3 seconds to put 2 and 2 together. Immediately, several waves of emotions began to roll over her. First, there was complete shock. While she had always fought her own opinions on the mayor and his wife, she had never imagined that they would stoop to such depths. Then came the anger. Her property was her birthright, and it seemed that every time she turned around, someone was trying to snatch it out from under her. Chloe was exhausted from protecting something that she shouldn't have, and this was a blow she didn't plan to endure. Of course, there was outrage, upset, and pure fury as well, but somehow she managed to reign over all of those, at least for the moment. He's here for my land. She could barely say the words, and even after she did, they left an awful sour taste in her mouth. Kensley Enterprises is here for your land, Alice corrected softly. It was clear from her tone what she expected to happen. What are you going to do, Chloe? If it had been Wynne, Chloe would simply have shrugged the man off. Any local company she might have sent packing as well. But this was bigger than Granbury. Bigger than Texas even. Which meant she would have to pull out the big guns. Alice, thanks for calling me, but I'm going to have to hit you back later. Before her friend could answer, Chloe hung up, plucking Akma from the front of her shirt as she muttered a few choice Apache swear words. It took her 20 minutes to occupy the kitten this time, but when she was done, Chloe didn't head towards town. Instead, she passed through her backyard to the shed at the tree line of her forest. Chloe hesitated only a moment before unlocking it and retrieving the weapon inside. She didn't know Alistair Kensley personally, but she knew the weight of the company he carried. Chloe didn't plan on giving up her father's land without a fight, no matter how friendly the man himself might look. Scowling deeply, she shoved a hank of dark hair over her shoulder to free her line of sight before turning back towards the house. When he came, she'd be ready. More than ready. The next hour that passed was one of the most anxiety-inducing of Chloe's entire life. She had to wonder if she was doing the right thing. It was completely plausible that the cops would show up. that they might drag her away from her land, kicking and screaming anyway. But she was through being passive. The winds and, more importantly, this Alistair Kensley needed to know just how serious she was. Chloe was seated in a chair by the front door, Akma playing with a spare bit of ribbon at her feet, when she heard a car pull up in her gravel driveway. A quick peek out of her front window revealed that it was some gleaming, new, fancy ride that couldn't belong to anyone she knew. That was all she needed. Rising to her feet, Chloe took a deep breath and cocked the 12-gauge shotgun in her arms before kicking the door open. For a long moment she merely stood, staring at the man who had just gotten out of the car. He was even bigger in person, and broad as well as tall, with a body that filled out the tailored jacket and slacks he wore. The clothing was completely at odds with his blazing beard and hair, which were even more ruggedly handsome than she remembered from seeing him on TV. Considering how huge the man was in comparison to her barely 5-foot frame, she should have been intimidated. But Chloe could count the number of times she'd been intimidated in her life on one hand. She was going to protect what was hers if it killed her, even despite the spike of unbidden attraction that swirled through her gut at the sight of the man who had come calling. Kensley, for his part, seemed remarkably calm for being confronted with a shotgun. He looked from her to the barrel of the gun and back again, before a single auburn brow snuck upward. "Chloe Trellis, I presume?" He rolled the R in her last name ever so slightly, and she resisted the urge to squirm slightly. Chloe's stance didn't waver. "Sanook Trellis," she corrected him firmly. "And you're Alistair Kensley." To her surprise, the corner of his mouth quirked upward in what could only be amusement. "I should hope whatever reputation I have isn't that bad." She herself was far from amused. "I know what you're here for." "Do you?" he replied, his tone careful. When he took a step up the drive, Chloe merely hefted the shotgun higher. Alistair stopped immediately, and another terse moment of silence passed between them. Slowly, he raised his hands defensively. "You don't need that thing. Really. I just came to talk to you. You came to buy my land and I'm not selling." She refused to let him charm her. Chloe didn't actually intend to shoot anyone, but the gun gave her words some much-needed weight. "So you can get right back in the fancy car and turn it around?" He didn't so much as glance at the vehicle, and that was enough to show her that this might be a bit harder than she had intended. In truth, Chloe had hoped that the sight of the gun would be enough to send Kensley running. She'd obviously underestimated him. "How about you just set that down, and we have a chat? We can even do it on your porch, if that's more comfortable." Slowly, Chloe shook her head. She had the distinct impression that if she allowed this man to talk, he'd be able to convince her of almost anything. She didn't like that feeling. "Get off my land." At that particular moment, a low, menacing growl reached her ears. Chloe couldn't help but glance down at her feet, shocked to see Akma with his back arched and hackles raised in her defense. In any other situation, she might have gushed over the little cub's courage. He was far too young to know what was dangerous and what wasn't, so the only reason he could possibly be upset was simply because she was upset. The very notion warmed the heart, but Kensley couldn't know that. Bloody hell. Chloe's head jerked up to see Alistair staring at Akma with wide eyes. "Is that a cougar cub?" "Leave him alone." Chloe was immediately defensive. "He's just a baby. He doesn't know any better." "Leave him alone? That thing looks fit to rip me in half," the giant exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. "You have a cougar as a pet?" "Of course not," Chloe snapped. "He lost his mother, and he's too young to be on his own. It's just until he gets old enough to hunt himself." "Ah?" Alistair didn't look any less surprised than he was at the mere presence of the tiny cat. "Right?" His gaze returned to her face. "So how about for the little one's sake, we both just calm down a bit and have a normal discussion?" "There will be no discussion," Chloe rebutted in a warning tone. "Leave? Now?" "Look," before Kensley could get out more than a single word, Akma was barreling down the driveway towards him with an angry yowl. Chloe inhaled sharply as he sprinted towards Alistair Kensley as fast as his little legs would carry him, hell-bent on protecting her. "Akma, no." Her shout seemed to startle her little familiar, and he jumped, tripping over his own feet and tumbling head over heels to land at the tips of Kensley's polished shoes in a very undignified heap. Chloe immediately dropped the gun, rushing after him, only to stop in her tracks. Kensley bent over to pick up the mewling cub, who was too disoriented to maintain his former anger. "Well, aren't you just a regular ball of spit and vinegar?" Alistair raised him to eye level, gazing over Akma's tiny form for just long enough to make Chloe nervous. "Don't hurt him," Chloe demanded immediately, her shoulders tensing. She'd seen enough people react to Akma to assume one of two things was going to happen. Either he'd swipe at Alistair and the man would drop him, or Kensley would toss him aside, which would from his height be more than enough to hurt the poor thing. Instead of dropping the cub, however, Alistair merely perched him on his shoulder, hardly wincing when Akma sank his claws into his expensive jacket. With that, he advanced purposefully in Chloe's direction. She lowered the gun immediately. There was no way she was even going to risk pointing a gun in Kensley's general direction when Akma was involved. Call her horrible, but she'd feel less guilty about harming a corporate acquisition than an innocent motherless cougar cub. "What are you doing?" She took a slight step backward. The man got bigger the closer he came. "It'd be better if he wasn't so damn good-looking." "Giving you back your bloody hellcat." Kensley lifted Akma from his shoulder with surprising gentility, dangling him before Chloe's line of sight. Somehow, the cub had gone from being on the warpath to having a sense of intrigue towards his captor. He kept trying to twist in midair to see him better, swiping playfully at him with tiny paws. "Take him." Chloe was so entranced with the kitten's sudden change in behavior that she almost missed her cue. When she did snap out of it, however, she quickly gathered the cub into her arms protectively. Akma immediately began purring, rubbing his face forcefully under her chin. "He seems to like you well enough." Chloe could feel her cheeks burning. How the hell had Kensley gotten so close? Shouldn't the shotgun have prevented that? "That's because I'm not trying to kill him." That little smirk of his was back, the one she couldn't decide if she loved or hated. "Wish I could say the same." Chloe swallowed thickly, feeling uncomfortably warm. When was the last time she'd been flustered around a man? She was used to keeping to herself, and besides that, whenever she did decide to date a guy, he usually disappointed her in short order. Kensley was an absolute stranger, and atop that, he'd come to take away the thing that was most precious to her. How the hell could she be attracted to him? "Look, how about this?" Alistair took another step forward, and Chloe swore she could smell him. Something piney and wild, not unlike some of the sachets that she sold when she went to town. One of her favorite scents. "We'll just have a sit down and talk about the real value of your land," Alistair went on, his voice lowering to a softer burr. "It's a beautiful little slice of heaven out here, anyone with eyes can see that. The edge of the mountains and beautiful woodland, there would be no need to leave a huge footprint when the firm comes in. We could preserve almost everything." For a lone moment, Chloe just stared at him, stunned into silence. For a second, just the barest of seconds, she'd almost let him lull her into a sense of security. But then, he'd started talking about her land like he already owned it, as if the deal was a foregone conclusion. Like hell, she was going to let him get away with that. If she'd been angry before, now Chloe was furious. In a smooth motion, she slung little Akma over her shoulder and knelt to pick up the shotgun once more. Before she could calm herself down, she had taken aim to fire a well-practiced warning shot right over his left shoulder, at almost point-blank range. The ensuing sound was deafening, and the gun kicked hard enough that Chloe had to take a step back to balance herself. Alistair ducked with a low curse, scurrying backward with admirable speed for a man of his height. "Darn it, woman. You just shot at me." In answer, Chloe merely cocked the shotgun, levering another shell into the chamber. Her gaze was narrow with warning and absolutely furious. "I'll put the next one between your eyes, Kensley, if I ever see you on my land again." She couldn't ever remember being so unspeakably angry. How dare he come here and presume to know her? How dare he act like he owned her land, as if she would ever give it to him or the corporation that he worked for? And how dare he titillate her like he had, just when she had made peace with the fact that she would almost certainly end up alone? "Now get out." Alistair looked at the still smoking barrel of the gun for a scant moment, fear obvious in those deep blue eyes of his, and then he turned on his heel and fled. Chloe didn't know if she'd ever seen a more satisfying sight than his tail lights, as he sped down her driveway and back towards the main road. She didn't, however, put down her shotgun until she was sure that he was long gone, and then she sagged into the dirt with it. Geez. She just shot at a man. At Alistair Kensley, of all people. She'd be lucky if the cops didn't show up at her doorstep in under an hour's time. As Akma crawled all over her, mewling his concern, Chloe's mind ran amok. Technically, she was perfectly within her rights. Kensley had come onto her land without any right to it, and she chased him off. So why did she feel like such a damn criminal? It took her a few minutes to collect herself, but ultimately, Chloe rose to her feet, leaving the gun in the dust. She had never liked the damn things. Her father taught her to shoot, even when she'd been a tiny little girl, just in case she ever had to defend herself out in the wilderness. Never in a million years had Chloe imagined that she'd ever be levering the gun at an actual person. "I must be out of my mind, Akma." Chloe buried her face in the cub's soft fur with a low groan. When it came to her land and her family's legacy, she tended to get a bit irrational. And why not? Her heritage and family had been questioned since before she was born. Self-defense was an ingrained mechanism at this point. Chloe had no problem defending herself and her birthright from whatever came at them. Even Alistair Kensley and his arsenal of corporate power.
Chapter 4.
Even hours after he'd left the trellis woman's gorgeous little piece of heaven, Alistair was still in shock. She shot at him. Right at him. The blast had probably missed his shoulder by a few incremental inches, which meant his brains could have been spread over the property that she prized so damn much. Considering that he'd come so close to death, Alistair thought he might be more panicked. Instead, he was simply shell-shocked. As quickly as Alistair thought he might be able to close the acquisition, he had been quite stunned when Chloe Trellis appeared on her front porch. At that moment, he was so taken by the woman herself that he'd failed to notice any danger. She was tiny. Barely 5 feet but wonderfully proportioned, with slightly flared hips and well-muscled legs revealed by the minute pair of denim shorts she wore, and her skin was deeply tanned from the sun. But it was her face that had captivated him. Those dark eyes gleamed with intent, and her full lips pressed tightly together. She was angry to be sure, but those gorgeous features were framed by a fall of dark waves that fell almost to her waist. It was enough to do things to him that had nothing to do with the business that he'd come for. Of course, then he'd noticed the shotgun. The weapon that she hefted was almost as large as the Minute Woman herself, but Chloe handled it like the two were intimately familiar. Startlingly, it wasn't the first time Alistair had a weapon leveled at him over a business matter. He'd been working for his father for almost 12 years, and in that time he'd ventured into some pretty dicey situations. Mind you, the others who'd threatened to shoot him had been larger and more intimidating. Not to say that Miss Trellis wasn't quite the sight, with her obviously loaded shotgun. In hindsight, it was his fault things had gone south the way they did. The moment he saw the gun, he should have turned his tail to think up a new strategy. It was always better to deal with weapons with the utmost care, and when things got dicey, one could always contact the local authorities. But Alistair liked to think he wasn't that much of a jerk. At least not in this case. Certainly, Chloe Chinook Trellis was rash, but her reasoning after a fashion was pretty bloody sound. She didn't want anyone chasing her off her land. Including him. With a sigh, Alistair nursed the beer in front of him. It was the second time in 24 hours that he was back inside the small local bar, and this time he felt somewhat less invincible. "Hey, aren't you that Kensley feller that was on the news?" He glanced up to see a new bartender gazing down at him. It was a woman this time, perhaps 10 years older than himself, with bleach blonde hair and dark eyes. Thankfully, she didn't seem to be eyeing him in the same predatory manner as most of the other women present. Alistair took a swig of his beer, before nodding reluctantly. "What gave me away?" The bartender grinned. "Besides the accent and gigantism, you mean?" Despite his current mood, Alistair couldn't keep his lips from twitching in amusement. In response, the bartender raised a weathered hand. "Name's Marla. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Kensley." "Alistair, please," he corrected her almost immediately. To him, his father was the one and only Mr. Kensley. "I get enough of the bowing and scraping back in the city." "Ah, the city, is it? New York?" Alistair nodded as he took another swallow of beer. "I prefer it here, though." Marla's brows disappeared into her hairline. "Really? Lil' old Granbury over the Big Apple? Why do I feel like you're trying to butter us up, Al?" The fact that she'd skipped right over his given name and gone straight to a nickname didn't even faze him. Alistair had long preferred being treated like a human being over being pampered, and Granbury seemed to be doing that. In all respects. Far from it. The Scot shoved a hand through his hair. "I don't have the same taste for glitz and glamour that my brothers do. Settling in a small town like this would do me just fine." It was, in fact, what he had always planned to do at the end of the day. "But you're not here to settle," Marla's reply was as wry as her gaze as she poured him another beer. Alistair chuckled. "You've seen the news, then?" "Who hasn't?" Marla smirked. "Not very many channels around here, doll." Alistair didn't want to mention digital cable. He had no idea how she'd take it, and he wasn't here to offend anyone. Instead, he decided to change the subject. "Do you know Chloe by chance? The woman who lives on the edge of town?" He did his best to pose the question casually. He'd already come to terms with the fact that this acquisition was going to be harder than he'd imagined. If he was going to attempt his business again, he needed intel. "Know her?" Marla snorted, grabbing a rag to give the bar a once-over. "Ain't nobody in town doesn't know her, honey. Don't isolate yourself like she does without calling attention." Alistair straightened slightly on his stool, hoping his interest wasn't too apparent. "She isolates herself? How so?" "You mean besides the fact that she only really comes into town to do her business?" Marla scoffed, shaking her head. "Where do I start? She doesn't mean no harm, we all know that, but in a town this size, mighty hard to keep to yourself without offending someone." "And who's she offending, exactly?" Alistair arched a crimson brow in inquiry. To the best of his knowledge, he couldn't ever resent someone for simply being a loner. Except maybe Vlad, but that had more to do with his brother being an insufferable know-it-all. "Well, everyone." Marla shrugged. "Except maybe me and old Pete. We know better." "Old Pete?" At his inquiry, Marla jerked a thumb towards the rear of the bar, where the older man slumped against the side of the booth, snoring. "Course old Pete takes very little seriously sides his drink these days," Marla chuckled as she filled another table order almost absent-mindedly. After sending the glasses out with the single waitress, however, she sobered slightly, exhaling a long sigh. "Chloe's a nice enough girl. She's just got a ton hanging over her head, and God knows no one in Granbury makes it any better for her." "What's hanging over her head?" By now, Alistair couldn't even begin to hide his interest. His file on Chloe had been fairly thorough, but it hadn't delved into any details involving her personal life. He knew how old she was, that she owned the land he needed to acquire, and that she had Indian heritage. That was about it. Considering the woman had leveled a gun at him, it would be prudent to know a little more. Marla, however, only leveled him with a careful look. "Don't really think it's my business to go spreading gossip." Had he been 2 decades younger, Alistair might have pouted. How is it gossip if everyone knows? You don't know. You're just passing through. Marla shot him a teasing wink before her smile wavered. Perhaps it's best you keep it that way. Alistair didn't get much more out of Marla for the remainder of the night, and he headed back in the direction of the hotel with his tail between his legs. Though he'd had difficulties before, he didn't ever think he'd ever had such a forceful first impression of the subject of an acquisition. He managed to make it back up to his hotel room after only 20 minutes of banal conversation with Roger, wondering what his next move should be. He didn't dare call Ethan, as that would mean admitting that he needed help on his first day. There was little chance his brother would actually do anything, as he'd be too busy laughing his ass off. There was really no way he could contact anyone in his family without getting back to his father, which meant that he was well and truly on his own. With a huff, he collapsed on the bed, wincing when it creaked dangerously. He wouldn't have a chance to return to Chloe's land, not when she kept that shotgun so close at hand. His best policy would be to try and run into her in town and somehow get her to agree to speak with him. The very notion made him frown. Somehow, it was hard for him to imagine Chloe in town. Even though Marla had mentioned that she did show up infrequently, Alistair could only imagine her with her bare feet planted in the dirt of her driveway, weapon leveled at his head. He supposed the only good thing about that damn gun was the way she obviously strained to hold it. She had a hell of a lot of muscles for such a tiny thing. Somehow she was both slender and powerful all at once, completely at home, surrounded by greenery and open air. Though she was about a quarter the size of one, he couldn't help but imagine her as a female grizzly hell-bent on protecting her territory. A grizzly with gorgeous dark eyes and masses of hair he'd like nothing more than to run his hands through. Damn. Alistair covered his face with his hands, doing his best to force the image to the back of his mind. The woman shot at him for good grief, and here he was fantasizing about her. He supposed that if he were smart, he might have found a way to get laid before he came down here. As things were, it has been quite a while for him. So long, in fact, that Ethan, the king of salacious booty calls, had begun sniffing around like his meddling fairy godmother. If he'd been smarter, he'd have let his brother help him. Now, he was pining over a woman who's probably like him better without his head. Glancing at the clock, Alistair groaned at the time. It was barely 9. He had a long night ahead of him, with only lascivious thoughts of Chloe Trellis for company. He gave up on sleep at about 3 in the morning, but waited until around 6 to venture out of his room. Alistair had always been a sound sleeper, even more so when he was away from the hustle and bustle of New York City. Granbury was silent as the grave at night, which had given his mind license to run wild. He was still shivering from the icy shower he took by the time he ventured out into the twilight. The last time he hopped into a cold shower had been more than 20 years ago. Apparently, maturity hadn't chipped away at his libido nearly enough. He'd hoped to find something to distract himself beyond the walls of his hotel room, but upon making his exit, Alistair was reminded of how small Granbury really was. Every shop was still dark, and the main square was utterly deserted. After wandering for 20 minutes or so, he finally discovered lighted windows at the town's single diner. The establishment wasn't open per se, but upon recognizing him, they ushered him to one of the small, sparkling clean tables and provided him with some of the strongest coffee he'd ever drank. It was utter and complete bliss. The caffeine gave Alistair a much-needed confidence boost. He had come here to buy land on behalf of his father's company. The old man wouldn't have trusted him if he didn't think he could do the job. Was he questioning his father's judgment? He might have gone through his rebellious stage, but he would never. Come to think of it, Alistair couldn't remember the last time a single encounter had so disillusioned him. He would get what he'd come for, shotgun or not. He wasn't a Kensley for nothing. As if that thought had called the weight of the heavens down upon him, his phone buzzed. Alistair almost scalded himself on a mouthful of coffee as he scrambled to answer. Hello? Alistair, my boy, how goes things down in the Southlands? Of course it was his father. Great, Dad. It was the first thing he could think of to say. Really great. Even he winced at how despondent he sounded. Doesn't sound great, Jackson called his bluff almost immediately. He could smell a lie, even from thousands of miles away. You sound like you haven't slept. Christ almighty, the man was like a bloodhound. How would I be up this early if I hadn't slept? He countered cleverly. If you hadn't slept at all. His father's response dripped wry amusement. I slept 8 hours. Even Alistair realized how defensive he sounded. Have to stay fresh when business is at stake. Speaking of, have you spoken to Miss Trellis yet? Alistair swallowed a groan. He had reached his quota of lies for the morning. I've gone through her file. Seems like quite the character. No kidding. She's interesting. Is that a good interesting, or a bad interesting? Jackson's tone was cautious. Did she seem amenable to the terms we've drawn up? Amenable is a strong word. That was the understatement of the century. Alistair took a long swig of coffee to steady himself. From the off, she doesn't seem interested in selling at all. If he expected his father to ridicule him at the news, he was disappointed. Jackson, ever level-headed, kept things businesslike. Not surprising. You'll just have to give her a breather before trying a different method. The methodology was one that Alistair had used many times before, but never with a client he was so damn attracted to. Maybe if he simply kept his damn head around her, he'd be better at the job he was born to do. Of course, Dad. Why do you think I'm up so early? Brainstorming. Always brainstorming. That's my boy. Of all the untruths Jackson could see through, this was the one he chose to believe. Take all the time you need. It'll make things all the sweeter when you hit those mountains afterward. His father hadn't, for a moment, considered that his son might not deliver. Even after all these years, Jackson Kensley could still remind Alistair just how lucky he was that the man had scooped him up. I'm gonna wrap up this acquisition in short order, Dad. Chloe might be tough, but I'm tougher. I'll have her concession soon enough. Of course you will. Let me know if you need anything. Will do. Despite the fact that he was getting on in years, Alistair's affection for his father never wavered. When he hung up, he found that the uncertainty that plagued him all night had fled. It didn't matter that Chloe had flat out threatened him, or that she was one of the most attractive women he'd seen in half an age. He was Alistair Kensley, and he had a perfect record to keep. Alistair's buoyant mood lasted roughly 10 seconds. Once he'd put his phone away, he raised his hand to gesture for more coffee, and met the gaze of the diner's second customer of the day. It was Chloe. If looks could kill, Alistair might have been laid out on the checkered tile floor. The fury in her eyes was almost palpable, so intense that her diminutive stature didn't matter a single whit. Though she was obviously pissed as hell, Alistair couldn't help but think the woman was also ridiculously beautiful, despite her murderous aura. Her eyes were so dark they gleamed like flint, hair scraped backward onto the top of her head in a messy bun. She was clad in a pair of worn jeans and a t-shirt that clung to her breasts, along with a pair of cowboy boots that had seen better days, but she rivaled any woman from the pages of Playboy. And she was about to go for his throat. Oh? Mornin', Chloe. Didn't hear you come in. The waitress came in from the kitchen and froze in the web of tension crackling between Alistair and her newest customer. She looked from one to the other and then back again, before slowly inching back the way she'd come. Alistair waited for the shoe to drop. For the screaming and insults. Instead, Chloe just turned on her heel and left abruptly, leaving him in stunned silence. It took a protracted moment of shame, and ultimately, the waitress's reappearance to jog him out of his trance. Who peed in her cornflakes? Of course, the woman was completely flummoxed as to what had caused Chloe's bad mood. She stared out the diner door, after the veritable hurricane, nervously. She's in a mood. Alistair immediately rose, tossing a few dollars on the table for his coffee. He had to go after her. This might be his one chance to pacify her, and he'd already messed it up with his simple lack of awareness. He muttered a harried goodbye to the waitress before hurrying out the door into the chill morning. Though the town was still pretty deserted, he had a bit of trouble spotting Chloe. How the hell had she gotten away so quickly, when she was 1/3 his size? He searched up and down the length of the main street, before finally turning a corner to see a familiar, battered pickup truck. And there she was, unloading a series of boxes carefully from the back seat. Alistair took a moment to gather himself, before deciding that directness was the best course of action. "Do you need any help with those?" At the sound of his voice, Chloe sat upright, whirling to fix him with a glare that was somehow even more intimidating than the one in the diner. She planted her fists on her hips, and graced him with a moment of angry perusal before she replied. "You help me?" "Certainly. You can help me by buzzing off to go die in a ditch somewhere." Ouch. How could someone so small pack such a wallop? Alistair swallowed thickly as she turned from him to go back to her business, her shoulders visibly stiff with fury. Well, this was hardly going as planned. She wasn't holding a gun to his head, but somehow this was worse. Alistair found himself personally offended. Though he knew this entire venture was about business, the failure of the previous day's attempt, coupled with her cold attitude, was enough to convince him that it was him she didn't like. In the grand scheme of things, that shouldn't matter. The job was to get her pliable enough to sell her land, their personal relationship be damned. Alistair didn't have 100% success rate by getting people to like him. But Chloe despised him when she didn't even know him. And that got under his skin in a way he couldn't explain. "Look, Chloe," he tried again, scratching the back of his neck in obvious discomfort. "I think we got off on the wrong foot. Maybe we should start over." The woman slammed her truck door so hard the automobile shook on its chassis, impressive for someone of her stature. "Maybe you should go suck an egg, Kensley." Christ, the woman had a mouth on her. It was both shocking and hot as hell. Alistair had no doubt she would knife him if he got too close, and somehow the idea thrilled him to no end. Maybe Ethan was right, he had lost his mind. "Chloe, in the diner, I was talking to my father. I didn't mean for you to overhear." "I don't care what you meant." Chloe hefted the crates she'd unloaded into her arms with little effort, and Alistair swallowed thickly, as her jacket and the shirt beneath hiked up to reveal several inches of tanned, flat stomach. "You came here for one reason and one reason only, to take my land. You can try and butter me up all you want, but you'll never get it." She shifted the boxes higher on her hip, and Alistair's heart rate doubled. "How long do you think people have been trying to take away what's mine?" "Since before you were born. You're just another subscript in the history books." With that, she sauntered past him and down the street in the opposite direction. She passed within perhaps a foot of him, and rather than retaliating, Alistair instead lingered on the fact that it was probably the closest he'd ever gotten to her. Close enough to smell the clean, clove-like smell of her, and feel the warmth of her petite form. Alistair turned to watch her go, halfway cognizant of the fact that she had just given him the verbal undressing of his life, and he felt a noticeable reaction in his slacks. Darn it. He exhaled a long, slow breath. It was barely even daylight, and he'd failed his second encounter with Chloe Trellis. Worse, he was already mentally picturing her, despite the fact that he was probably at the top of her blacklist. His trip was off to a fabulous start. The nerve. Chloe? All she wanted was a cup of coffee. She usually didn't even drink coffee, but after a sleepless night, she was willing to admit she needed the fuel to get through the day. At 7 in the morning, Dino's was always deserted. The door was usually locked. But not this time. He had to be there. "Chloe, geez, are you okay?" She jerked to attention to find a scent sachet crushed in each hand. Alice, who had agreed to help her sell that afternoon, was eyeing her warily from the other side of the stall. The sun was blazing down on them where they'd set up at the Friday market, but Chloe couldn't even think about the heat. She was too preoccupied with other matters. "Sorry, Alice." Chloe brushed her hands off, dumping the ruined sachets in a nearby trash can. I spaced out for a minute. Truth be told, she'd been spacing out all damn day. She hadn't seen Alistair Kensley for a good 24 hours, yet all she could think about was their confrontation in the street the previous day. Along with how smug he sounded when he spoke to his vulture father about her land. You've been out of it for a while, babe. Is it the heat? Do you need to take a break? Alice was far sweeter than Chloe deserved. She was out in the sun with a cranky woman 5 years her senior, and all she had was sweet smiles and concern. With a sigh, Chloe draped sweat-damp strands of her hair over her shoulder before fixing the younger woman with a small smile of her own. Why don't you take a break? We've been here 5 hours and we're almost sold out. Somehow. Despite your scowling at everyone that passes. Chloe had the decency to flush slightly. That bad, huh? Are you going to tell me what have you in such a bad mood? Alice tugged her own blonde locks back into a loose ponytail, her dark eyes sincere. It can't be Kensley. Not after you chased him off with a freaking shotgun. Chloe still couldn't believe she got off scot-free with that one. For the entire evening after Kensley left, she'd expected the cops to show up at her front door. She pointed a gun at one of the richest men in the world. What the hell was she thinking? When she told Alice, however, the younger woman went into a fit of laughter that left her gasping. She didn't seem half as concerned about Chloe being arrested, and was more interested in the look on Alistair Kensley's face when she leveled a weapon at him. Chloe liked to tell herself she didn't give a damn what the man thought as long as he stayed away from her and her land. But he was still here, which meant she had to face the music. The man was determined, despite the fact that she very clearly wanted nothing to do with him or his company. At least, that's what she wanted of herself. The fact of the matter was that half the reason Chloe couldn't stand to be near Alistair Kensley was because of the violent way her body reacted to his closeness. On their first meeting, she imagined it could have been a fluke. Nerves and adrenaline had produced that fluttery, tight feeling in her stomach. But the second time, underneath all that righteous anger, she found herself struggling not to stare at the Goliath of a man. He was nothing like the guys she knew in Granbury. Certainly the town had its share of larger men, but the vast majority of them were either older or already going to seed. While there was plenty of hard work to be done in the country, men out here did the bare minimum. Though Chloe hadn't seen Alistair Kensley anywhere near unclad, his well-toned body was apparent in both his posture and the cut of his suits. Try as she could to ignore it, Chloe's eyes were drawn to his broad shoulders and long legs. She couldn't imagine a man like Alistair garnered his bulk from physical labor, which meant that he was the gym-going type. Heaven help her imagine the man anywhere near a weight machine. He wasn't her type. If anything, that was the strongest argument she had. Alistair Kensley was huge, Celtic and rich. He'd had a silver spoon in his mouth his entire life, and didn't understand the meaning of hardship. Chloe came from much more humble beginnings, and had been taught to appreciate everything she received. It was the way of her people, who were all but gone. How the hell could a Kensley understand that? I wish he'd leave, she finally answered Alice, her tone anxious. Just knowing he's here puts me on edge. Alice merely shot her a small smile. I think he knows he can't get the better of you by now. I'd imagine he's used to people rolling over when he snaps his fingers. Chloe could imagine why. The thought of that beard of his rasping over the most sensitive parts of her was enough to make her knees weak. Speak of the devil. When Alice lowered her voice, Chloe immediately stiffened, her gaze darting around the market like a frightened rabbit. Within seconds, she spotted the brilliant red of Alistair's hair and ducked halfway behind the stall. For once, she cursed the fact that Granbury was so small. Growing up, it had been a blessing to know everything and everyone so well. Now there was no escape for her. What the hell is he doing here? She hissed. Isn't he supposed to be up in his castle? Alice snorted. He may be a corporate bully, Chloe, but he's still human. She herself hadn't bothered to hide, and was busy arranging the few soaps they hadn't sold. What are you doing? Chloe's face reddened as she peeked over the edge of the stall at her friend. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to see him. I dunno. He's pretty easy on the eyes. Even if he's scum. Chloe popped up instantly. He is not. He's hideous. He's coming this way. Chloe disappeared again swiftly, her breath catching in her throat. She hadn't been raised a coward, but she needed a breather. Ever since Alistair had come to town, she'd been on edge. Though she knew in her heart of hearts that she'd never give in to his offers, it wasn't just the business side of things that intimidated her. Soon enough, she heard Alice talking to the giant. The younger girl was cordial enough, if a bit cool, which was more than Chloe would have been able to manage. She couldn't for the life of her imagine a brute like Alistair Kensley was interested in soap and scent sachets, so a part of her suspected that he was still after her, even if he couldn't see her. Damn him. Chloe forced herself to take several deep breaths as she listened to Alice going through the motions with their newest customer. Surprisingly, Alistair seemed pretty damn polite. That Scottish burr of his all but oozed charm, and within 5 minutes he had Alice, who Chloe had believed to be firmly on her side, laughing. The nerve. Before she could stop herself, Chloe reappeared behind the stall, her expression thunderous. What exactly do you think you're doing with Alice? To her annoyance, Alistair didn't look at all surprised to see her. Today he'd gone for a more casual look, and was dressed in a dark polo and jeans. He looked to have trimmed his beard, and those blue eyes of his shone in something dangerously like amusement. Evening, Chloe. Fancy running into you here? How did his saying her name give her butterflies? This is my stall. You knew it was mine, that's the only reason you came. To try and charm my friend into betraying me. Chloe. Alice's color heightened. I was just speaking to Mr. Kensley about our products. Stop stalking me. Chloe barely heard her. If you were really any kind of businessman at all, you'd speak to me in private instead of trying to find me at all hours of the day. Not actually stalking you, Alistair snuck in while she was catching her breath. Granbury's a wee thing of a town. Can't help that we're in the same place at the same time. Right? Chloe snapped. Then you won't mind either buying or getting a move on. We have other customers. At that point, Alice stepped between her and the gargantuan man with an apologetic smile. Don't mind her, Mr. Kensley. We've been working all day in the heat. It gets to you. When Chloe attempted to say something else, Alice squeezed her hand so hard she winced. She bit her tongue against the desire to turn her irritation on the younger girl. Wasn't she the one who had warned her about Kensley's intentions in the first place? Now she wanted to be polite? The longer Alistair Kensley stayed in town, the more he threatened Chloe's land. I can only imagine. Much hotter here than in the city. Alistair didn't seem to mind that Chloe was after his blood. In fact, as he espoused on the weather, he locked eyes with her, those vivid, challenging, gorgeous blue eyes, and Chloe found her throat dry. Damn it. Damn it. She did not find this corporate poacher attractive. Luckily, before she could open her mouth to send another scathing comment his way, they were interrupted by the mayor's wife, who made a beeline for their stall. Mr. Kensley. So good to see you out and about. The older woman stopped only a hair's breadth from the man, making Chloe herself wince at her blatant invasion of his space. Taking his hand, Martha Wynne pumped it powerfully. Her grip, if you could call it that, was vice-like. My husband has told me so much about you. Any man in his right mind would have backpedaled at the speed of light. Not only was Martha married, but she was also married to the mayor. Atop that, with a single glance, it was obvious that she had Alistair within her crosshairs. Martha Wynne. So lovely to finally meet you. Ah, Mrs. Wynne. To Chloe's utter shock, the man smiled. I've heard a great deal about you. His admission made the older woman titter like a teenager. I've just been enjoying the delights of your market here. We do have one of the best in the area. Of course, Martha failed to mention that they had the only open-air market within a 50-square-mile radius. Or indeed, that Granbury was the only town for God knew how many miles. None of that seemed to matter in favor of fawning over Alistair Kensley. Chloe should have been relieved. Alistair's concentration elsewhere meant she could go about her day without any further complications. Instead of delight, however, she felt more than a little uncomfortable at the scenario unfolding before her. Within 2 minutes, Martha had lured Alistair away from the stall and into a conversation of her own making. Her arm entwined with the Scots, as she leaned against him with startling familiarity. Chloe's stomach clenched in a strange, writhing sensation that was almost enough to make her duck back beneath the stall once more. "You okay, Chloe?" She jumped at Alice's hand on her shoulder, whirling with the sharp inhalation. "What? Of course I am." At her wide-eyed expression, Alice merely pursed her lips. "Right? That's why you're glaring a hole into Martha Wynn's back." Chloe snapped to attention, doing her best to busy herself rearranging what few products they had left. "I'm glaring at Martha because she played her part in trying to buy my land out from underneath me," Chloe quipped, stacking a few soaps that she could have done without. Why shouldn't she be mad at Martha? She was just as bad as her husband, really, and neither of them had ever done her any favors. Historically, her family had never been in sync with the local government. When her father was alive, Chloe shoved the thought back down into her subconscious as soon as it surfaced. Even though it had been over 10 years, she still didn't like to think about her parents. The wound was still startlingly fresh. "Looks like they're getting on well." Alice's comment lured her back to the present, where Martha was proudly showing off a stall that sold caramel popcorn. Chloe didn't know whether Kensley was actually interested or just faking for the older woman's benefit, but that smile he gave her. It set her insides to churning again. As long as he's not here, I could care less. Turning her nose up, Chloe went back to calculating her numbers for the day. At this particular juncture, she didn't need to think about her parents, and she certainly didn't need to think about Alistair Kensley. He'd figure out that she wasn't to be trifled with soon enough. As much as Chloe tried to force herself to relax, she was still wound tight by the time she got home. Strangely enough, however, it wasn't the memory of Kensley himself that irked her as much as that damn smile Martha gave him. In the years that she'd been acquainted with the woman, Chloe had never known Martha to be flirtatious or overt. Quite the opposite, really. While she was friendly with the townsfolk, she never went out of her way to make strangers feel welcome. Then again, it wasn't like every stranger was Alistair damn Kensley. She tossed her bags on the couch before collapsing onto it herself, face buried in the pillows. It seemed nothing had gone right since Kensley showed up in town. Her usually buoyant mood had deserted her, replaced by apprehension and that strange, gut-churning sensation that made her wonder if she was coming down with something. Within 30 seconds, a soft weight landed on her lower back, and Chloe grunted softly in surprise. When loud purring reached her ears, she merely sighed, reaching backward as best she could to run her hand over Akma's fuzzy form. "Did you have a good day, Akma?" In response, the cub merely purred louder, rubbing aggressively against her hand. Thankfully, he'd never have to worry about anything as dramatic as land ownership or world-famous billionaires coming into his life and mucking everything up. Granted, they did share the loss of their parents. God knew Chloe needed a companion just now. Carefully, she plucked the cub from her back, turning onto her back to stare up at his floundering paws. "Sold out today, as usual," she mused, taking in the muted colors of his paw pads. Might have been a bang-up day, if it weren't for Kensley. When Akma started to mewl, she lowered him to her chest, and he promptly curled up contentedly. Despite her foul mood, his presence made her feel a little better. She had tried for weeks to tell herself that he was wild, and that one day she'd have to let him go, but at that moment she was glad for his company. "What's going on with me, boy?" Chloe prided herself on being the type that didn't let people get under her skin. When she was a child, her parents' love had shielded her from any and all threats. As she grew older, however, most of the barbs that had passed over as a child began to hit their mark. First it was her heritage, and then her nature itself. Chloe didn't think she'd ever be an outgoing, attention seeker. It wasn't her style. That, and the fact that she lived on the edge of town, made people speculate. It had never bothered her overmuch. But today, on the way home, watching people point and whisper was a bit much. And all because of a certain corporate Kensley pain in the ass. If he wasn't so damn instigating, the man might actually be halfway alluring. Burying her face in Akma's fur, Chloe remembered the first time she'd ever seen him. She'd faced him with the shotgun, and somehow he still believed that he had the upper hand. How arrogant did you have to be to look down the barrel of a gun and still think you were winning? Extremely arrogant, or ridiculously brave. Exhaling hotly, Chloe stroked over Akma's downy head. Alistair Kensley certainly wasn't brave. And he was far too annoying to be anywhere near attractive. The only reason she was having these thoughts was because it had been far too long since she'd last been with a man. Chloe had never had very many boyfriends. She was far too picky, and when she did happen to like a man, they always wanted to settle down far too quickly for her tastes. She had never given much serious thought to whether or not she would have children, not when the deaths of her own parents still wounded her so deeply. When she was younger, she had always hoped that the right man would come along, and she would just know. Thankfully, years brought wisdom with them, and now she was more preoccupied with making her own living than sharing her life with someone else. Or at least, she had been. Despite everything she told herself, Alistair Kensley made her want things she hadn't in a very, very long time. Granted, she had never wanted to maul someone as badly as him, but she hadn't seen a man that triggered such a primal response within her either. It made absolutely no sense. If it weren't for the constant trekking around she did with her father, Chloe would be well poised for a slight breeze to blow her over. She barely topped 5 feet, if that. Alistair was a giant, and the idea intrigued her. She couldn't help it. Yes, she wanted him to bugger off back to wherever he came from. But she wouldn't mind if he scooped her up and took her to bed either. At the very notion, Chloe's cheeks flamed. What the hell was wrong with her? The man would very likely crush her before they got around to anything else. He might be a Kensley, but she'd seen his hands, they were as rough as any physical laborer's. With all his money, she could only imagine what he was doing to get calluses like that, or what they would feel like running over her bare skin unhindered. In her arms, Akma squawked quietly, making her jump. She hadn't realized that she'd been squeezing him against what little of her chest there was. With an apologetic sound, Chloe set him on the wooden floor. Frowning, she rose, running a hand through her dark hair in agitation. She needed to do something. The longer she sat around, the longer she was a victim of her own intrusive thoughts. Like hell, she'd allow Alistair Kensley to have any hold on her, even in her mind. Come on, boy. Let's find something for you to eat. For Chloe, sleep was elusive that night. Far from drifting off in about 10 minutes, as per her usual, she tossed and turned until 2 or 3 in the morning. By that point, even Akma was fed up with her restlessness, and hopped onto the floor to curl up on a discarded cardigan. Around 3:30, Chloe finally rose, irate and exhausted. She needed to get out. On the few occasions when Chloe couldn't quiet her mind, she could always count on a night walk to bring things back into perspective. Since her father died, she went on relatively few of them herself, as they reminded her of him poignantly. But tonight, she'd much rather treasure the memory of her father than squirm over the idea of what Kensley might do to her livelihood, property-oriented or otherwise. Careful not to wake Akma, she tiptoed around the foot of the bed to the locked chest there. Chloe always carried the key on a leather thong around her neck, and now she touched it briefly before tugging it over her head. The lock came undone soundlessly, and when Chloe opened the trunk, she was assaulted by the smell of home. Tanned doe skin, vanilla, tobacco, cinnamon, and lavender. Growing up, this chest held her father's possessions, but in her parents' absence, Chloe stored the things that reminded her of them. On the very top were her father's buckskin pants and vest, as well tended as if he might come home to them any day. Beneath the garments were a few of her mother's dresses, along with a journal she kept until Chloe was 14 years old. Inside, she always kept a few pressed lavender flowers. One of the many indulgences Chloe's father paid his bride was the lavender perfume he made her, season after season. It was a shame he hadn't passed the recipe to Chloe before his death. There were many more trinkets, CDs her mother liked to listen to, and a few pieces of silver jewelry Chloe's grandmother had given her, and at the very bottom, safe from the elements, was Chloe's own Apache garb. The mere sight of it was enough to make her smile. Her father's mother, the only grandparent she'd ever known, made it for her long before she was old enough to wear it. How the woman had known that her granddaughter would be relatively small was anyone's guess, but the dress fit Chloe perfectly the first time she put it on. It was as soft as silk despite being made of doe's hide, like her father's ceremonial clothing. The dress only had one shoulder, and was intricately embossed along the front with white, red, and blue beadwork. When Chloe lifted it from the trunk, its weight was warm and familiar in her hands. She admired the garment for a brief moment before slipping it on over her nude form. The moment she did, she felt herself begin to relax. She took a few deep breaths, centering herself, as her father once taught her to when she was an impatient child. She listened. Though Granbury was already a relatively quiet town, its inhabitants would tell you that, out on the edge of the forest, the quiet was almost eerie. But Chloe knew better. If she was absolutely quiet and stilled the own wanderings of her mind, the sound of the forest beyond was so expansive it consumed her. Even now, inside her house, she could hear the faint night calls of a great horned owl and the slithering of shyer things through the underbrush. She needed to be outside. Outside was always better. With a quick glance to make sure Akma was still asleep, she made her way to the backyard and slipped out into the night. It was clear outside, a waxing gibbous moon gleaming down into the clearing of her backyard to turn everything silver and mystic. In Chloe's mind, there was nothing more beautiful. Without another thought, she stepped from the back porch and headed for the dense cover of the forest. Right now, there was nothing she needed more than to forget what would happen when daylight returned.
Chapter 5.
Alistair had been through a great many trying ordeals in his life. As the son of the great Jackson Kensley, there had been no shortage of business dinners and parties he was expected to attend, particularly when sitting still and behaving was the least of his inclinations. But the afternoon he'd just spent with Martha Wynne might very well be worse than being forced to watch each of his brothers give speeches about how they wanted to make the world a better place in succession. He supposed that's what he got for his inclination to get laid, attracting the one woman in town whose affections he most certainly didn't want. Not only that, Mrs. Wynne didn't seem to care that the entire town was watching her try to pick him up. Just the memory was enough to make him cringe. Granbury was a town that was just small enough to see everything on offer in a few short days. Though he would never deny the town's charm, Alistair had gone to the market looking for a refreshing change of pace. Contrary to what she seemed to believe, he wasn't stalking the prickly subject of his current business. But he supposed he couldn't complain that they'd run into one another. Well, maybe that wasn't quite the way to describe it. He'd been scanning a stall of handmade soaps when the little hellion had popped up completely unexpectedly. While Chloe's friend was certainly cute, his intentions had been perfectly pure. Until Chloe herself appeared, that was. Everything went downhill from there. Alistair really couldn't help that she seemed to be everywhere that he was. You'd think he'd be prepared for it by this point. But no, the sight of her ready to claw his eyes out had once again driven him to the edge of his restraint in sheer want. Clearly, he was out of his mind. Any sane man would have taken a pilgrimage, a day or two away from Granbury to take the edge off somewhere word wouldn't get around. But here he was, getting nowhere. No business headway, and enough frustration to make him want to punch a hole through something. But he wasn't about to ruin a perfectly good hotel room. Instead, he merely stood in the too small shower of his bathroom, scalding hot water beating down on his back, as he contemplated what best to do with the persistent tension. The feeling wouldn't subside. Except for the hour or two that he'd spent in Martha Wynn's company, when it had lessened somewhat, he'd been unsettled since his encounter with Chloe at the market that evening. Groaning, he ran a hand through his hair, slicking the dark red strands back against his skull. Had he been a teenager, there would be no question as to what he should do. But he was almost 40 years old, and if he indulged his thoughts of a woman he would undoubtedly have to face again, he risked compromising his future composure. And a huge business deal. Hence his hesitation. Cursing lowly, Alistair merely reached for the shower knob to turn the water temperature down to frigid levels. 5 minutes later, not much had changed. He was still wet and extremely tense, but now he was freezing to boot. He stepped out of the shower, arranging his large frame the best he could in the small bathroom. The tiny towel provided barely covered his hips, and he was pretty sure that any woman who laid eyes on him at that particular moment would have been startled. Screw it. After a few seconds of indecision, Alistair flung the useless towel back into the shower before traipsing back into the bedroom. By the time he flopped down on the bed, he'd already allowed himself to start thinking of Chloe. Gosh, Chloe. The only two emotions he'd ever seen on her were fury and surprise, and both of them held his attention. After a lifetime of women being agreeable, the irony of Chloe Trellis was not lost on him. Here was a woman half his size, the first to stand up to him in recent memory. She'd even shot at him, for God's sake. While the violence in and of itself was less of a draw, the way that she always looked at him, with fire in those dark, lovely eyes, certainly held his attention. Alistair's fingers tightened on the coverlet. The mere thought of her touch was enough to make him sigh. Chloe's hands would be small in comparison to his, but he didn't doubt for a moment that they would feel intensely present. One movement had his head falling back against the coverlet as he sighed. Geez, it had been far too long since he'd allowed himself this moment. The sensation was already strong. There had to be something off in his brain. Chloe Trellis was his adversary, but all he could see were those full lips of hers, the way she refused to back down even against substantial odds. If things had been different, maybe they wouldn't be opposed. At that exact moment, Alistair couldn't think of anything he wanted to do more than to feel her near. The thought alone was enough to make him react. How would a woman like Chloe be if they were close? Would she be all fire and control? Or would she yield? Alistair just managed to suppress a sound as he pictured her close, those slender limbs near his. She was so delicate he'd have to be careful, go slow so he could observe her expression. By that point, Alistair had stopped thinking. His focus intensified. With all the challenges Chloe presented, it would be something to hear her acknowledge him. To express it. Alistair knew he was on edge, but he surprised even himself with the intensity of his reaction. He felt a rush as the tension released. His reaction seemed to last for a moment, and when he did come back to himself and the aftermath, he didn't want to move a muscle. He hadn't felt like that in at least a decade. Alistair allowed himself a moment of respite as his breathing slowed and his rational thought returned. As soon as it did, the awareness began to creep in. He just reacted to a woman he was supposed to be at odds with. The next time he faced her, he'd have to live with the fact that he'd imagined himself intimately close. He was reminded of how often his brother Lucas warned him against mixing business and personal feelings. Not that he had to speak to Alistair with anywhere near the frequency he spoke to Ethan, but Alistair had been tempted a time or two in his younger days. Considering that Lucas was more than a decade his junior, it made absolutely no sense that he was so insightful. When Alistair's phone buzzed, he reached for the box of tissues on the bedside table. It took him less than a minute to compose himself before he was draping the sheet. He paused for just a moment to clear his throat before he answered the phone. Hello? Alistair? How are things? I haven't heard from you. Immediately, he winced. First his father and now Vlad. Geez, wasn't Vlad supposed to be in California somewhere? Why was he worried about an acquisition in Texas? Do you know what time it is, Vlad? He sighed, sitting up. A single glance at the clock told him that it was close to midnight, well past his overbearing brother's bedtime. I assumed you'd still be up, working around the clock to get us that acquisition. Christ. Vlad would always be a workaholic. Well, I can't very well break down her door while she's sleeping, can I? His reply came out significantly drier than he'd intended, and he only hoped it was hint enough for his brother to let him get some sleep. Why would you break down her door? Are you having difficulties? Alistair groaned inwardly. Trust his mouth to get him into trouble. No. No difficulties. Just tired. He thanked whatever deity existed that Vlad wasn't here to interrogate him face to face. Somehow, he was incapable of lying to the younger man, especially when the pressure was on. You sure? Usually, I'd be getting a triumphant email from you by this point. You could never resist an opportunity to gloat. Alistair rolled his eyes. Is that any way to talk to your elder brother? Vladimir chose to ignore the barb, instead cutting back to the matter at hand. Just give it to me straight, Alistair. Is everything going smoothly? Alistair blew out a long breath. As smoothly as can be expected. I've only been here a few days, man. Despite the fact that he was older than Vlad, he was holding his breath as the future CEO of Kensley Enterprises absorbed his cryptic answer. Very well. Thank God. You'll get word to me as soon as you have their affirmative? Alistair could only imagine what Chloe's face might look like if she overheard such a bold assumption. She'd have Vlad's guts for garters. She was a woman that could stand toe-to-toe with his brother and come out unscathed. Not that they would ever meet. Of course. Any other pleasantries you want to discuss? How am I? Am I in good health? Dying perhaps? Alistair couldn't help but poke at him a little. Since they'd reached adulthood, Vlad had always put business before familial ties, at least that's what he'd like everyone to believe. You're well enough to be making flippant remarks. And if you were sick, I'm sure Ethan or Dad would know in short order. Vlad paused a moment before continuing. You're good at your job, Alice. I have every faith in you, as my brother and as acquisitions head. Alistair's eyes widened. Shite on a stick. Did you just pay me a compliment? Good night, Alistair. Only someone who knew Vladimir well enough would be able to detect the amusement underneath all that disdain. His brother really did care. Now all he had to do was achieve the impossible. The next morning merited another visit to the town diner, this time thankfully without Chloe's sudden appearance. Alistair decided to take his coffee to go and explore while Granbury was still mercifully quiet, away from the gawking stares of the town folk. By now, they all knew who he was, and the only one who treated him with any kind of normalcy at all was Marla, the bartender. Alistair supposed outright loathing wouldn't be considered normal in Chloe's case. He got about half an hour of strolling the streets before the fountains turned on, and people began to venture out into the streets on their way to work. Alistair decided that his contemplative morning would best be continued on a drive into the mountains he had so anticipated climbing. Usually, he wouldn't put leisure before work, but this was a special occasion. Climbing helped him think, and God knew he'd need all the brainpower he could wrangle. By 7:30, he was winding through back roads towards the nearest climbing center. He'd brought his own equipment, and a flash of his certification had him on some intermediate trails as the day began to warm. It was the kind of challenge he always savored, stretches of hiking interspersed with climbs up sheer rock faces that had his muscles burning and sweat stinging his eyes. As he exerted himself, Alistair let his body take over as his mind hummed. Chloe wouldn't be parted from her land. He barely knew her, and that much was clear. Be it her heritage or simple fierce protectiveness towards what was hers, there was no bribe that would get her to hand over the deed. Money meant nothing to her. He'd admire the attribute if it weren't currently kicking him in the ass. He'd have to find another way to appeal to her. For once, Alistair regretted that he didn't have the sheer magnetism of his brother Ethan. While he had his own brand of masculine allure, it seemed to work on every woman in town except Chloe. Which meant there was a very big possibility that he'd have to play dirty. The notion was enough to draw a grimace that had nothing to do with the sweat in his eyes. Alistair was very familiar with playing the rulebook to get a business deal through. When he did business with those who set certain tones, he never hesitated to use their own arrogance against them. But Chloe deserved better than that. Christ, what was he thinking? He owed her absolutely nothing. She'd pointed a gun at him and battered his pride not once but twice. If anything, she was the perfect candidate for slightly underhanded methods. But somehow, Alistair couldn't quite convince himself to take that route. Not yet. If that was his decision, things really would be over. He'd do his dirty work and wrap up things in Granbury in the next week. Somehow, he couldn't fathom leaving in quite such a rush. The scenery was far too appealing. And he didn't just mean the mountains. He'd been making his way up the mountain path for a good hour or so when he stopped, caught off guard by someone on the path in front of him. The ranger for this section of trail had told him he was the only one she'd seen all morning, so he found himself on his guard. At least for the few seconds, until he was close enough to see whom he'd stumbled upon. There were few times in his life that Alistair had been rendered utterly speechless, but this was certainly one of them. Chloe stood on the path not 20 feet in front of him, wearing something far more revealing than any garment he'd seen her in so far. The short suede-like dress was just barely lighter than the deep tan hue of her skin, and for a split second Alistair was almost convinced she was naked. But then he took in the ornate beading across the swell of her chest, and the way the single strap twisted over one slender shoulder. Her hair was wild, half over her shoulder and half down her back, pocked with leaves and tiny seeds from the pollinating trees. She was barefoot, her feet dusty from the trail, but she looked more at home than she had any time Alistair had seen her before. There was no doubt that she belonged here, far more so than he did. She was so ungodly beautiful that for a moment, Alistair half convinced himself he'd dreamed her up. Then he called her name. Chloe? Her gaze jerked upwards to meet his, and for almost a minute they stared at one another. Alistair could only imagine what he must look like. He was never farther from his perfect businessman image than when he was on a trail, shirtless, bathed in sweat and exhausted. He started to say her name, to close the distance between them, but Chloe was gone in a flash. Alistair was so startled that it took him a moment to dart after her. It was, he knew, sheer impulse that led him. Chloe was much quicker on her feet, especially once she left the path. Despite the fact that he was wearing hiking boots and she was barefoot, she easily outpaced him. At least at first. She had speed, and an innate grace when it came to moving through the trees, but Alistair had endurance. You didn't explore some of the most dangerous places on the planet without learning to beat the conditions that you were faced with. He had no idea how far they were off the path, but eventually he caught up with her in a clearing dappled with light and dry leaves. Chloe, wait. To his surprise, she turned to face him immediately, her expression somewhere between disbelief and skepticism. What? She took a moment to regain her breath before trying again. What are you doing here? Alistair opened his mouth to answer on impulse, and then decided against it. His impulses hadn't gotten him very far when it came to Chloe, and this was the first time she'd faced him without hatred or anger. He had caught her completely off guard. What are you doing here? He was careful to keep his tone neutral, rather than accusatory. Honestly, it wasn't terribly hard. He had to know what she was doing, walking around dressed as she was. It was like she'd leapt straight from one of his dreams into real life. I live here, she returned almost immediately. It's my land. Alistair might have argued, but he realized he had no idea how far they'd come off the hiking path. He might have been chasing Chloe for 5 minutes, or the better part of an hour, and it was completely true that the large expanse of land she owned butted back up against the mountains. But even if that were true, it had to be miles to her house. Had she come all the way out here on foot? She had to have been traveling half the night. This has to be at least 7 or 8 miles from your house. Are you out here alone? Instead of taking umbrage at his assumption, Chloe only eyed him quizzically. Shouldn't I be? I'd wager I know the area a hell of a lot better than you. She had a point. Alistair decided to try again. As of yet, she hadn't gone for his throat. That had to be a good sign. All right then. Can you at least tell me how to get back to the trail? At his question, she clearly hesitated. She would, Alistair knew, be completely within her rights to leave him here. It was obvious that she saw him as a threat, and they were far from friends. But somehow, he couldn't see her being quite so cold. For once, his intuition served him correctly. Without a word, Chloe walked past him back in the direction they'd come from. For only the second time since he'd known her, she passed within inches of him, and Alistair swallowed thickly at the warmth of her. She smelled like sweat, pine, and nature. Dear God, he wanted her. Never more so than exactly in that moment. But somehow, he managed to keep it together as he followed her back through the foliage. Alistair liked to think he'd done his fair share of trekking. He knew how to keep his tread light in dense forests and conserve energy for long hauls, but Chloe, she was something else entirely. She moved soundlessly through the underbrush, making paths where there weren't any, and blending into the trees almost seamlessly. Alistair was so preoccupied with watching her that he nearly tripped over his own feet a few times. Once he lost sight of her completely, pausing mid-step when he found she had disappeared. It took him a minute or two to spot her. About 10 yards ahead of him, perched 15 feet up in a fir tree. She was straddling a thick branch, completely unconcerned with how high her dress hiked up on muscular thighs, and Alistair had to stop himself from salivating. Christ, you're good at this. Chloe arched a brow in query. Good at what, exactly? Alistair waved a hand at their surroundings, lush forest for as far as the eye could see. I've done my fair share of nature excursions, but I've never seen anyone move like you. For a split second, Chloe's eyes gleamed with something akin to regret, before she slid down the tree trunk with the fluidity of a serpent. There used to be plenty of us around. She finally answered him. Not so much anymore. Well, shite. He hadn't meant to dredge up any unpleasantries. Alistair did his best to make amends. The entire mountain used to be Apache land, right? She seemed surprised that he knew. Used to be. Might be 100 of us left. Alistair didn't know very much about modern-day Native Americans, but he did know that their numbers counted for less than 3% of the entire American population. Chloe was a part of history, living and breathing before him. Do you talk to them? He asked, unable to help his curiosity. The others? Chloe immediately frowned, and he knew he'd chosen the wrong question. My father was my tie to my Apache roots. He died a while ago. With that, she strode off again, leaving him struggling to catch up. He remembered from the file he had on Chloe that she was only half Apache. Her mother had been a white school teacher. It was obvious, however, that her father's influence ran stronger than she was willing to admit. I'm sorry for your loss, he managed once she was in sight again. Are you? The accusation was surprisingly light, considering Chloe's habit of delivering biting remarks. You seem hell-bent on getting his land. This time, Alistair couldn't repress a groan. They'd been doing so well. For a moment, he'd almost forgotten that they were supposed to be at odds. Can we not talk about business for a second? It was the last thing that should have come out of his mouth, but there it was. Chloe merely scoffed, leaping nimbly over a downed tree trunk. Business is why you're here, isn't it? Business isn't why I'm on a bloody hiking trail, he growled defensively. I was hoping to get away from all of that for a while. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Chloe shot back. It's not my fault you stumbled onto my land. And it's not my fault you showed up on the trail looking like that. The accusation just slipped out. It was hot, the sun was high in the sky, and Alistair was more frustrated than he'd been in a long while. The woman had bewitched him. Couldn't they at least have a decent conversation? Like what? Chloe whirled on him almost immediately, eyes blazing dark fire. I belong here, Kensley. You don't. That mouth of hers was going to be the death of her. Alistair reached for her before he could stop himself, taking hold of her wrist to yank her close. Closer than she'd ever been before. He fully expected her to slap him, knee him in his woefully unprotected groin, or even spit in his face. The woman was a hellion, that was for sure, but he'd convinced himself that a moment of discomfort was worth it for the feel of her skin against his for a scant moment. To his complete shock, however, Chloe did no such thing. Instead, her eyes shot wide as she caught herself against his chest with her free hand. Her gaze darted up to his face, and their eyes locked for a moment that might have been an eternity. She was barely touching him, and Alistair could already feel his body responding. Geez, he might have been 20 years younger with his first crush on a woman. At that moment, he almost wished she would slap him. If he let her go, he might be freed from whatever spell she had over him. But Chloe only did the worst thing she possibly could, lowered that dark, penetrating gaze from his eyes to his mouth. Alistair couldn't have ignored that invitation, even if lightning struck. Without thinking, he bent to kiss her. She was like a rush of cool spring water in the heat. Despite the fact that her skin was warm, the woman herself was cool to the touch. The moment his mouth touched hers, her lips parted in a small sigh, and Alistair was drawn in. She felt the same way he did. Chloe was small, but she was strong. The moment his touch moved past her lips, her hands were reaching for his shoulders, holding him closer. She was soft. Soft and strong all at once, and responsive. Her teeth touched his bottom lip, so he sighed, holding her in his arms. He tried to tell himself that it had been a long time, that the only reason he was so drawn to her was because he hadn't felt this in a while. But even as the thought crossed his mind, Alistair knew he was mistaken. It was her. The way her fingernails touched his shoulders. That soft sound that left her when his touch moved across her lip. The way she moved closer to him, in an attempt to feel the connection. Alistair couldn't keep himself from wanting to be near her. His hand slid downward from the small of her back to her. When he held her, a soft sound reached his lips, and he wanted to be closer. His presence moved against her lower belly, but Chloe didn't seem to mind. Quite the contrary, in fact. Her own hands were moving along his back, feeling the way the muscle there moved as he held her closer. When her fingertips touched him, he couldn't help the low sound that rumbled up from his chest. It felt intense. His mouth left hers to touch her neck. She felt natural, and at that moment Alistair appreciated her. He touched the juncture of her neck and shoulder gently, and Chloe held him close. By this point, Alistair's hands had moved on their own. He had forgotten the heat of the day and the fact that they were in the open. He slid his hand along her inner thigh. Stop. All at once, Chloe stiffened in his arms, her hands pressing against his chest. Alistair focused and forced himself to raise his head to meet her gaze. Where before her eyes had been soft, now her expression was different. She looked from his expression to them, before moving away from him. Let me go. As strong as she was, her voice trembled over the words. Chloe, Alistair started, still feeling the intensity within him. He could calm down. They could talk. Just let me go. This time, fear colored the demand, and Alistair released her almost immediately. Chloe took several steps backward, tugging her dress down. Her gaze never leaving him, she began to shake her head. I can't believe this. I can't believe you. Alistair took a steadying breath. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that here. Here. Chloe burst incredulously. You shouldn't have done it anywhere. You think you can just seduce me, and I'll sign my land over to you? Damn. Alistair hadn't even been thinking about the damn business aspect of things. That's not. The path is half a mile that way. One of her fingers stabbed the air in the direction opposite them. The next time I catch you on my land, Kensley, I won't miss my mark. With those final words, she darted off through the trees like a frightened doe. Alistair lost sight of her within seconds. Raising his hands, Alistair gripped the back of his neck, managing about 30 seconds of silence, before letting loose with a long string of Gaelic curses that had the birds taking flight from nearby trees. What the hell was wrong with him? He must have lost his damn mind. He'd come out here to plot his next move and ended up self-sabotaging. How was he going to salvage this? Here he was in the middle of nowhere with a surge of desire, mad at himself, his lack of control, and how easily the situation had overwhelmed him. He should have played it cool. He shouldn't have followed her. And he definitely shouldn't have kissed her. But the time for decision-making had passed. Now Alistair knew what Chloe tasted like, and just how far up shit creek he really was. Usually, Chloe would greet Akma the moment she walked through the door, especially after being gone for so long. But now she ran past the mewling kitten on her doorstep and straight into her bathroom, where she gripped the sink so hard her wrists ached. Dear God. It had been at least 2 hours since she left him, and she could still feel his mouth on hers. Alistair Kensley was the last person Chloe expected to run into in the middle of the wilderness, but there he'd been, in the middle of a well-paved hiking trail. Chloe hardly noticed the time. She'd been out all night and then some, calming her tumultuous thoughts, and finally found peace. Or so she thought. Alistair Kensley, half naked in the woods, was about as far from peace as it was possible to be. Just remembering him made her face flame as she assessed herself in the mirror. What the hell was he wearing? A pair of shorts so minuscule she could see almost every muscle in those long, powerful legs of his. Absolutely nothing up top, which left that impossibly broad chest of his on display. Sweat-streaked, dirty, and sculpted like something out of the Renaissance period. The moment she'd seen him, her stomach had clenched so tightly she'd almost forgotten how to breathe. That, she convinced herself, wasn't Alistair Kensley. Not that mostly naked man who looked just as home among the trees as he did, in a blazer and slacks. There was no way that was the man who sought to ruin her livelihood. But it was. Was it any surprise at all that she'd taken off? Really, the surprise was that he'd caught her. The few times that Chloe went hiking with Alice, the younger woman assessed that the way she moved through the trees was impossible. While Alistair Kensley wasn't familiar with the property, he moved like he was. Chloe couldn't remember the last time she'd been so deeply affected by the sight of a man. He was out of breath, those deep blue eyes locked on her, and she looked every bit as if she'd been tromping through the woods for several hours. But when Alistair Kensley had accused her of looking a certain way, he obviously hadn't meant she was unappealing. Not if that kiss was any indication. Swallowing hard, Chloe met the stare of her own reflection as she touched her slightly affected lips. She couldn't ever remember being moved like that. Not even when she was younger, and her emotions had been heightened. Teenage encounters had never been like this, with intensity and purpose. As if he could influence her, and there was little she could do. The worst part was that Chloe didn't want to resist. Everywhere he touched, he ignited a feeling. Beneath her dress, she felt affected. A simple touch had her reacting. She supposed, on some level, she should acknowledge what had happened. When he had actually touched her, just a brief moment of contact, the feeling had been enough to bring her back to reality. They were in the middle of the woods, and he was affecting her. What's more, that single brief touch had almost been enough to overwhelm her. Chloe's eyes drifted shut as she took a long, shuddering breath. Slowly she felt herself, wincing when she found the evidence of just how deeply Alistair's touch had affected her. To her surprise, she found her vision blurring as a wave of emotion rolled over her. The man was manipulative. He was calculating, and she'd just let him influence her. Of course, he didn't really care for her. He wanted her land, and he had just shown her how far he was willing to go to get it. Wrapping her arms around herself, she moved backward until her spine hit the bathroom wall before sinking to the floor. Chloe couldn't even lie to herself. What Alistair did, the way he kissed her, it felt too good to be real. Why the hell did this have to happen now? A lifetime of little to no interest in men, and now, when she could least afford it, her latent libido reared its ugly head. And with a corporate lackey, of all people? She didn't want this. She had never wanted this. At that moment, Chloe had never felt so alone. She had never been a messy crier, and she wasn't now. The tears were silent and wet on her cheeks. She'd been on the bathroom floor for a full 10 minutes before she realized a certain needy feline was pawing at the door, mewling pitifully. Reaching forward, Chloe opened the door after a few tries, admitting the cougar cub. Almost immediately, he climbed into her lap, large eyes fixed on her damp face. When his claws caught on the beadwork of her dress, Chloe inhaled sharply, lifting him into her arms to avoid damaging the delicate embroidery. When Akma pressed his furry head against her cheek, the tears started anew. She was a mess. If she was honest with herself, Chloe hadn't been the same since Alistair Kensley showed up in Granbury. She'd always been strong, but this man, everything about him seemed to threaten her. What the hell was she supposed to do? Under normal circumstances, Chloe didn't drink. She'd never been able to hold her liquor very well, and the few latest nights she'd been out with Alice had ended in disaster. But after her run in the mountains with Alistair, she found herself craving a glass of wine. Perhaps even two. Of course, her entry into the town's only bar caused something of a stir. She hardly ever set foot in the place, and when she did, it was usually to deliver to Marla, the bartender. She was particularly fond of Chloe's vanilla cinnamon soaps. Today, when she made her way up to the bar to plop down in one of the seats, Marla met her with a raised brow. "As I live and breathe, are you ordering a drink, Miss Chloe?" Chloe merely nodded, hoping she didn't look as bad as she felt. "Do you have red wine?" Marla frowned for a moment, contemplating. "We do, but to be honest, that Merlot is shit. How about I make you something?" Chloe couldn't help but be less than enthusiastic. "I don't really drink, Marla. I don't want to end up flat on my face by the end of the night." But Marla was waving her off even before she finished speaking. "Of course not, honey. Do you think I'd get you dirty like that? I'll mix it with real light. Scout's honor." Of the main citizens in Granbury, Marla was among the few Chloe trusted. With a sigh, she nodded again, and Marla bustled off to make whatever concoction she deemed worthy. For the 2 minutes the older woman left her on her own, Chloe did her best to pretend she didn't notice the other patrons of the bar staring at her. It was something she was used to, but today the attention was particularly irksome. Thankfully, Marla returned before she did anything stupid. "Here you go, darling. Amaretto sour, with a tiny splash of amaretto." Chloe eyed the drink suspiciously for a moment, before taking a tentative sip. She was surprised to find it tasted of almonds, with the slightest hint of sourness. She didn't taste any alcohol at all. "It's good. I'm glad." Marla leaned over onto the bar, propping her chin up on her hands to face Chloe directly. "Now, are you going to tell me what's driven you to the bottle?" Chloe flushed a deep telling red, gulping down half the drink in one swallow. "I've just had a long day. I thought I'd take the edge off." Marla's brow went up again. "Sweetheart, it's 3 in the afternoon on a Wednesday. And you're a bad liar." If anything, Chloe blushed even darker, choosing to focus on the amber liquid in the glass before her. When a minute passed without her reply, Marla simply sighed, reaching up to pull a beer glass from the shelf above her and wipe it absently. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. God knows, half the drinkers in this town tell me too damn much. But you know who can hold his liquor like a champ? The rich kid Al." Chloe immediately stiffened. The last time she checked, the few moneyed people in Granbury weren't children. Marla could only be talking about their resident star, and the bane of Chloe's existence. "Who?" she tried. In hindsight, it was probably the feigned innocence of the question that gave her away. "Kensley," Marla replied without missing a beat, rubbing at a stubborn water stain. "Tall, good-looking guy. Funny accent. Got an eye on your land, not like I need to tell you any of this." Her gaze fell to the younger woman in accusation. "Word around town is you two don't get along so well. Should we?" Chloe returned defensively. All he wants is to take what's mine. What was my family's? And what the hell is he going to do to it? Dig it up? Pump it dry? Ruin it? She took a steadying breath before draining the last of her drink. Slow down there, Tex. Marla took her glass to refill it nonetheless. Do you even know what his plans are? Don't care. The words left Chloe automatically, but the query had somehow created a niggling voice of doubt in the back of her mind. Why did a company as large as Kensley Enterprises want her land in the middle of nowhere, Texas? He's not getting it. Well, if your mind's made up, it won't be long before he gets the picture, I suppose. Marla placed a fresh drink in front of her, covering her mouth with her hand before Chloe could grab it in her desperation. Slower this time. Chloe merely glared at her. Kensley's not leaving until he gets what he wants. With a sigh, Marla relented, allowing Chloe to start on her second drink. What can he do if you don't want to sell? Oh, he's underhanded, Chloe returned, her eyes narrowing. He'd do anything, anything. Unbidden, that morning flashed through her mind for the 100th time in the past few hours. The way he'd grabbed her, dragged her forward, and slanted his mouth over hers like he owned her. The way his hands had roved her body with startling familiarity. How she'd turned to putty in his arms. You make him sound like a monster. Chloe was snapped from her reverie when Marla chuckled. Chuckled. He is. She insisted. How dare he come here and think he can just buy whatever he wants? Just because he's rich, famous, attractive, and handsy. Handsy? Marla suddenly stopped cleaning her glass to eye Chloe with no small amount of interest. What do you mean, handsy? Chloe's mouth snapped shut in mortification. Shit. She certainly hadn't meant to say that. She didn't know what she'd do if anyone in town found out Alistair had manhandled here. She'd never be able to live it down. Well, have you seen him with Martha Wynne? At that, Marla burst into a full-on cackle, shaking her head in disbelief. Seen him? Martha's been sniffing after Kensley like a cat in heat. He's constantly trying to escape her. For some reason, the knowledge filled Chloe with an incredible sense of relief. The only time she'd seen Alistair with Martha was that day at the market, and they'd been chummy enough then to make her stomach turn. The idea that Alistair was only pretending to be interested in her. No way Kensley's stupid enough to play into Martha's clutches. Marla poured a beer for another customer, still chuckling. No, I think he's got his sights set somewhere else. Where? The demand burst from Chloe before she could stop it, and Marla actually stopped with her beer half full. Chloe Sanook Trellis, I don't believe I've ever seen that expression on your face before. Even though her stomach sank, Chloe did her best to feign innocence. What expression is that? She was beginning to feel a bit lightheaded, which she assumed meant the alcohol was doing its work. She felt much more confident in her bluffing skills than she had 20 minutes ago. Jealousy. Marla deadpan, resuming her pour. Chloe was just tipsy enough to leap up from the barstool in her own defense. Why the hell would I be jealous? Thankfully, she was nowhere near drunk enough to raise her voice and make a scene. The sooner Kensley's interested in someone else, the sooner I don't have to deal with him anymore. And if the person he's interested in is you? For a long moment, Chloe merely stared at Marla as if she hadn't heard her correctly. There was some small part of her for which what Marla said was obvious. After all, the way he'd kissed her was far from tentative or exploratory, almost as if he'd been planning it from the very beginning. But admitting something so far-fetched, Chloe didn't know if she could do it. Alistair didn't want her. How could he? He barely knew her. All she'd done was threaten and insult him. That said, Chloe couldn't think of anyone else who'd seen her in the forest like he had. She went there to be alone, that was the damn point. How was it fair that the one person who wanted to take the most advantage of her got to see her at her most vulnerable? Looks like about 1,000 things are running through that pretty head of yours, honey. At Marla's statement, Chloe snapped back to the present, glaring at the bartender warily. She might be just drunk enough for this line of questioning, but that didn't mean she felt like spilling her guts. As much as she respected Marla, they were still far from close. "We're not having this conversation, Marla. Aren't we?" The bartender grinned cheekily. "I thought it was going pretty damn well." Blowing out a long breath, Chloe prepared to lay down the law. She knew herself, and she knew she would do anything short of self-harm to keep her land. Alistair Kensley knew nothing about her, and the detail that he'd kissed her, regardless of that fact, was all she needed to know. "He doesn't like me, Marla. The man came here for one thing, and he's not getting it, no matter how much he tries to sweet-talk or seduce me. I'm not falling for it. All anyone ever wants is to take away what's mine, and I'm tired of it." Chloe was shocked even when tears sprang to her eyes. The entire bar had gone silent to observe her little outburst, but embarrassment came secondary. When Chloe tried to inhale, her breath hitched and her eyes slid closed. She was gripping the edge of the bar so hard the polished wood cut into her palms. What the hell was wrong with her? Letting herself go in the safety of her own house was one thing, but here, in front of half the people in Granbury? Without a word, she fled from the bar and into the cooling evening air to lean against the side of the building. To her merit, the tears didn't come anywhere as fast and wild as they had hours ago, but they were present all the same. Geez, how did it always come back to this? After a lifetime of swearing that she wouldn't play the victim, Chloe found she tended to fall into this trap again and again. She'd sequestered herself in her youth because she was different from other children. When she'd lost her parents, she forced herself to be strong even as she fell apart inside. And now, Kensley had to come and test her again. Just how many times was she going to have to prove that she was allowed a place in this world too? She stood outside on the mostly deserted street, her gaze shielded as she stared up at the unusually bright moon. It was nothing special to see the moon before the sun went down, but just now she could see it hanging huge while the sun was still bright in the sky. She remembered a few precious days like this, from when she barely reached her father's waist. He liked to tell her that when the moon and sun were out at the same time, it meant they were fighting for control of the sky. The sun, he promised her, can only win until the time comes for her to sleep, just like you must sleep when I tell you to, Hale. It was a cheap bid to get her to adhere to a bedtime, but Chloe had been hooked on the stories all the same. Now, they were one of the only things she had left of the only man who would ever truly love her. "Chloe?" She looked over to see Alice approaching the bar, her expression worried. "You all right?" "Marla called me. She said you left upset." That was a dirty trick, but Chloe couldn't say that she was upset to see Alice. As the younger woman drew nearer, her eyes widened. "Your eyes are red. Chloe, what happened?" She might have told her that it was Kensley's fault, that he'd all but assaulted her in her own space and made her feel things she didn't want to feel. But Alistair Kensley, Chloe knew, was not the only problem here. Sighing, she ran a hand through her hair. "Can you give me a ride home? I've been drinking."
Chapter 6.
Alistair liked to think that he'd prepared for all eventualities. That was, of course, the main reason he'd given in his impulses and made an emergency call. However, standing outside Chloe's house by himself was one thing. With his brother Ethan, it was an entirely different story. "I still can't believe you." Ethan leaned against the side of the car, staring down the drive at the small cabin at the edge of the forest. Thankfully, Chloe didn't seem to know they'd arrived yet. If she did, there was no way Ethan would still be busting his balls. "When have you ever called for help?" "I needed an extra head," Alistair growled, his gaze fixed on the dark windows of the cabin. His stomach was tight, with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. When he called Ethan, he had perhaps let his frazzled emotions get the better of him, painting Chloe as a nearly insurmountable obstacle in an effort to get his brother down to Granbury. Now, in the light of day, he was willing to admit to himself that half of that bluster came from an unwillingness to admit the physical tension between them. He was frustrated as hell, and if he couldn't deal with the problem head-on, he hoped that Ethan, with his smooth-talking ways, might provide at least some modicum of mediation. Assuming, however, that Chloe didn't kill them both. Is there anything we're waiting for in particular? Ethan eyed his brother with no small amount of amusement. Alistair insisted on getting him up at the ass crack of dawn, the morning after he arrived, to handle this. He could only imagine what force had to exist to make the oldest of the Kensleys quake in his shoes. He'd seen Chloe's profile, and while she certainly looked obstinate, he hadn't thought she'd be anything Alistair couldn't deal with. "We don't want to take her by surprise," Alistair provided, his gaze darting about the yard. He half hoped that a cougar cub of hers would appear. Then, maybe, she'd be alerted to their presence without having time to really prepare. Last time didn't go so great. "You mentioned that," Ethan returned dryly, "but you want to give me some specifics now that I've come 1,000 damn miles?" As if in answer to his question, the door to Chloe's cabin suddenly burst open. Alistair immediately stiffened as the cougar cub, Okra something or the other, tumbled into the early morning light. Alistair knew that wherever he was, his mistress wasn't far behind. Of course, there was a part of him that was prepared to see the gleaming barrel of the shotgun she held. He had hoped that it wasn't needed, considering the intimacy they'd shared, however unintentional. But if there was one thing he knew about Chloe, it was that she tended to keep promises when she made them. And she'd promised not to miss the next time she shot at him. "Kensley." Her bellow echoed over the yard as she stepped onto the front walk, and Alistair flinched slightly. Ethan, however, merely stood, staring at the minute woman before them with his jaw slack. "Like I said," Alistair provided lightly. "Not so great. She looked like a damn avenging angel in the early morning sunlight. Unlike the previous time she'd pointed a gun at him, Chloe looked as if she had just rolled out of bed. She was wrapped in a terry cloth robe that dipped low over her breasts and hiked high on her thighs, hardly something one should wear outside the bathroom. Not that Alistair could complain with all that gorgeous chestnut skin on display. Her hair fell down her back in tangled waves, and her eyes were red, making him wonder if she'd had any sleep at all the previous night. She stepped off her porch, cocking the shotgun she held, and Ethan proceeded to choke on his own saliva. "What the hell did I tell you, Kensley?" "Hold on a second, Chloe." Alistair stepped forward, instinctively shielding his younger brother with his body. "We just want to talk." He expected she might take a stand on the front porch, or even fire a warning shot in their general direction. Instead, however, Chloe merely stomped down the dusty front walk in their direction, gun still held high. Ethan's eyes dropped to Akma, who ambled after her, and a strangled sound of shock escaped him. "Is that a cougar?" Before Alistair could answer him, he found himself confronted by the woman of the hour. For a moment, he was totally convinced that Chloe meant to strike him with the barrel of the gun. But then all at once, she tossed the gun aside to stomp right up to him, stopping scant inches from his immense form. "What the hell do you want from me?" To anyone who didn't know the rapport between them, it would probably have looked like Chloe had lost her mind. She was both wild and beautiful, and looked fit to wring his neck. If Ethan hadn't been there, Alistair might have been sorely tempted to meet all that fire with a little heat of his own, but with his brother watching, he had to prove that he had the business side of this well in hand. Or at least as in hand as possible, considering the intensity of the moment. "Chloe." Alistair met her dark, furious gaze, and was surprised at what he saw there. There wasn't just anger. Beyond that, there was something that looked almost like desperation, along with a raw yearning that made his heart stutter in his chest. He took a deep breath to steady himself. Regardless of the fact that there was murder in her eyes, he wanted nothing more than to take her in his arms and calm her. To show her that he wasn't the ruthless businessman she assumed. But he could do none of that. "Please, let's just have a civilized discussion." The words left him slowly, carefully. Alistair found himself equally cautious and reluctant. He'd never seen Chloe like this before, and knew that business at this juncture was a bad move. But what other choice did he have? "I've brought my brother Ethan. He's head of the financial sector." He's authorized to speak on behalf of. She slapped him. It was the first time Alistair had ever been struck by a woman, and considering Chloe's size, he hadn't expected it to hurt much. It was the umpteenth time he'd underestimated the diminutive female. Chloe's slap was more like a punch, and he felt his eye swell almost instantly in response. "Geez," Ethan exclaimed, both in shock at the woman's violence and at the cougar cub yowling somewhere near their feet. "Miss Trellis, please calm down." "Sanook Trellis." Chloe spat, glaring at Ethan for a scant moment before she turned her gaze back to Alistair. This time, instead of fury, he saw moisture pricking the corners of her eyes. Horrified, he opened his mouth to apologize, though for what he wasn't quite sure. "What are you doing to me?" Chloe cut him off with a question, barely a hint above a whisper. For a moment, the pain in her gaze was so great that Alistair nearly ruined himself by taking her into his embrace. But then she was gone, snatching Akma from where he clawed at Ethan's ankles to rush back into her house. When the door slammed firmly behind her, silence reigned once more. Alistair reached up to touch the swelling skin under his eye gently. "Damn that woman." When he glanced over at Ethan, his brother was still staring at the shotgun Chloe left on the ground, not 4 feet from them. The shorter man raised his head to stare at Alistair, his eyes wide. "What the heck, Alistair?" It was a rather dismal evening, to be sure. Of course, Alistair was always glad for a chance to spend time with his brother, even if Ethan's ribbing saw no end, but the fact that they were both stumped when it came to Chloe's particular case meant that they were in Marla's bar for hours, bouncing ideas off one another over beers and, eventually, whiskey. 2 of Kensley Enterprises' greatest minds were working on the issue, and they couldn't come up with any options that wouldn't compromise the land or Chloe herself. Unsurprisingly, Ethan was biased. The 5-minute introduction he had to Chloe was rather rash, and when Alistair drunkenly suggested that the only way to get what they wanted was to be crafty, the man jumped at the idea. But just as quickly, Alistair backpedaled. It was so easy to get his lines crossed where Chloe was concerned. She confused him like no other woman ever had. Mind you, there was a part of her that was explosive and unpredictable, but that wasn't what intrigued him. It was what she was hiding underneath all that, a vulnerable, soft part of her that drew him in like a moth to a flame. He was an idiot. At least that's what Alistair tried to tell himself as he stared up at the ceiling, chasing sleep restlessly. Chloe and her issues were none of his business. He'd come to speak with her about acquiring her land for the company, nothing more or less. Instead, he'd gotten wrapped up in a woman he barely knew. And for what? His brother thought him halfway insane, and Alistair knew that by this point, even his father had to question his efficacy. As Vlad mentioned, he couldn't ever resist a boast, and he'd never missed his mark. At least not yet. Unless he was willing to resort to connivery, Chloe's land seemed further and further from him every passing day. Normally, the very prospect would irk the hell out of him. But in this case, Alistair's discomfort had little to do with the business end of things. He wanted to talk to her. Needed to, and the land and whatever business proceedings that came with it could screw themselves. He wanted to know why she kept to herself, why she lived on the edge of town and chose to company of wildcats over people, why everyone in town whispered and pointed as she passed, why she had kissed him with such passion and demanded what he wanted from her when he didn't know himself. Geez, he was 7 ways to Sunday. A quick glance at the clock on his bedside table proclaimed it close to 2 in the morning. Alistair had just enough of a buzz left to propel him from bed and into a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. When he left his hotel room, a low light at the end of the hall told him Ethan was still up. If he had any idea where Alistair was going, he'd never hear the end of it. In that moment, however, his brother's judgment mattered little. Despite the sweltering temperatures during the day, Granbury was relatively cool once the sun went down. Alistair's car was one of the few in the almost deserted parking lot, the windshield covered with dew from the humidity. He hesitated for only a moment before climbing in and starting the engine. By this point, the drive to Chloe's was a familiar one. He knew the winding roads by heart, and after half an hour he'd arrived in front of her cabin. The place had an entirely different feel at night. At high noon, the land and the cabin it hosted were idyllic, but in the moonlight they were ethereal. A silvery glow reflected from the slatted aluminum tiles that covered the cabin roof, and the grass and flowers in the front yard drooped heavy with moisture. It was no wonder Chloe loved this place so much. There was something magic about it, and in that moment, Alistair only hoped he could have a little of that magic for himself. He'd need it if he was going to have any kind of proper discussion with the woman who haunted his every waking moment. When he was able to step onto the porch without getting a shotgun blast to the chest, he breathed a sigh of relief. By all accounts, Chloe should be asleep. That being said, waking her probably wasn't the best policy. Alistair took a deep breath before raising his hand to knock, and then he paused. Her front door was open. Just the scantest crack, but enough for anyone close enough to notice. His gaze narrowing, he pushed the door open soundlessly. Had someone broken into her house? Was she in danger? The notion was enough to make his stomach twist painfully. Inside the cabin, however, nothing seemed particularly out of place. Though Alistair immediately felt as if he were trespassing, he couldn't help but want to look everywhere at once. This was Chloe's private space, and he could only wonder how many people had seen her inner sanctum. The cabin was spotlessly clean, with a number of herbs and materials hung from hooks on several walls. The polished oak floors gleamed in the moonlight, and the dwelling smelled like pine with a hint of lavender. Leaving would be the right thing to do. He didn't belong here. But if Chloe was in trouble, Alistair's mind formed the excuse, and he headed deeper into the cabin before he could stop himself. The layout was small but efficient, not unlike his own cabin back in the Bear Mountains. A corner kitchen with an amalgamation of pots and pans hung from the ceiling, a long hallway with 2 doors leading to what he presumed were bedrooms, and a scrupulously tidy bathroom. It was in said bathroom that Alistair found a familiar face. The little cougar cub was passed out on a large pillow, purring lowly in his sleep. Alistair couldn't imagine the little guy would still be snoring if his mistress was in any kind of trouble, so he felt himself relax somewhat, even as his curiosity grew stronger. Careful not to wake the cub, he turned on his heel to head back to the main room. The TV was covered in dust, but that didn't much surprise him. Chloe didn't occur to him as the type to turn on the TV much. Everything else in the room, however, seemed to be well used. A worn blue couch covered in hand-knitted blankets, several wood carvings of figures he didn't recognize, and a bevy of pictures on the walls. Alistair stepped up to them, unabashedly. He was usually the first person to accuse someone of butting into a business where they had no right. But he was so hungry for knowledge about Chloe that he acted impulsively. The pictures he soon found were a catalogue of Chloe's life, one beyond her scowling face in the profile he'd been provided with. In many of the images, there was a small, dark-skinned child missing her 2 front teeth, as she clung to a man at least 3 times her size. If he was her father, Alistair could see where Chloe had gotten her intense demeanor. He was almost as large as Alistair himself, and stared back from each picture with the same expression, dark eyes challenging the photographer. That said, it was obvious how close he and his daughter were. In every picture of them together, Chloe held his hand tightly, from the early stages of toddlerhood right up until she was a teen who looked like a carbon copy of her father. And her mother, that was where her size came from. The woman was minuscule compared to her husband, but her smile lit up each and every frame she gazed from. She was just as fair as Chloe, and her father were dark, and in the few pictures of the 3 of them together, she gazed at her husband with such stark admiration that Alistair's breath caught. They had loved one another deeply, and they loved Chloe. So what happened to them? When the floor creaked, Alistair jumped, turning quickly towards the door. And froze. Chloe stood there, staring at him. She was wearing the same dress she had in the woods a few days prior, and it clung to her curves like a second skin. Despite the fact that he knew he'd been caught snooping, Alistair was rendered momentarily speechless. She was so damn beautiful she took his breath away. When her mouth turned downward into a furious scowl, however, he acted quickly. Chloe, wait. Please. I'm sorry. He tried to think of a good excuse about why he'd entered her house and found he was grasping at straws, so he told the truth. Your door was open when I came, and I was worried about you. I only intended to check that things were all right. I didn't plan on snooping. There was rampant skepticism in her dark gaze, but before she could run for her shotgun, Alistair continued. Just listen to me for a moment, all right? Please? Why the hell would I be out here at 2 a.m. on a business call? Because you're willing to do anything to get what you want, Chloe fired back, her voice soft and slightly unsteady. You were in the woods. Alistair threw his hands up in frustration. Christ, he was tired of her implying that the bloody kiss had been about manipulation. At the time, her land couldn't have been further from his mind. He wanted her, just like he wanted her now. And it wasn't just that gorgeous body of hers wrapped in doe skin. Geez, woman, that had nothing to do with your bloody land, he growled, taking a firm step towards her. I touched you because I wanted to touch you. More than I've wanted any woman in a hell of a long time. Chloe's hand rose to her throat in shock, as some of the fire in her gaze faded. She did, however, take a single step backward for the one he advanced. You're lying. Why the hell would I lie? He demanded. You're wild and gorgeous. I may be a Kensley, but I'm not made of stone. Any man with eyes would be drawn to you. Slowly, Chloe shook her head. No. No. I'm alone. I have to be alone. Her words made his eyes widen in shock. What the hell do you mean? When she took another step backward, a frustrated sound tore up from Alistair's throat. Don't run from me, damn it. Talk to me. I just want to talk to you. Any other woman might have run for the hills. Despite the purity of his intentions, the fact stood that Alistair was a behemoth of a man, growling demands of Chloe on her own property. But the diminutive woman merely took a deep, steadying breath. I won't talk about selling the land. Not now, not ever. The hell with the land. Alistair had never meant a statement more than he did in that moment. I want to know about you, just you. The woman I kissed. She hesitated, and for a moment, Alistair was sure that his last, most ardent attempt at breaking through her outer shell had failed. And then she looked up to meet his gaze. And the sorrow there broke his heart. Come with me. Alistair Kensley was in her house. His car gleamed in the low light underneath a towering oak when she returned from her night walk, but Chloe couldn't even bring herself to be angry. Instead, that desolate feeling that assaulted her far too often lately began spreading through her stomach. Why? Why did it have to be him? He wanted to steal her family legacy from her, and still, the mere memory of him kissing her was enough to make her knees go weak. There was much in her life that hadn't been fair, but this had to take the cake. When she pushed her front door open, she expected to see the man rifling through her possessions and tearing away at her privacy. Instead, she merely found him staring at the family photos she hung on the wall over her disused TV. The sight was enough to make her chest clench. As much as she missed her parents, as much as their memory pained her, Chloe couldn't often bring herself to look at those photos, not even when she was cleaning them. They were reminders of a happier time with the people she had loved more than anyone. She was coming to think that she would never feel the comfort she had known with her parents again. There it was again, the desolation, defensiveness, anger that came naturally in their wake. But the man deflated her ego with surprising efficiency. He insisted that this wasn't about business, but business was the reason he'd come here in the first place. She refused to believe a single word he said, until he started talking about kissing her. Chloe found herself transfixed by his expression. The way his gaze never broke hers, the intense hunger in his gaze. She didn't know if she should flee from him, or run into his arms. All Chloe knew was that no man had ever looked at her the way Alistair Kensley did. But this was insane. She was leading him from her house, and towards the edge of the forest before she could stop herself, letting down her guard in front of the one person who could best destroy her. But somehow it felt right. Her desolation began to abate, even if she didn't quite know why. Chloe glanced over her shoulder to find that Alistair followed her, without a single word, off her front porch and into the trees without the slightest beat of hesitation. In the past 10 years or so, leading people through the woods on her land had become part of the way Chloe made her money. Thanks to her father, no one knew the land at the foot of the mountains better than she did. But she had never taken anyone at night. God knew that during the day, they were jumpy enough. Her patrons asked about bears and coyotes, and God knew what else. These were people who probably only left the couches once in a blue moon. They would never understand what it was like to feel at peace among the trees. But Alistair was different. Chloe knew that from the moment she found him up in the mountains. Then he'd been bare-chested and sweaty, trekking over the trails like he owned them. Now he moved after her through the trees with the same dexterity that had startled her the first time she saw him in the woods. He followed her footfall effortlessly and barely lost his breath. They came from two different worlds, but were the circumstances different, Chloe could see Alistair belonging here as much as she did. He didn't ask her where they were going. Instead, the mammoth man merely kept pace behind her, his shadow covering hers. There was something about his presence that both unnerved and bolstered her, made her feel overwhelmingly safe and anxious all at once. But she couldn't run from it anymore. Not where they were going. Chloe had decided to repay truth with truth. Those admissions of Alistair's, the way he spoke of kissing and wanting her, they were the truth. The lustful tone of his voice and the predatory gleam in his eyes were nothing but raw revelation. Tonight may not be about business, but there was no way on earth he would still want her if he knew her shame. It took about an hour to make their way to the small clearing in the woods where her parents had been laid to rest. The day they were put in the ground was burned forever into Chloe's memory. The only people present at the ceremony were an Apache chieftain from a neighboring tribe, Alice and her parents, and Chloe herself. She hadn't wanted anyone else to come. She knew that their grief would just be a show put on for a girl no one in town really cared for. She planted lavender on her mother's grave, and the lush purple flowers reflected the moonlight's glow. At the sight of the two small stone plaques set into the ground, Alistair paused at the edge of the clearing. Chloe turned to answer his unasked questions. "I'm sure you wondered where they were." There was another moment's hesitation before he followed her into the clearing. Chloe wasted no time in settling at the edge of her parents' graves, smoothing her hands over the rough stone in a vain attempt at comfort. None came. What happened? Chloe didn't have to look up to know he stood over her. She hung her head, both frustrated and relieved, when the tears came. Sometimes it hurt too much to cry. "I killed them." She expected horror and outrage. Instead, Alistair expelled a long breath before giving his response. "May I sit?" Chloe looked up at him in surprise at the inquiry. He was supposed to be a corporate brute. Corporate brutes didn't ask permission before sitting down. Slowly she nodded. Alistair folded his long legs beneath him to sit next to her. When he did so, their thighs almost touched and Chloe's breath caught. He was warm. "Chloe." She found herself transfixed by the deep blue of his eyes and his oddly calm expression. "You didn't kill your parents." His words made her flinch. "How do you know?" "You don't know anything about me." Despite her defensive tone, Alistair never raised his voice. "That's where you're wrong. Despite that tough air you project, you're kind. Too kind to ever harm anyone. You couldn't possibly. I've seen how you are with that cougar cub of yours. And Alice. Isn't that her name? Your friend? You work longer hours than her at your stall, make her go home early. And according to Marla, you're the only one in town who'll talk to Pete when he's in his cups. I find it hard to believe that anyone like that would be violent towards someone she loved." Any protest Chloe might have had died on the tip of her tongue. She wanted to be mad at Marla for revealing her secrets, at Alistair for watching her when she was with one of her closest friends. But she couldn't. When was the last time someone told her she was kind? Not crazy, kooky, or strange, but genuinely kind? You don't understand. Chloe wiped at the tracks of moisture on her cheeks stiffly. It's my fault. I always wanted them to protect me, to believe I was just like everyone else. Alistair said nothing, merely waiting for her to continue. Chloe's story spilled from her in a flood. I always wanted to be just like my father. He instilled in me how different we were, how it was nothing to be ashamed of, even if other children teased me, and adults assumed I was bad news. Granbury never truly accepted him, but he carved out a space for us. My mother and I adored him. When Alistair's arm came around her shoulders, far from trying to escape, Chloe pressed into his warmth. She needed something to steady her. My parents always taught me it was my Apache blood that made me special, no matter how many difficulties I encountered for it. She could remember each and every lecture her father had ever given her. Chloe came home from school crying on several occasions, convinced that the last thing she wanted was to be different. Within minutes, her parents would reassure her that the best thing to be was herself. She was strong, capable, and intelligent. No one could take that away from her. Gosh, she missed them. My senior year in high school, we had to do a final project in front of the entire senior class. We were all assigned different nights, and we were supposed to do presentations in the auditorium. Parents were welcome to come as well. It's a rite of passage in Granbury. The night I was meant to present, the weather was awful. A real southern torrent. I knew my parents would come late after Mom finished work, but I didn't want them out there. The weather can turn deadly down here in a minute. I've watched it happen more times than I can count. As much as I wanted them to see my presentation, I didn't want them on the roads, but Dad was adamant. He said he'd miss the day I proclaimed my pride for my heritage, when he was dead and buried. Chloe's breath hitched at the sick irony of those words. Him and Mom, they braved that damn weather because they were set on seeing me announce how proud I was to be Apache on the stage. I wanted it for me and them. But I was selfish. Chloe forced herself to continue. They should have stayed home. No one should have been out in that weather. The sheriff said it was quick, that the road was slick, and the wind was strong enough to push them over the edge. A sob caught the words in her throat. If it hadn't been for that damn project, if she hadn't had to prove to everyone something she should have known from the very beginning. But now she was alone. Her parents were long gone, and Chloe still found herself trying to prove her worth every day. To Alistair's merit, for a good long while he said nothing at all. He merely held her as she pressed her face into the breadth of his chest, and cried until she was completely and utterly empty. Until that moment, Chloe refused to ever let herself cry in front of anyone. Lord knew people searched enough for her weaknesses as things were. And now, she poured her heart out to the one man who could use the information against her. For all she knew, Alistair could turn tail and leave her in a crying heap in the middle of the forest. It wouldn't be the first time a man disappointed her. Once she finally fell silent, however, he spoke. Chloe, you're a strong woman. Smart, independent, and brave. Of all the people in the world, you should know better than anyone that your parents' deaths weren't your fault. When she opened her mouth to protest, Alistair cut her off with 2 fingers over her lips, his gaze fierce. You aren't selfish. You weren't then, and you never will be. If I could count how many stupid affairs my parents insisted on going to while I was growing up. Christ. Dinners, award shows, and social affairs, it was shite really. What you did, that's important. Of course, they wanted to see it. They wanted to watch you come into your own, to own who you are. Reaching down, he cupped her face in a large hand, stroking over her wet cheek with the pat of a thumb. If they could see you now, how you fight for your birthright, how you refuse to give a shit what anyone thinks of you, they'd be bloody proud. I know it impresses the hell out of me. Impressed him? Geez, she'd threatened to kill him on more than one occasion. Why the hell should anything about her impress a man who had everything. I care more than I should, she finally rebutted, lowering her head in shame. And I can't even look at their pictures. All I feel is guilt. The Chloe I know doesn't seem the type to be the prime guest at her own pity party. Chloe's head jerked upward in shock. Before she could let her tongue-lashing fly, however, Alistair continued firmly. You're one of the bravest women I've ever met, Aisling. Your parents know it, you know it, and despite their insular pig-headedness, everyone in Granbury knows it too. Chloe swallowed thickly. She wouldn't cry again. She couldn't. There'd been enough of that, already. Instead, she changed the subject as best she could. What's an Aisling? Her tongue stumbled over the unfamiliar syllables, and for the first time that evening, Alistair smiled. If I tell you, you'll never let me live it down. If that didn't pique her interest, nothing would. Reaching up, she grabbed the collar of his t-shirt in a demanding gesture in complete opposition to her demure size. Tell me. The deep chuckle that rumbled from Alistair's chest heated her in places she thought she'd forgotten. It means vision. Something like a dream or apparition. He reached down to tip her chin up gently. God knows you've been all I can dream of lately. Chloe felt her cheeks burning in a mixture of embarrassment and shocking sudden need. She was suddenly aware of just how close they were. She let Alistair see her at her most vulnerable, and he hadn't left her. He knew her deepest, darkest secret, and somehow he was still looking at her with something akin to admiration. Alistair, She swallowed thickly as her brain ran wild. She couldn't let him kiss her again. If she did, she would lose herself. This time, she wouldn't have the wherewithal to stop him. We should get back. If she thought the excuse would save her, she should have known better. After all, this was a businessman she was dealing with. I'll go, after you kiss me. Despite the fact that she'd known this was coming, Chloe's breath still caught. But she didn't refuse him. Didn't even think about saying no. Instead, she merely lifted her mouth in blatant invitation. Alistair answered without question. But this time, when his mouth covered hers, the hunger there was repressed. He didn't grope at her, or haul her into his lap. Instead, his hand curled gently around the nape of her neck to hold her in place as his tongue slid across the seam of her lips in a slow lap that made her lightheaded. Dear God, she didn't know what was worse. At least when they were arguing, she didn't have the opportunity to think. Now, when Alistair was near her, she couldn't help but wonder if she was seeing a different side of him. He was gentle, thoughtful, and captivating, and she soon found herself moving closer to him despite her best intentions. Chloe's fingers touched the material of his t-shirt to feel the strength beneath, and a soft sound escaped her. In response, Alistair moved closer, deepening the moment until her toes curled. It was complicated. There was no world in which they could possibly be aligned, but at that moment, Chloe would have liked nothing more than to be near him. It was the first time in a long time that she had ever really felt at peace. At peace and present. When her hand touched the back of his neck, however, Alistair moved away. Chloe had to keep herself from moving closer as she took a deep breath. When her tongue touched her lips, something intense flashed in Alistair's eyes. Instead of acting on it, however, he merely stood, breaking the connection between them. He extended a hand to her, his lips curved upward in a small smile. We should go. In that instant, Chloe remembered where they were. She'd been near him in front of her parents' graves. She could only imagine them feeling disapproval. Chloe took his hand and let him help her up, even as her cheeks warmed. Quickly, she hurried from the clearing with only a single glance back at the gravestones. Usually, Chloe's heart ached whenever she thought about the clearing. Now she found the pain had lessened somewhat. Was that Alistair's doing? Chloe caught his gaze briefly before beginning back through the forest. She had gone from opposing the man to letting him comfort her when she was vulnerable. She couldn't ever remember being so confused. Though the man moved with remarkable agility through the moonlight forest, Chloe found herself acutely aware of every step he stood behind her. He was so close she could feel the warmth he emanated, smell his presence. How was it fair that it felt so good in his arms? Chloe was so lost in thought that her usual awareness faltered. Her toes caught on an exposed root, and she barely managed to react before toppling towards the ground. Before she could touch the dirt, however, Alistair caught her by her forearms, hauling her upright and close against his form. "You all right?" Was it even possible for a man to be so strong and steady, even as he was kind and considerate? Before she could think twice, Chloe turned in his arms, reaching for his shoulders to bring him closer. Alistair moved her, his mouth meeting hers. This time, there was no gentleness. A wave of warmth coursed through her veins as their connection deepened, and Chloe moved closer to him. She paid it absolutely no heed. Alistair's hands were welcome against her. When they held her, Chloe sighed, moving closer to him. She'd never felt this way about a man. Chloe couldn't remember the last time she'd felt so connected. His mouth never leaving hers, Alistair carried her to the edge of the woods where moonlight spilled into the grass of her backyard. There he knelt, setting her down gently. Unwilling to let him go, Chloe held him close, reveling in the sound he made. She'd thought about this moment more than she was willing to admit, and every time she'd felt that Alistair was overwhelming. How wrong she was. His presence was comforting. His touch was gentle as he settled near her, until she moved beneath him. He wanted this just as much as she did. The proof was there near her, present. Chloe hadn't been with many men in her life, but she had enough experience to know that Alistair was different. The thought should have made her hesitate. Instead, it only made her more eager to be near him. Her fingers touched his hair, holding him close as his mouth touched her neck. When he touched the sensitive flesh there, Chloe sighed, drawing him even closer. She couldn't have him close enough. Her closeness to him brought them together. Chloe's head dropped back as she felt his presence. With a sound, Alistair raised his head to gaze down at her. This time, the intensity in his deep blue gaze didn't make her hesitate. "Geez, woman. You're going to be the end of me." He took hold of her legs, shifting them so he lay on the grass with her near him. Chloe stared down at him with awe. She had one of the most respected men in the world beneath her, gazing up at her, as if she were the only thing that mattered. She half expected to wake up from what could only be a dream. Reaching down, Chloe carefully moved her dress away from her body to reveal herself. Though it was her first impulse to be reserved, she couldn't remember the last time someone had seen her so exposed. The feeling was almost instantly quashed by the way Alistair stared up at her. In Chloe's experience, men usually acted awkwardly. It was a clumsy thing that was more uncomfortable than enjoyable. Already, this was something entirely different. Reaching up, Alistair touched her jaw, outlining her lips with his thumb. His opposite hand moved along her body. Chloe exhaled a breath as her eyes fluttered closed. She had never known she was so sensitive there. "You're so beautiful." She both felt and heard the words from him, and Chloe couldn't help the feeling that warmed her cheeks. Bending over, she kissed him in a bid to focus on him. If she wanted Alistair to stop staring at her, the ploy worked. But her mouth on his didn't keep his hands from moving along her. His fingers moved along the line of her spine before holding her waist. His thumbs touched the soft skin of her belly, all the way up to her chest. He was barely touching her at all, really, but Chloe was so consumed by sensation that it was all she could do to concentrate on kissing him. "Come here." Alistair moved her. Before Chloe could protest, his hands found her waist again as he brought her closer. Raising himself onto an elbow, he moved towards her, and Chloe sighed softly. The sensation that moved through her made her tremble. Her fingers held him close as he touched her. But his touch was intense, teasing and moving against her until she was affected. When Alistair moved her to the side, tumbling her back onto the grass, she was hardly of a mind to protest. The feeling of his touch made her sigh. Chloe wanted to be closer to him. Her closeness to him was intense, so much so that when Alistair's hand touched her, he sighed. "So responsive," he said. The first touch of his fingers against her had Chloe sighed. Alistair took advantage of the opportunity she presented him, touching her. Chloe had never known something could feel so intense. But Chloe had far bigger things on her mind. When her hand touched him, he sighed against her throat, long and low. Chloe's eyes slid shut as she touched him. Dear God, he was so present. Her heart beat faster at the very thought of him. You're very strong, she murmured against his heated skin, awed at the feel of him against her palm. He was powerful, and she had never wanted anything more in her entire life. For you, Alistair whispered against her ear. Only for you. Chloe didn't pause to consider the statement, or the warmth it lit within her. Instead, she moved closer. At that moment, Chloe wanted to be close to him. But Alistair had other plans. Come here, he said. He moved them once more, settling on his back on the grass as Chloe moved over him. The position brought them closer, and she sighed. This is better, Alistair managed, voice intense. So I can be gentle. Chloe had no protests. In fact, as a gesture of her approval, she moved closer to him. Damn, he said. Alistair's hands held her. I need to feel you. His words sent a shiver of emotion through her. Bracing her hands on his chest, Chloe moved until they were fully connected. She was moved by his presence. There was a feeling of closeness. By the time they were fully joined, Alistair was breathing heavily, his hands holding her. Chloe leaned down to touch him, exhaling as she settled against him. Where she had expected discomfort, there was only connection. So deep and moving that she sighed, her entire body affected. Alistair was speaking softly against her ear in his language, something she suspected was both comforting and intense as Chloe adjusted to their closeness. Alistair sighed. Soon, Chloe began to explore. She moved against him and felt him respond. Her fingers curled into his shoulders as she leaned forward. His grip on her waist firm, he moved with her. At the first movement, Chloe sighed. By the third, she was murmuring against his shoulder as she leaned against his chest, giving herself over to the moment. It was powerful. So impossibly powerful that she forgot anything else existed. In that instant, Chloe's universe focused on the man with her. All too soon, she was holding on to him. She felt herself overcome. Alistair held her firmly against him. Chloe spoke his name. She felt a wave of emotion. With a sound, he held her close, making Chloe feel a sense of completeness. Ultimately, it wasn't the fact that they were exposed to the elements that brought them back to Earth, or even the evidence of their drying stickily in the summer air. It was the high, pronounced mewling coming from inside Chloe's cabin. Their racket had woken her tiny charge, and he was not happy to find himself alone in her cabin. Despite the situation, Chloe couldn't help the breathless laugh that escaped her. My gosh, he sounds pissed. He should be. Any man in his right mind would be upset if you neglected them. With that amused statement, Alistair's grip tightened on Chloe's waist a final time. The muscles in his shoulders and arms contracted beautifully as he lifted her from him, and Chloe inhaled sharply at the sudden loss of his presence within her. Here, take this. He tossed her his sweatshirt, and Chloe caught it with wide eyes. I wouldn't want to sully your dress. Almost immediately, Chloe flushed deeply from the roots of her hair to the tips of her toes as the gravity of what they'd done washed over her. She had been with Alistair Kensley in the open air of her backyard. Not only that, but she'd felt a deep connection. She wanted to feel conflicted, or at least uncertain. But there was no negative emotion forthcoming. Instead, Chloe merely watched, utterly captivated, as Alistair stood to adjust his clothing. How could she have been so mistaken? With the form of his frame visible in the moonlight, Alistair was compelling. Despite the fact that they had just shared an intimate moment, Chloe felt a warmth within her. How was that even possible? Let me help. Almost instinctively, she raised her hand and let Alistair pull her to her feet before he put on his sweatshirt. It smelled of him, and still carried the warmth of his body. The moment the man's back was turned to head back to her cabin, Chloe allowed herself a moment to appreciate the feeling. Kneeling, she quickly picked up her dress before the dew could affect the material. Then she fell into step behind Alistair towards her own house. The moment he opened the back door, Akma came hurtling out into the yard, crying his complaints into the night. For an instant, Chloe forgot about what had just happened between her and Alistair. With an immense smile, she welcomed the cougar cub into her arms to squeeze him tightly. Akma dug in a little too far with his oversharp claws, but Chloe didn't mind. For a few seconds, she allowed Akma to be her emotional rock. "You sure you're not domesticating him?" Alistair's jibe opened her mouth for a sharp retort, only for the harsh words to die on her lips the moment she locked eyes with him. The man was gazing at her with nothing less than admiration as she cradled Akma in her arms, and Chloe felt her cheeks flush despite herself. "No," she finally replied, setting the small critter on the ground. "He's free to go whenever he wants." With that proclamation, she marched into her house, Akma hot on her heels. She decided to let Alistair have the little chuckle that followed her into the cabin. Inexplicably, she found herself in no rush to renew the animosity between them. Not when Alistair had just made her feel indescribable. At the very least, she could hang on to that for just a little while longer, especially when she didn't know if she'd ever experience it again. "May I come in?" Surprised, Chloe turned to see Alistair poised on the threshold of her home. Her breath caught as she took him in for the umpteenth time in the last 5 minutes, marveling at how well he was built. Pure moonlight did him every favor in existence. "You didn't seem to mind before." The corner of Alistair's mouth turned upward in an amused smile. "And now I'm asking you, may I come in?" How did everything he did make her warm to the tips of her toes? "Fine." With that, she hoisted Akma into her arms again to spirit down the hall and into her room. She didn't bother to close the door. What was the point now? Alistair had already seen her clad in nothing but her skin. The memory broke her skin into delicious goosebumps. Chloe set Akma gently on the bed before taking hold of the hem of Alistair's sweatshirt. She had every intention of hoisting it over her head to return to him when he spoke to her from the bedroom doorway. "Keep it. You can always give it back to me." Chloe's head popped back through the collar of the sweatshirt as she looked at him in surprise. "When would I give it back to you?" She spoke impulsively, far before she could stop herself. "After you leave, Chloe trailed off as the words jumbled in her mouth. Whatever grudge she had against Alistair for trying to do his job, was she really going to chase him off as callously as other men had done to her? "I'll find you." This was, without a doubt, one of the most intimate things she'd ever done, standing in her own bedroom wearing nothing but another man's clothes. If she thought she felt vulnerable showing Alistair her parents' graves, this was on an entirely new level. This man was now armed with everything he needed to destroy her, and yet, he'd made her feel like no other man ever had. "How about we have breakfast?" Chloe couldn't help but wrap her arms around herself protectively. What else was she supposed to do when her heart stuttered in her chest? "I can meet you at the diner in a few hours and we'll talk." Chloe took a deep, steadying breath. "About business?" Alistair merely stared at her for a long beat, before crossing the room to cup her face in his hand. When his thumb brushed over her lower lip, a subtle shiver passed through her. "If you like?" Chloe thought he meant to kiss her, but instead caught her breath when his lips brushed over her forehead with the utmost gentility. "Sleep well, Chloe." Chloe stood in the center of her room, long after Alistair had taken his leave. She had faced none of what she expected to happen. There was no awkward moment of lying in bed together. No small talk. Alistair hadn't even asked to use her shower. He'd merely left her alone with her thoughts. Which was arguably worse than anything he'd done all evening.
Chapter 7.
When it came to the business side of things, there was no doubt Alistair had messed up. He gave himself one goal when he came to Granbury: don't complicate things with Chloe Sanook Trellis. A goal that he had just blown out of the water. By all rights, he should feel incredible guilt. He'd come here to acquire one of the biggest land deals of the year, and one look at Chloe took him completely off the beaten path. If anything, Alistair was the Kensley to whom this was least likely to happen. If one counted out Vlad, who was so obsessed with his job that his brothers often wondered if he knew women existed, Alistair was the second least interested in women. Of course, a lay was nice every once in a while, but he'd come to the conclusion that he wasn't meant to settle down. And there was nothing wrong with that. But despite his acceptance of being a perpetual bachelor, here he was with all his lines crossed over a woman. Perched on the edge of the bed, Alistair exhaled a long breath, running his hands through his hair. He could still feel her against him, still taste her on his lips. Dear God, it had been torture to leave her, but Alistair knew better than to overstay his welcome. Someone had been smiling down on him tonight. However, unintentionally, he'd invaded Chloe's privacy and hadn't gotten a shotgun to the head. Instead, he finally managed to coax her into a conversation that had nothing to do with his trying to buy her land. Alistair had hoped for small talk, to have a conversation about Granbury or what Chloe did on those wild free treks she took through the woods. Instead, she somehow trusted him with something she'd been holding inside her for God knows how long. She trusted him, a virtual stranger, with a burden he had no doubt weighed on her very soul. It had humbled him to no end. For her to put such faith in him when he'd come to take what was hers, it was incredible. And it put him in a very, very difficult place. But that, Alistair reminded himself, was his own damn fault. If he hadn't been so drawn to her, if he hadn't stuck his nose where it didn't belong. Christ. He exhaled the single word hotly, collapsing back onto the bed. How was he supposed to help himself? Chloe Trellis was just as wild and gorgeous as the mountains he'd come for. How was he supposed to escape her spell? When his phone buzzed against the bedside table, Alistair was inclined to ignore it. Ethan was already here with him, and the last thing he wanted to do was talk about his lack of results with Vlad. Business was the last thing on his mind at that particular juncture. If only for a little while, he wanted to bask in the memory of being with Chloe. His phone buzzed a second time and he scowled. Reaching over, Alistair took the device against his palm before turning it to read the message that scrolled across the screen. Thought I'd check on you. How are things going with Miss Sanook Trellis? I've looked into her a bit, and she seems to be quite the prickly customer. Alistair stared at the message for a long moment before tossing his phone aside. Covering his face with his hands, he groaned long and low. His father had unbelievable timing. Beyond that, calling Chloe a prickly customer was the understatement of the century. She was a woman who could hold her own against anything anyone threw at her. A rare gem that had him utterly transfixed. So what the hell was he going to tell his father? Somehow, Alistair managed to fall into an uneasy sleep. When he dreamt, however, all he saw was Chloe. Next to him, on top of him, underneath him, and the longer the dreams continued, the less physical they became. This, his half-conscious mind tried to reason, was normal. He was no inexperienced adolescent. But when he woke to stare at the ceiling in confusion, the one smile he'd drawn from Chloe still at the forefront of his mind, Alistair had to wonder if he really was losing it. Yes, it was obvious he was stuck on her, but haunting his actual dreams? That was something straight out of a trashy romance novel. Lucas would probably eat it up. But Alistair didn't plan on telling Lucas, or anyone for that matter. People whispered about Chloe enough without him muddling things. He couldn't even imagine what might happen if people in town got wind that they were sleeping together. Had slept together, singular. That wasn't to say he wouldn't like a repeat if the opportunity presented itself. Since it was still barely the ass-crack of dawn, Alistair decided to head back out to the mountains in an attempt to clear his head. It was an hour's trip up and another back down, but he figured that would be just enough time to distract himself before he was supposed to meet Chloe for breakfast. If she came, that was. Secretly, Alistair could admit to himself that a small part of him hoped that he would run into her again. There was little he enjoyed more than the sight of Chloe in that lovely traditional dress of hers. except perhaps the sight of her clad in nothing but moonlight. Christ! If he was really going hiking, the last thing he needed was a physical distraction. Thankfully, when he left the hotel, the lights in Ethan's room were still off. That meant he got a few more hours before he'd have to face his brother's questioning again. As Alistair slid into his car, he wondered errantly what Ethan would think if he knew that Alistair and Chloe had been together. Considering the explosive introduction the two had, Alistair couldn't imagine his brother endorsing a relationship between them, and Chloe's ever-present shotgun was only one of many reasons. Before he could admonish himself for even considering Chloe meeting anyone in his family properly, Alistair banished the idea to the back of his mind. He started the car with a roar that was far too pronounced for so early in the morning, before speeding off in the direction of the mountains, his every intent to leave his troubles behind. Unfortunately, in 3 hours, all Alistair really managed to do was work himself into a state of mild anxiety. By the time he returned to Granbury, he'd convinced himself that he'd been too forward, that the previous night was a mistake, and that he'd ruined any chance he might have of getting to know Chloe better. From there, he vacillated between memories of the previous night, which made him grin like a loon, to wondering how much more indecision it was going to take until he lost his damn mind. Ethan found him in one of his better stretches, waltzing into the diner Alistair sat in like he owned the place. But this, of course, incited a bout of questioning about what had Alistair in such a good mood. In situations like these, Alistair exercised one of the skills he was best at, deflecting. Thankfully, Ethan appeared to be at least as vested in his own romantic interest as Alistair was in Chloe. A few well-placed questions got the man off on a tangent that surprised his eldest brother with its length. While he was used to Ethan running after anything in a skirt, what he wasn't used to was the man doting on one woman in particular. That wasn't Ethan's style. He'd always called it free love, but now it seemed as if that era might have ended. Apparently, Harper Jones might just be the key to his brother's undoing. Alistair contented himself with the conversation for a good while. After all, it was more than a little amusing to picture one of the most eligible bachelors in recent history finally settling down. The moment the object of his affections made her presence known. However, the Goliath of a man switched gears instantly. All it took was a warning glare from Chloe to chase Ethan not only from the table, but from the diner itself. While half of the patrons were busy watching him hurry out, Alistair found himself fixed on the woman himself. Had it really only been a few hours since he'd seen her? Been inside her? His look must have been more than telling, as Chloe flushed deeply, as she flopped down into the booth opposite him. "Don't look at me like that." Alistair did the best he could to fix his expression into neutrality. "Like what?" If anything, Chloe only flushed deeper, reaching across the table to snatch at his half-full cup of coffee. Like you're imagining me with my clothes off." The suggestion was barely above a whisper, but Alistair had no trouble making it out. "I'm doing my best not to," he answered honestly, watching Chloe chug the remainder of his coffee before making a face. "How can you drink this black? Tastes like gasoline." "Well, I had a long night. Thought it might do wonders to wake me up." Alistair didn't know what was cuter, the fact that she could blush darker, or that she actively tried to hide said blush behind the coffee cup. "Stop that. I thought you said we were here to talk business." "I said," Alistair corrected her gently, "that we could talk about anything you like. And I'd advise you to get some breakfast in you to offset that coffee." If there was one thing he hadn't seen in Chloe's small kitchen, it was a coffee maker. He'd pictured her as more of a tea person anyway. Narrowing her dark eyes, Chloe managed to full-on glower at him for almost a minute before she snatched up a menu from the end of the table. As she read over it bit by bit, her stance relaxed. Her shoulders sank, and the crease between her brows furrowed. Ultimately, she looked up at him with an almost tentative expression. "Well, what do you want to talk about?" It was the first time she had asked him a proper question, and Alistair had to keep himself from grinning. "You?" Letting the menu fall to the table, Chloe eyed him warily. We talked about me last night. There isn't much more to say. We talked about your parents. Alistair gestured for the waitress and garnered her attention almost immediately, one of the perks of having a huge arm span. I told you I want to know about you. There was a brief break in the conversation so they could order their breakfast, pancakes for him and French toast for her, before Alistair resumed his probing. How you make those soaps of yours, for instance. At his request, Chloe scowled. You're not really interested in soaps and dyes, Alistair. I am. He rebutted almost immediately, taking a sip of his refilled coffee. I'm sure you can imagine the silver spoon sticking out of my mouth. At the accusation, Chloe looked away in embarrassment. Regale me. I like working with my hands. Though he'd intended the words to be chaste, it was obvious from Chloe's expression what she was thinking of. Alistair couldn't help but clear his throat, even as he adjusted himself in his slacks. Contrary to popular belief, I meant making things. Chloe's gaze darted to his, and he saw the hesitation in her eyes. She had already opened up to him far more than he had ever imagined she would. She was probably running the numbers in her head. How much was too much? Is this going to stop you from coming after my land? He should have known that one was coming. Alistair had resolved that he wouldn't lie to her, which meant that he had to expect a tongue lashing in the wake of his answer. Not really. Chloe's eyes lit in incensed rage before Alistair rushed on. But I have no intention of pulling out a contract now. Or tomorrow, really. He lowered his voice until only they two could hear it. After last night, I think it's fair that we get to know one another, don't you? He expected a slap, at the very least. She wouldn't have surprised him if she stormed out. Both behaviors were, of course, classic Chloe. Instead of fury, however, Alistair found himself confronted with an expression that was no less than shocked. Chloe was staring at him, as if she'd never really seen him before until that moment. He didn't know whether to be amused or offended, so he tried delving deeper. Chloe? You all right? Why, she ventured softly, her gaze never leaving him, would you want to get to know me now? Doesn't that typically come before? She trailed off, her cheeks turning a light shade of pink he was beginning to adore. Alistair wasn't about to spill his guts in their entirety, as he had a sneaking suspicion that it would send the object of his interest bolting in the other direction. The fact of the matter was that he already knew a good deal about Chloe, both from watching her interact with the townspeople and how passionately she felt about everything she did and was. It was that singular passion that drew him to her, but he wanted her to tell him what she wanted him to know. That action, in and of itself, would tell him more about her than snooping would. Not necessarily. He finally answered her tactfully. Not if a man is really interested. Chloe's dark gaze turned dubious. I know what you're interested in. Alistair only smirked wryly. Aisling, you started it. Don't feign disinterest now. You're too attractive when you're trying to beat me up. Watching the ensuing myriad of emotions play across her face was one of the more entertaining things Alistair had seen in recent memory. There was a flush of anger, then indignation, a strong moment of blatant arousal, and finally, concession. If a thrashing is what you want, Kensley, just say the word. He didn't doubt she'd do it, but there was only one thing Alistair wanted just then. Talk to me. Tell me about you. It took some coaxing, but by the time their breakfast arrived, Alistair had gotten Chloe to begin begrudgingly on what she believed to be humdrum subjects. How she dried herbs and mixed lye to make her soaps. What she made for Ahmed to eat, to ensure that he didn't become dependent on her as his sole provider. They were little details, to be sure, but when it came to Chloe, Alistair was like a sponge, soaking up every bit of information she threw him. Someone mentioned, he inquired over a bite of pancake, that your father used to make cloth products he sold here. Did he teach you to do that? He only hoped the question wasn't too invasive. Truth be told, Alistair was wondering if Chloe was the one who made that doeskin dress he was so enamored of. At the question, however, Chloe's eyes darkened somewhat. She gripped the mug of tea she had ordered and took a long sip before she answered. I won't sell those. It was clear from her expression that Alistair was going to prod her if he wanted anything more. But you can make them. Chloe's grip tightened on her cup. I don't. Dad, he worked too hard and he was never really appreciated. Before he died, a rumor started going around that he didn't hand make his products. Didn't seem to faze him, but I didn't like it. So I do soaps and sachets. Alistair nodded. He couldn't imagine what it must be like for her, attempting to prove her worth every day without carrying a chip on her shoulder. Reaching out, he covered her hand where it lay on the table, making her look at him in surprise. Did you make your dress? Obviously, he didn't have to specify which one. Chloe broke his gaze to stare at the table, but she didn't pull her hand away. I didn't, her reply was soft, warm with affection. That was my grandmother. My father's mother. If Alistair ever met the woman, he was going to have to thank her profusely. It's beautiful, you know. Chloe squirmed slightly in her chair, still refusing to look up at him. You're just saying that because you got me out of it. Wrong? Leaning across the table, Alistair tipped up her chin so he could see those lovely eyes of hers. I thought you were bloody gorgeous the first time I found you on the hiking trails. I might have been dreaming. Now you're just flattering me. With that, she finally broke the contact between them, reclaiming her hand and downing the rest of her tea. Don't think I don't see right through you, Kinsley. He didn't doubt it for a second, especially as there was nothing to see through. It was intriguing to remember that just a week ago, she might have said the same thing with a loaded weapon pointed at his head. Now she was letting him touch her. Granted, not as much as he'd like, but they had time. Alistair would make time. I have to go. Chloe rose from the table quickly, as if worried that he might reach for her again. As tempted as he was, Alistair refrained. I have to be at the market early today. Does that mean you'll meet me again sometime? His inquiry made Chloe scowl. Why would I meet someone conspiring against me? Alistair smirked. There was considerably less bite in her tone than he'd ever heard before. He took a napkin from the container at the end of the table and spared a moment to scribble his cell number on it before handing it to her. You don't have a mobile, right? Chloe's brows shot towards her hairline. How did you know that? Alistair merely chuckled. Powers of observation. To her credit, she didn't throw his number away. Instead, she merely stuffed it into her pocket with an exasperated sound. Goodbye, Alistair. And with that, she sauntered out of the diner and off to do her daily duties. With a sigh, Alistair stared down at the dregs of his coffee. It was obvious that if he wanted anything in Granbury to work in his favor, he was going to have to do something drastic. Chloe was only amenable to him when they weren't talking about the very thing he'd come for, which meant that his only options were playing dirty or changing the rules of the game. Surprisingly, Alistair didn't have to deal with Ethan until later on that day. He could only assume the younger man had secluded himself, either to strategize or to speak to the lovely Harper. His money was on the latter. In any event, it gave him some time to brainstorm his own situation. He had a few ideas, but all of them were contingent on going behind his brother's back. As Ethan was in the numbers game, he very much doubted he would like anything Alistair had to say that would lower the numbers on this most recent acquisition. Which meant he had to go straight to the source, something he was less than excited about. Alistair found his hotel room far too stifling that evening. Instead of sitting on his bed, he chose to walk through Granbury to the edge of town, where the view of the sun setting behind the mountains took his breath away. It was entirely possible that Chloe was up there somewhere, running about in close to nothing, as at home in the trees as she was back at her cabin. Less than 24 hours ago, he'd made love to her in the yard of said cabin, and if he couldn't get past the memory, he was never going to be able to have a civilized conversation with his father. Taking a deep breath, Alistair found Jackson's number and dialed it. A part of him hoped his father would be embroiled in some business meeting or the other, and that he'd just be able to leave a message, but luck wasn't with him. Jackson answered on the second ring. "Alistair? What a surprise. You usually text." That much was true. Alistair wasn't much for talking on the phone. It usually meant he was in trouble. "Hope I'm not interrupting you," Alistair deflected the assumption jauntily. "I can call back if you're in the middle of something." A last bid to save his own ass. "No need. I've got time. Something on your mind, son?" What Alistair might say had been running through his head all afternoon, but all at once he drew a blank. All he could picture was the minute smile on Chloe's face when she left him at the diner that morning. "Alistair? Right? Sorry, Dad." Alistair forced himself back to the matter at hand, no small one by any standards. "I wanted to talk about the Texas acquisition." "Wonderful. Is everything going swimmingly down there? Did you get my texts?" Alistair winced. "I did. Sorry, I've been so busy I didn't get a chance to return them." "I'm sure you and Ethan have any issue well in hand. Both of you headed home soon?" Shit. This was going to be harder than he had anticipated. Alistair had known Chloe for less than 2 weeks, yet here he was, doing something he never imagined he might for anyone, let alone a woman. If he had thought about it for too long, Alistair would have been riddled with guilt over failing the family that had raised him. He always got his acquisition, but this one was different. "I wish things were that simple, Dad." There was a beat of silence on the other end of the line that made Alistair more than a little bit nervous. "There's been a bit of trouble where Chloe is concerned, Miss Sanook Trellis." He caught himself a little too late there, and repressed a groan. Thankfully, his father didn't seem to notice. He answered Alistair's admission with a single syllable. "Oh? It was now or never. I actually wanted to ask about the parameters of the acquisition. I was reading over the 5-year plan and noticed there's a lot of drilling involved. The oil reserves are deep, and it will involve clearing a good amount of the land. That, along with organizing the copper mines, that will leave a pretty substantial footprint." He took a steadying breath before continuing. "I know I haven't been in Granbury for very long, but it's a very small town. I've been assessing the damage that the drilling would do to ecosystems around here, and I was wondering if it wouldn't be better to reassess our plans and come up with something a little less invasive." "Interesting approach," Jackson answered almost immediately. Alistair, who had expected his father to immediately veto the idea, stared at the phone receiver in surprise. "You think so? Well, I could be convinced to defer to your and Ethan's expertise on the matter since you have eyes on the ground." Alistair winced. "Ethan? How could he have forgotten about Ethan?" "Dad, I think Ethan might be slightly biased on the matter." "Really? Why's that?" At this point, Alistair was grasping for straws. Ethan had one of the most brilliant minds in the company. Accusing him of being biased was more than a little risky. But Alistair did have one thing up his sleeve. "He's lovesick, Dad. Don't tell me you don't see it. If Ethan ever found out about this, he was going to kill him. He wants to be done down here as quickly as possible so he can get back to Harper, wasn't it?" His bold statement drew a chuckle of amusement from Jackson, as his eldest waited on his judgment with bated breath. "Interesting development. Our Ethan, Somehow, the older man sounded far from surprised, and Alistair wondered how much he was doing to bring Harper and Ethan together. Jackson loved to meddle in his son's romantic affairs. It was his favorite hobby. "Caught me completely off guard, but he's constantly going on about her." That much was true. Unless there was work to talk about, Ethan was probably discussing Harper. "Interesting. And what about the young lady you're dealing with? Did she have any say in the future of her land's development?" Alistair stiffened at his father's assumption. He took a whole minute to bring himself back from the brink of panic. Jackson, assuming Chloe had asked for simpler development terms, didn't mean anything. She wouldn't be the first to demand a smaller footprint after the purchase was made. Except Chloe wasn't demanding anything. It was all Alistair on her unknowing behalf. "Well, I'm sure you can imagine she's not very enthusiastic about selling," Alistair provided weakly. "I just want to sweeten the deal for her a bit." "Sweeter than 20 million and a percentage? Sounds to me like you're playing favorites, Alistair." Shit. I'm just taking a further interest in how the company manages its assets." Virtually everything in that sentence was complete nonsense, but at that point, Alistair was willing to do anything to cover his ass. The last thing he wanted was for his father to meddle in his business at this juncture, when he himself wasn't even sure what he felt. "You taking an interest in management? Now I've seen everything." It was clear from his father's tone that he didn't believe a single word Alistair said. "Why don't you tell me what's really going on, Alistair? It's not like you to go this long without seeing results." And just like that, he was backed into a corner. Alistair had two choices. He could continue to lie like a fiend and hope the man who knew him best in the world fell for it, or he could come clean. Honestly, neither seemed preferable, but at the end of the day, whatever chance he had with Chloe was on the line. It was insane to put a woman before his profession, but here he was. The picture of a colossal idiot. "Honestly, Dad, I have to tell you." "Hold that thought, son. Sorry, but I have an important call on the other line. I'll call you right back." Was it just him, or did his father sound somewhat anxious? "Of course, Dad." He didn't hesitate. It was a given that his father would call him back, especially when he was on the hook to answer for a major land acquisition. After Jackson hung up, Alistair waited for the relief to set in. After a good 5 minutes, however, he merely found himself uneasy over the way the phone conversation had ended. In a lifetime of being with his father, not once had he seen Jackson Kensley nervous over a business deal. Who the hell was calling him? He waited a good 20 minutes for his father to call him back, as he watched the sun set behind the mountains. When Jackson still hadn't popped up on his phone, he contemplated whether or not this was something he should discuss with Ethan. In almost the same instant, he decided against it. If there was something important they needed to know, Jackson would tell them. He always told them. Even so, that didn't settle the unease that had taken root in the pit of Alistair's stomach.
Chapter 8.
4 days. That was how long it had been since Chloe last saw Alistair. Though she tried to tell herself she was indifferent to the man, that sleeping together a single time didn't link them in any way, she still fingered the crumpled napkin with his number almost daily. She couldn't afford distractions. Her life was, and always had been, simple enough. She knew how to make a living, and Chloe had never needed anyone to validate her existence. Sure, she might have a bit of an existential crisis every once in a while when it came to her heritage, but she was always strong enough to bring herself back down to earth. Except it wasn't she who had reined herself in this time. It was Alistair. And Chloe had no idea how she felt about it. For the most part, she kept herself busy enough that she didn't have to think about what had happened between him and her. They were at odds, pure and simple, and it didn't help to pretend otherwise. Unless Alistair wasn't pretending. Chloe froze in place from where she was bent over to pluck a stalk of lavender from the forest floor. Near her feet, Akma toyed with the lowered stalk. As things were, it was the perfect height for him to prey on. Chloe was so lost in thought that she didn't notice the cougar cub, clawing the delicate blossoms to shreds. Why, she asked herself for the umpteenth time in 4 days, would someone like Alistair Kensley have any real interest in her? He could have any woman he wanted. There were models, ballerinas, and girls who lived and breathed to be beautiful. Then there was her, perfectly content with her little plot of land, and her ordinary life in the middle of nowhere. If anyone looked rationally at the situation, it was obvious to see that she was being duped. But somewhere along the way, Chloe's perception had gotten skewed. If all Alistair wanted was her land, why hadn't he done something dirty to acquire it? By this point she'd given him more than enough opportunities, mistakes that she had yet to correct. If she wanted him out as badly as she claimed, she could go to the authorities and claim harassment. Not that the complaint was likely to get her far in a town that stood to benefit from Kensley enterprises, but it was a step she hadn't taken. She could have denied him when he came into her home. She could have shut him out, instead of telling him her darkest secret in a moment of vulnerability. But she had done none of those things, and here she was, uncertain as hell where her primary enemy was concerned. She could call him. Call him and tell him that she never wanted to see him again. That there was no way there could ever be anything between them, as long as he was out for her land. But what if he changed his mind? The notion was far-fetched, to be sure. After all, Alistair was a businessman of the highest caliber. At least, when he wasn't hiking mountain trails half-dressed and invading her headspace. But if she gave him an ultimatum, continuing whatever tenuous thing that was between them, or coming after her as a professional, what if he chose the former? Chloe's breath caught, as she allowed herself the fancy of considering such a thing. She had convinced herself that she would always be alone. That her family line would end with her, and romance wasn't a real option. What would romance be like with Alistair? The man was brash, speaking his mind despite the consequences. But he was also kind, never intentionally mistreating anyone who sought his attention. God knew he was stubborn. Despite the fact that they'd slept together and, hypothetically, he got what he wanted, he still insisted that he wanted to spend more time with her. Chloe was still far from understanding his motives, but she couldn't lie to herself. Deep down she wanted more. More of him, more of whatever was between them, more that filled the emptiness that she thought she'd carry with her for as long as she lived. At a sharp pain on her wrist, she jumped, a soft cry escaping her. Akma had finally run out of flowers to shred, and his claws found the tender skin of her arm. When she flinched, however, the cub was immediately contrite, sinking down onto his haunches to mewl softly. He had barely drawn blood, but the nick was enough to draw Chloe from her contemplative silence. "Sorry, Akma. I didn't mean to ignore you." She reached down to stroke his downy head with her uninjured hand, as she sucked on her small wound unconsciously. She needed to finish her work for the day, without any distractions. If she managed to catch up, then maybe she'd give Alistair a call. Just to let him know that she was in his machinations. That couldn't hurt, could it? To make up for her dalliance, Chloe collected twice as many ingredients as she needed, and busied herself making extra so she would be stocked through the next week. As she did so, however, she also found herself lingering near the herbs she knew made the vibrant dye her father had taught her the moment he thought she could handle herself around the stove. The materials weren't those she normally used, and so she passed by them several times before finally picking a bunch at random. She told herself she wouldn't use them. They'd probably just dry in the sun and make her house smell nice, and that was really all she needed. But when she returned home, Chloe found herself setting her soap-making supplies aside in favor of the herbs she wasn't going to use. How long had it been since she made the dyes? So long that by all rights, the method should be lost in the back of her mind. Chloe found, however, that she slipped into the routines easily enough. Grinding flowers into a deeply colored red paste, picking fragrant berries from their stems to extract the yellow juice. She got the blue from crushing a fragrant herb, until her fingertips were darkly stained. Then, she added hot water to all the ingredients before letting them cool for about half an hour. It took her just about that time to find a few spools of pure white yarn at the bottom of her chest. Of course, they were far from the pristine color they had been when she put them away in the wake of her father's death. But even the faded white would do. The colors would still come out fairly vibrant. The question was, what did she plan on making? Chloe hadn't woven for years, and unlike her father, she had no inclination to make goods for passing tourists. If she was going to make something, it would be for her and her alone. By early that evening, Her colored yarn was drying out in the sun as Chloe gazed at it in wonder. What on earth had gotten into her? She liked to think she didn't usually follow impulses when it went against her routine, but lately, everything seemed all topsy-turvy. When Akma wound around her legs self-importantly, she picked him up to tote him to the kitchen, her mind still full of ideas. It wasn't until she settled him with his dinner that her eyes finally fell on the phone on her kitchen table. Alistair. For once, Chloe didn't frown at the thought of him. In fact, she barely hesitated before picking up the phone. By this point, she had looked at the number so much she had it memorized. When the phone began to ring, butterflies took wing in her stomach. Chloe told herself that she wasn't nervous. She simply didn't like talking to people on the phone in general, except for Alice. By the time the phone rang 5 times, she convinced herself that Alistair wouldn't pick up an unknown number, so she was in the clear. Until all at once he did. Hello? How had she forgotten what that low, casual Scottish burr did to her? Hi. Well, that was utterly brilliant. Chloe? She winced, wondering where on earth her courage had gone. Hi, Alistair. You said I could call. So I'm calling. She wasn't usually such a stellar conversationalist. Indeed. And I appreciate it. Chloe leaned against the kitchen counter, doing her best not to picture the man shirtless and sweaty. Are you busy? I don't want to bother you if you're busy. It was a lame bit on her part to wriggle out of the conversation, and Alistair wasn't having it. I am, in fact, just contemplating whether or not I should go and see Marla for a beer or two. At that, Chloe rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help but notice the slight smile quirking on her lips. It's just past 5. I thought you were a corporate workaholic. No late-night hours? No recent acquisitions. But I don't know if I'm too upset about it. Chloe opened her mouth, then shut it before trying again. Why aren't you upset? That wasn't what she meant to ask, but she found herself waiting for his answer with bated breath. Well, it gives me an excuse to keep bothering you, for one. There's a part of me that imagines you're not as opposed to the idea as you used to be. Chloe's eyes widened in shock. What, selling my land? He had to be joking. Alistair's chuckle out of her outrage confirmed the notion. No, Aisling. Me? He certainly caught her off guard there. How was she supposed to argue that? She'd gone from threatening to put a bullet through the man, to struggling to get him out of her head. I suppose you aren't so bad as men go. It was probably the closest she'd ever get to a compliment, shameful as it might be. High praise. She could see his smirk, which continued to grow on her. I happen to think that you are a glowing example of femininity. At that, Chloe snorted in amusement. She couldn't help it. She'd spent her entire life with the knowledge that she would never be a ball-gown-wearing, highfalutin, soiree-attending girl, and she was completely at ease with that. In fact, she was pretty sure that right now, with her hands dyeing 3 different colors and her hair a complete mess, she was the antithesis of textbook femininity. You must have hit your head recently. Quite the contrary. I've been enlightened. When Chloe rolled her eyes this time, she was smiling. You do realize that I'm immune to all of this flattery shit, right? My standards for men are incredibly low. Just don't be a jerk. Implying that I am? Chloe swallowed the laughter that welled in her throat. You're straddling the line. Alistair's low laugh made her toes curl, in a delicious sensation she couldn't quite describe. How about I come over, and we can discuss the matter further? Yes. Chloe's mouth answered before her brain could catch up, and the earnestness of her own voice made her flush in embarrassment. She was pretty sure she couldn't sound more desperate if she tried. I mean, I've finished for the day. I suppose I could have tea. As long as it's cold. She was thankful Alistair glossed over her answer. If he teased her, Chloe didn't know if she could stand it. Give me half an hour. He hung up the phone before she could answer, and Chloe realized she had 30 minutes to prepare for, what exactly? It was just tea. She could give him a glass of tea, make small talk, and then kick him out whenever she was ready. If she wanted to back out of this little arrangement, she could just flee into the forest before he even got here. If she did that, however, there was a large chance that Alistair would go after her, and the last time they were in the forest together. Chloe groaned, hanging her head over the counter as she struggled to rein in her wildly fluctuating emotions. She supposed the first order of business was to make tea. After that, she didn't want to speculate. She might very well give herself an undeserved headache. As it turned out, 30 minutes was more than enough time to make iced tea. Chloe did the best she could to tidy up her already clean house and even changed her clothes, more than she did for almost any visitor. When she heard Alistair's car coming up the drive, she found herself looking over the family pictures on her mantelpiece. Her stomach didn't sink, and the guilt never came. Before she could fully contemplate the change, however, her bell rang. When butterflies sprang to life in her stomach, Chloe growled irately. This was annoying. It was irrational that one person should make her so damn nervous. She all but stomped over to the front door to yank it open. The moment she did, her heart stuttered in her chest and time slid sideways. Had Alistair always looked so good? He was dressed casually, in dark jeans and a Granbury t-shirt of all things. That they made his size was nothing short of a miracle. He had clipped his beard, and his hair appeared freshly washed. And the way he smelled. "Evening, ma'am." When he greeted her in classic Southern style, Chloe managed to pick her metaphorical jaw up off the ground with a scowl. "Don't do that. Your normal accent is better." With that, she turned on her heel to make for the kitchen. "Come in." He was so close that she could feel his warmth as he followed her to the kitchen before he took a seat at the roughly hewn table there. Almost immediately, Akma appeared to investigate. He growled for all of 10 seconds before beginning to bat at Alistair's shoe playfully. This time, the large man was far from surprised to see him. "Had a change of heart, have we?" He hauled the cub upward by the scruff of his neck to deposit it in his lap, where Akma gazed up at him curiously for a moment before promptly curling up and showing his belly. "The little traitor. He likes you." Chloe managed to bite out between clenched teeth. Alistair merely chuckled. "He doesn't. You just don't dislike me." This little one's emotions run parallel to his mistress. "Who says I don't dislike you?" Chloe rebutted almost immediately, pouring 2 glasses of iced tea and arranging a few pieces of toast on a plate. Alistair's mouth quirked upwards in obvious amusement. "You like my accent?" Chloe felt her face burn at the implication. "I don't. I just think it's better than you faking anything else." But it was too late. Alistair was laughing, a full-bellied, surprisingly warm sound that Chloe couldn't hate if she tried. "Shouldn't you be with your brother, by the way? Not a very good host if you're leaving him to his own devices." She reluctantly took a seat across from the still chortling man, holding her own glass of tea in both hands. Alistair managed to be sober enough to answer her. "Ethan's on his way out of town. His business here is finished." Chloe's eyes widened. Wasn't his business colluding with Alistair to weasel her out of her land? Just like that? Someone's overconfident. Well, some people don't take as kindly to the business end of a shotgun as I do. Chloe had the good grace to blush. "I was never going to shoot you." "Of course not. But that doesn't mean you didn't put the fear of God in us." Chloe raked a hand through her hair, still damp from a shower, before taking a huge gulp of her tea. It took her a moment to steel herself for what came next, but it was time to put on her big girl panties. "Look, I'm sorry about that. I acted rashly, and I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have done something so reckless." Alistair stared at her for long enough to make her squirm in her seat. "What?" "Nothing." The immense man shook his head. "It's just that you caught me completely off guard." "I can apologize." Chloe barked defensively. "Not that," Alistair backtracked quickly before taking a sip of his own tea. "Just the look on your face. It was soft. pretty. Geez, this man was going to be the death of her with all these frivolous compliments. Chloe devotedly looked away, hoping she wasn't the shade of red she imagined she was. Maybe she should have shot him. Maybe she wouldn't be in this predicament. You can sweet-talk me all you want, she finally managed. It won't get you what you want. About that, Chloe. She immediately snapped to attention at the way Alistair's tone sobered. She looked up to see him gazing at her, with a carefully neutral expression on his face. I know you don't want to talk about your land and the whole business with Kensley Enterprises. She immediately stiffened. But I'd like you to hear me out, please. I talked to my father recently about some possible changes to the terms. Chloe stared hard at her guest. There was a part of her that wanted to throw him out, that was just as angry as she'd been the first time he came up her drive. But after 2 weeks of pushing back, there was another part that wondered what she was fighting so hard against. She hadn't even looked over the first set of terms Alistair brought her. She was so adamant about refusing to sell that it hadn't mattered. It still didn't matter, she corrected herself quickly. But Alistair was here, she was here, and for some inexplicable reason she'd come to believe the man wasn't the ultimate evil that she believed. With a long sigh, Chloe met Alistair's gaze before she answered him. Tell me. The way the man's face lit up was positively criminal, and Chloe rushed to play her hand. It doesn't mean I'm selling, Kensley. I'm just trying to meet civility with civility, all right? Don't read too far into it. Of course. But Alistair was still smiling, and there was absolutely nothing she could do about it. He extracted his cell phone from his pocket and took a moment to find what he was looking for before handing the device to her. None of this is quite finalized yet, he provided, but I just wanted you to look over it and see what you think. It took Chloe an embarrassing moment to figure out how to operate the phone, but once she did, she read over the first few lines. That was about as far as she got, before she set the phone on the table and put a hand to her temple in shock. Oil. There's oil here. And copper. Some of the richest deposits in the country. Found by a routine survey about 2 years ago. The news was enough to send Chloe reeling. She had never even paused to consider what lay beneath the soil. If it was oil, then why weren't other companies coming after her? She might not know tons about technology, but Chloe knew that when it came to finite resources, companies could be absolutely ruthless. You can't be the only company that knows this. At that, Alistair sighed, pushing his almost empty glass of tea away. Well, that's the thing. When Dad Jackson found out and realized that your land was Native American owned, he put in an early bid and moved to ensure that he'd have no competition, and that the community wouldn't be harassed by companies with less orthodox acquisition methods. Chloe blinked. It was a long statement to take in, and one peppered with business jargon that she didn't necessarily understand. What she did understand, however, was that Jackson Kensley had taken steps to make sure that no other companies came after her land. Chloe took a few minutes to absorb the fact. The man didn't know her from Adam. Certainly, if he was after her land, it had to have immense value. But he had waited an entire 2 years to come after it. Why? Chloe, if you read on, it talks about minimal invasiveness to the ecosystem. It will take more time to pump the oil, but it means the eco-footprint will be smaller and... Stop. Chloe put up a hand to halt Alistair's explanation. Her chest was oddly heavy, and her head was spinning. Jackson Kensley, he was trying to protect me. Why? It was the only sound conclusion she could come to. If the man had discovered millions of dollars of resources on her land, and had waited an entire 2 years to attempt a buyout. Not only that, but he'd kept other companies from coming after the land, not because they would undermine him, but because of their methods? I don't know. Alistair seemed as taken aback by the notion as she was. He took the document from her to read all the way to the end before frowning. Jackson's gotten to the point where he's very particular. I could imagine a million reasons why. I need a minute. Chloe hardly heard him. She rose from the table to leave the kitchen and head back to the living room as if in a dream. Chloe stopped in front of one of the first pictures she had of herself and her father. She was probably 1 or 2 years old, and the older man held her in his lap, one arm wrapped around her chubby waist. Despite the serious expression on his face, there was nothing but love in his eyes. He would have done anything for his daughter. He had been the last person who cared enough for Chloe to protect her. Reaching out, Chloe touched the image of her father's face gently. She had already fallen apart in front of Alistair once. She refused to let it happen again. That said, she couldn't help but wonder why his father, a stranger, would want to protect her even as he wanted to take away what she loved most. "Chloe, are you all right?" Alistair's concerned tone wasn't enough to make her look at him. Chloe was far too conflicted. Despite the fact that her parents were long dead, she couldn't help but hope that somehow, in her moment of need, they would return to guide her. Slowly, she shook her head. When Alistair's arms came around her, she let herself sink back into him as her eyes slid closed. At that moment when everything seemed so unsure, he was like her port in the storm. A light where she hadn't even known there was darkness. "Chloe?" Alistair bent down to murmur softly against her neck. "I can talk to my father. We can ask him." "Alistair?" Chloe turned into his embrace, burying her face in his chest. "Be with me." She felt him stiffen in her arms. "I don't think, please." She couldn't remember the last time she had asked anyone for anything. "I need you." Alistair hesitated for perhaps 10 seconds before lifting her into his arms. "Bedroom?" Chloe pointed wordlessly down the hall before winding her arms around his neck. She lost herself in the smell of him, the firm feel of his body against hers, and she let her confused myriad of emotions fade into the background. This was simple. This felt good. Alistair found her bedroom with little trouble, and closed the door to ensure they weren't disturbed. When he laid her down on the bed, Chloe sat up immediately, reaching for him. "Chloe." When Alistair spoke, his tone was firm. "Don't?" He took her hands in his own, staring down at her for a moment before he raised each to his mouth in turn to gently press his lips to her palm. Chloe's breath caught, and she felt emotion welling up. When she tried to turn away, Alistair cupped her chin in his hand, his eyes searching hers. Every time Chloe was near him, it felt more intense. Every moment with Alistair made her feel seen, and the feeling of his presence was comforting. Instead of taking off his shirt, Chloe rested her hands on Alistair's arms. At her touch, a sound escaped him, and he leaned his forehead gently against hers. Chloe moved closer, her head falling back slightly. She could feel a warmth spreading through her as the world beyond her bedroom faded further and further into the background. "We shouldn't," Alistair murmured, his voice deepening at her closeness. "But dear God, I can't resist." Chloe moved closer, wrapping her arms around him to draw him even closer. She cupped his face between her hands, their connection deepening. When she was with Alistair, she didn't have to think. All she had to do was feel. When he moved her further down the bed to bring them closer, Chloe sighed softly, clinging to him. Alistair held her close. Chloe had never thought much of her body. Growing up, she'd been self-conscious. Alistair, however, seemed to see her differently. He held her gently, as if he valued her presence. He gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her face, his gaze lingering on her. Chloe gasped at the wave of emotion that moved through her. Even when she knew it was coming, it was still hard for her to process just how deeply Alistair's presence affected her. Her fingers held him close. Alistair sighed, holding her close. Chloe tried to regain her composure. The feeling intensified. But Alistair wouldn't be rushed. Despite her eagerness, he didn't move quickly. Instead, his hand gently rested on her arm, making her react as his fingers lightly touched her. One of Chloe's hands held him close, and he held her in return. Instead, Alistair touched her cheek again, his fingers lightly tracing her jawline. Chloe's gaze darted up to Alistair's, to find him gazing back down at her. "Tell me what you want, Chloe." She'd already shown him. and every moment he delayed felt intense. When Chloe moved closer, Alistair simply held her. Chloe might have been surprised at the sound that left her if she wasn't so affected. "Alistair?" She might have said more, but Alistair's gaze held hers, his expression tender. Chloe sighed, content for that moment to simply be held by him, the feeling of his nearness imprinted on her memory. When he looked down at her once more, she probably would have told him anything he wanted to know. "Stay." "You?" Chloe breathed, reaching for him blindly. "I want you close." Thank God that was all it took. In a moment, Alistair held her closer. Chloe was so moved by his nearness, and she sighed softly as he held her. She had never known it was possible to feel like this. It was like Alistair's presence filled a void, and everything else ceased to exist. If it was up to her, it would never end. Unfortunately, Chloe's body wasn't used to such emotional intensity. Her emotions began to rise. Chloe bit her lip against the sound that threatened her as Alistair held her, his presence making her feel overwhelmed. He held her close, and she was overcome, her entire body reacting to his nearness. As intense as Chloe believed their time together was the first time, this feeling was on an entirely different level. It went on, punctuated by the gentle pressure of his hand against hers, until Chloe was sighing, begging him to simply hold her. He held her close, drawing a breath from the woman beneath him. For a long moment, Chloe merely lay there with the hand over her eyes, catching her breath as feelings moved through her system. "Gosh," the word left her unsteadily as Alistair moved closer. Chloe sighed. Reaching down, she held his chin, moving upward. She knew where this was going, and she was pretty sure she didn't have the energy for it. "Alistair, stay." "I'm here," he said against her. "I'm here with you." The words alone were almost enough to affect her. Chloe couldn't protest, as Alistair held her. The first time she'd been this close to him, Chloe remembered a certain level of discomfort, wondering if he was comparing her to others, or if she was enough for him. Now there was no time for such uncertainty. If the way Alistair held her was any indication, he certainly didn't have such doubts. He held her, and at the gentle touch of his hand to her face, Chloe reacted. She was already sensitive to his presence. She didn't know if she could stand the feeling of his nearness. If that wasn't enough, the sounds he made were enough to make her react. It was almost as if he were enjoying this as much as she was, which Chloe knew was unlikely. She was already moments away from being overwhelmed. But Alistair seemed to know that, and took the knowledge as an excuse to simply hold her closer. He held her, and Chloe found herself torn between wanting to be closer and simply savoring the moment. They weren't outside any longer. There was no rush, no urgency. They could take as much time as they wanted, and Chloe feared it might be the end of her. No matter how much she moved, Alistair held her firmly in place, his touch alternating between intense and overwhelming until Chloe was all but overcome. But just before she reached her peak, Alistair stopped. Chloe tried to move, but the man just moved her. "Turn over, Aisling. Onto your stomach." Chloe obeyed him wordlessly. She was so overwhelmed by the sensation that there wasn't a second thought about lifting her to tantalize the man behind her. She expected him to finally move her, but instead, Alistair's mouth found her again. Chloe sighed in surprise as his tongue moved within her, making her react. Taking hold of her hips, Alistair moved her until she was trembling. When he reached forward to touch her, Chloe was overwhelmed, every muscle in her body tightening as her emotions crashed over her. She sank to the bedspread, her face buried in the pillow as she continued to tremble. Instead of continuing to touch her, Alistair moved his hands over her back and thighs soothingly, reassuring her of his presence. It took a good while before she came back down to earth, and when she did, Alistair was there, his body pressed against the side of hers. It took Chloe a good amount of strength to roll onto her back and look up at him, but somehow she managed. "You are trying to affect me." Alistair merely smirked, which, along with that divine bare chest of his, provided quite the visual. "Yet here you are, very much alive." "Barely?" Chloe reached up to cup his cheek, Before she could lose her nerve, she buried her face in his shoulder to hide her expression. "You're really skilled." "At what?" Of course he would tease her. Chloe shouldn't have expected any less. When he touched her earlobe, a sound escaped her. "At what, Aisling?" "With you," she managed, moving even closer to him. "Is that an invitation?" When Alistair's head dipped towards her, Chloe made a soft sound. "Gosh, no. I can't continue." She touched him and he sighed. "Give me this." In answer, Alistair merely moved closer to her. If Chloe had been surprised by his presence the first time she saw him, this time he was even more impactful. She was moved. "I'll be gentle, Chloe," Alistair murmured against her shoulder, placing a tender kiss there. "If you want me to stop, just say the word." There they were again, those emotions threatening when she least needed them. Instead of answering, Chloe merely nodded, opening her arms as Alistair settled over her. The first time she had ever seen him, his presence had moved her. Chloe had always been small, but men like Alistair had never really drawn her eye. There was something about Alistair, his strength, the way he was present, how he so easily surrounded her, making her feel safe. She moved closer to him, gasping when he touched her. Chloe's head fell back against the pillow as she moved closer to him. Alistair didn't hesitate to respond. Having him near was entirely different than being alone. Chloe gasped, tugging her lip between her teeth as he moved closer, until she was overwhelmed. Chloe was affected again. She couldn't help it. She felt so connected. "Am I overwhelming you?" Chloe shook her head rapidly. "No. Don't stop. Please don't stop." When she held him close, Alistair made a sound, pressing his body against hers as he moved. "Dang, you feel amazing." He moved slightly and Chloe sighed in pleasure. Her fingers curled into his shoulders as she raised her body in welcome, and Alistair sighed, his head dropping to her shoulder. He moved closer and Chloe sighed. One of her hands slid downward to hold him, urging him closer. Time ceased to exist. There was only their closeness, and the feeling that emanated from where they were joined. Chloe was exhausted, but her body still reacted, making her cling to Alistair all the tighter. When his fingers curled into the hair at the nape of her neck, forcing her to look at him, Chloe's body began to react. She gasped, her body moving as she felt overwhelmed. When she held him close, Alistair sighed, his rhythm slowing as he held her. For a long time afterward, he merely lay against her, warm, heavy, and content. Not a single complaint rose to Chloe's lips. In fact, she might have quite contentedly laid there with him until the world ended. It would mean she didn't have to think about Jackson Kensley and his offer, what might come between her and Alistair, or even what came the next day. Being like this was so much easier. Ultimately, however, Alistair moved away, disengaging so her eyes drifted closed, and a lingering feeling moved through her. Chloe would no doubt be affected tomorrow, but she had no regrets. She expected that Alistair might head to the bathroom, or even start getting dressed. Instead, he merely arranged himself to lie back against the pillows comfortably, before pulling her into his arms. He was hot, and she hadn't turned on the AC, but Chloe found she didn't want to move. When Alistair brushed a kiss across the top of her head, her heart moved and her stomach warmed. This was intense. If she had any sense of self-preservation, Chloe would stop this before it came back to affect her. For once in her life, however, she found she didn't want to do the sensible thing. In that instant, she wanted to enjoy the feel of Alistair's skin against hers. Tomorrow was soon enough to worry about the consequences.
Chapter 9.
Alistair hadn't even realized he had fallen asleep. It seemed so natural to relax with Chloe in his arms. He could only imagine what Ethan might think if his brother knew he'd gone straight back to Chloe after their first encounter, but Ethan should already be well on his way back to New York by now. And besides that, he had his own fish to fry. Alistair could handle Chloe. In fact, he quite liked handling her. He was used to waking up early, and so Alistair opened his eyes just as the sun began to enter the room. For a moment, he was disoriented, but it only took an instant to recall what had happened the night before. Chloe was still exactly where she'd been hours prior, completely naked, snuggled up against him. Without the AC, there was no need for a blanket, so the first image Alistair had upon waking was of Chloe in all her naked glory. He wished he could frame the image and hang it over his bed. Chloe might not be a supermodel, but she had a quiet, natural beauty that was absolutely stunning. All that inky black hair spread over her slender, well-muscled back. It was enough to make him want her all over again. But he wouldn't wake her. It was just as fulfilling to watch her sleep in his arms, for once, uncaring of the threat she thought he posed or how they were supposed to interact with one another. Alistair shifted carefully, so he wouldn't disturb the sleeping woman in his arms. Freeing a hand, he stroked through the silky texture of her hair, a low sigh of contentment escaping him. If this was what it was like to be with a woman, to truly be with her, he supposed he didn't mind. He could even get used to this. For about 30 minutes, Alistair lounged in the comfort of Chloe's bed, watching the sun come up. He was sure that eventually, Akma would start yowling for his breakfast and disturbing the peace, but until then Chloe was all his. Eventually, she stirred. When Chloe lifted her head, it looked like she was just as confused as Alistair had been when he woke up. Then she took in the length of his naked form, already sporting some impressive morning wood, and recognition lit her face. When she started to reach for the sheet, Alistair stopped her by drawing her flush against his chest. "Morning." For a moment, Chloe looked as if she might fight him. Then she sagged against him with a sigh. "Morning." Alistair chuckled softly. "I promise I didn't steal anything while you were sleeping." Chloe merely grunted against his shoulder. "You're so huge I would have felt if you moved." "I don't know about that. You seemed pretty tired." Chloe elbowed him, and Alistair made a show of looking like it hurt. After another minute or so, she wiggled from his embrace to slide from the bed and stretch her bare form leisurely. Alistair did his very best not to drool all over the floor. The muscles of her thighs and behind bunched and contracted as she crossed the room to open the bedroom door. Almost instantly, Akma barreled into the room, crying for his mistress. Heedless of her nudity, Chloe scooped him into her arms to cuddle him close. She was completely fearless. "I have to feed him," she announced before stepping from the room. Alistair listened to her footsteps recede in the direction of the kitchen. While she was occupied with Akma, he decided to get dressed. As things stood, it was surprising Chloe had let him stay the night. He was caught between indulgence and taking his leave before he stepped on her toes. After a few minutes of contemplation, however, he merely slipped into his jeans before settling on the bed once more. Chloe appeared shortly thereafter, clad in a bathrobe and not much else. She approached the side of the bed to perch there, and appeared to hesitate a moment before looking down at Alistair. "I want to speak to him." It took Alistair a minute or so to figure out what she was talking about. He remembered how she'd come into his arms almost desperately the night before, implying that his father was protecting her. Alistair had never really considered things that way, but he wouldn't put it past him. Jackson had a big heart, even at his most ruthless. He had reached a point where the world afforded him his eccentricities. "You want to talk to my father?" The idea didn't strike him as a particularly bad one, especially considering that Alistair himself hadn't spoken to him since the man disappeared a few days ago. He himself was wondering what business his father was embroiled in. Chloe merely nodded, drawing a hand through her raven locks to drape them over a shoulder. "I need to ask him some questions." Alistair knew better than to ask exactly what she planned on asking the old man. That said, if he was going to go through with this, he needed to speak to his father first. "Do you mind if I soften him up a bit?" He reached into his pocket to extract his phone, and Chloe's eyes widened. "You want to call him now?" "He's almost certainly awake." "Can't break from his routine for anything," Alistair groused. "Besides, whether you want to ask about what he wants with your land or tell him to sod off, better to do it now than later, huh? Chloe began to shake her head slowly. You Kensleys, you're stubborn as hell, aren't you? Family trait. Alistair grinned before promptly dialing his father's number. To his surprise, his phone rang a full 6 times before the answering machine picked up. Alistair frowned, staring at the phone in consternation. It wasn't like the old man not answering when the family called. Especially this early in the morning. He's not picking up. He answered Chloe's inquiring expression before dialing Lucas. Geez, do you know what time it is? For once, he seemed to have caught his younger brother off guard. Early. Morning, Lucas. Yeah. What's going on? The uneasy feeling from earlier that week had returned, and Alistair didn't like it. Have you talked to Dad recently? I spoke to him a few days ago, but he had to take another call. He never called me back. Lucas yawned hugely on the other end of the line. Yeah, he's been out of the office for the past few days. Taking a few days upstate to look at some supplier or the other. He's been out of contact, but Mom gave me the lowdown. Right? Alistair exhaled a sigh of relief. Any idea when he'll be back? In a day or two, I think, but I'm pretty sure he plans to hole himself up with this quarter's reports. Alistair cursed lowly. He'd almost forgotten about the damn reports. He'd be willing to wager that they were one of the reasons his father kept checking up on his status. Right? Let me call you back. Oi, how you gonna wake me? And then he hung up before he could get an earful. Alistair shoved his phone back into his pocket before settling on the side of the bed next to Chloe. As he shifted, the cogs in his mind worked overtime. He needed to speak to his father about Chloe's land, preferably before she herself unloaded on the man. He'd never gotten Jackson's confirmation on the new terms, and with the reports coming up, he could only imagine the mountain of work his father was facing. Atop that, against his better judgment, Alistair was now personally involved. If he was honest with himself, he'd probably been deeply involved from the first time he laid eyes on Chloe. Working for his father was his job, but now he was hell-bent on finding a solution that would benefit both his family and the woman he hosted a startling amount of affection for. Even if that meant putting the company's numbers on the line. He was glad Ethan had taken his leave. If his brother could see him now, Alistair was pretty sure he'd think he'd lost his mind. My father's out of the office just now, he provided to the woman sitting next to him before reaching down to cup her face gently. But I can get to him. The catch is, I have to go back to New York. Immediately, Chloe stiffened. Go back as in give up on my land, go back? Alistair chuckled. Not quite. Go back as in, try to find an amenable solution for all parties. Immediately, Chloe's gaze narrowed skeptically. Alistair, you know how I feel about. I do. Alistair replied gently, taking her hand in his. I swear I do. But you want to speak to him, don't you? And so do I. Right now, the easiest way to do that is to get back to the city. In New York, he'd have all the resources he needed at his disposal. It meant he'd have to face Ethan and, eventually, Vlad, but Alistair was confident he could win his father over. And if he couldn't, their last resort was Chloe speaking to him. Either way, this needed to be finished. I promise I'll be back. His statement made Chloe scowl. I'm not your war wife, Kensley. You don't need to coddle me. The corner of his mouth twitched in amusement. I'm not coddling you. I'm just playing the gentleman. No way I'm leaving your bed to skip town without some type of reassurance. Chloe wasn't the type for overt romance, that much was clear. It was one of the many reasons Alistair was drawn to her. But beneath that hard exterior, there was a softness that he caught glimpses of now and again that was just as alluring as the rest of her. Chloe looked away from him, her cheeks flushing slightly. You can come back or stay in New York. Makes no never mind to me. She talked a tough game, but Alistair could read between the lines. It was one of his many skills. You have my number, Aisling. You can call me whenever you like. For a split second, it looked as if Chloe meant to spit a sharp retort. Then, her expression softened and she merely nodded. Alistair took the opportunity to kiss her before she could change her mind. Gosh, he would never tire of how sweet she tasted. Despite his brilliant idea to return to New York, Alistair wasn't terribly keen on leaving her. There was a poignant moment between them, in which he allowed himself to imagine that everything worked out. Alistair got his father to agree to the new terms, and he returned to find Chloe had a change of heart. If he did manage to get that lucky, he promised himself that he would do everything in his power to win Chloe's heart, something he hadn't been certain he wanted until very recently. I'll make you some breakfast before you leave. Before he could say anything, Chloe pulled away, leaving him to his own devices to get dressed. The room felt quite empty without her, and so Alistair made himself presentable as quickly as he could. Breakfast was a quiet affair. Chloe made them both oatmeal, and he finished his far too quickly for his own liking. He spun a few moments out as long as he could, toying with Akma when the cub began attacking his shoes. He helped Chloe do the dishes, and then finally, he found it time to execute the brilliant plan he'd come up with. To leave her. I will come back. When he paused on her doorstep to reassure her, Chloe merely waved him off. Just go. I want this to be over as much as you do. What precisely this was remained unspoken between them. Alistair finally nodded curtly, before turning to leave. He made it about 5 steps before Chloe called his name. The immense man hid a smile as he turned to find she had come from her porch to confront him a final time. Just travel safe. She finally stuttered before taking his hand to squeeze. When she stood on her toes, she managed to reach his mouth, and the kiss lasted perhaps half a second. But it was the sweetest of Alistair's life. 4 weeks later. New York, New York. While Alistair's plan was easy in conception, it was a bit more complicated to execute. After a final night in Marla's, where he had 1 beer too many, and divulged to the bartender far more than he should, he was on a plane back to New York. He should have known coming back in the middle of the quarterly report was a bad idea, but the notion impressed him pretty powerfully from the moment he walked into corporate. For starters, Ethan was nowhere to be found. While Alistair could attribute that to being up to his balls in paperwork, it was equally as likely that he was preoccupied with Harper. But Alistair knew better than to stick his nose where it wasn't wanted. If Ethan believed he was still in Texas, so much the better. He'd cling to the safety net for as long as it lasted. His father, however, was an entirely different story. A few days after Alistair made it back to the city, he returned to the office, only to immediately sequester himself with work. Seeing as how Vlad meant to take over the business in the next few months, Alistair had hoped he might get a reprieve where Jackson was concerned. But as long as he still held the title of CEO, the older man took quarterly reports just as seriously as he had for the past 30 years. Which meant Alistair got all of about an hour of his time in the few weeks that he'd been in the city. When he first returned, Alistair had managed to squeeze in 15 minutes before lunch and was surprised at how haggard his father looked. He'd barely gotten back to the office, and it looked as if he'd pulled a few all-nighters. Any suggestions that Jackson get more rest, however, were met with stiff protestations. He wasn't taking any time off during quarterly reports. And that meant no one else was either. I still don't see how you thought this was a good idea. From over the pile of paperwork on the table between them, Alistair glowered at Lucas. This was all well and fine for his youngest brother. As he didn't actually work for the company, he wasn't required to lend a helping hand. Instead, he merely met Alistair for a working lunch and watched him suffer. You might have avoided all this in Texas. The larger man rolled his eyes. Somehow I doubt it. I've never avoided it abroad, so I don't see how a little thing like state lines would save me. Well, assuming that you were putting all of your brainpower into getting the acquisition, maybe Dad would have cut you a bit of slack. Except I am putting all my brainpower into the acquisition, Alistair cut him off with a low growl. Which is why I'm here. With no small amount of reluctance, Alistair had already briefed his brother on everything that had gone down in Granbury. In all honesty, it was impossible to avoid an intervention when Lucas insisted that he'd come back from Texas, as sullen as a spoiled child. The entire story about Chloe had come out, and Alistair found he'd gained an unlikely ally in his plan of attack. Unfortunately, the crux of said plan was indisposed, and Alistair was pretty sure it would remain that way for the next few weeks. Your intentions are good, Lucas pointed out over a bite of pasta. As soon as Dad is finished with the reports, you can take them to him first thing. Yeah, and in the meantime, I'm saddled with enough grunt work to send me to an early grave. Maybe I should have stayed in Texas. Right? Because then you'd have grunt work to distract you from your girlfriend. Alistair immediately scowled. She's not my girlfriend. MMHM. Lucas's expression showed he'd believed that profession when the hell froze over. You're just pining for her. Driven up the wall by 4 weeks apart. She only bought a cell phone to talk to you when she hates technology, and you're only messaging her all the bloody time. Alistair merely glared at him in warning. What else could he do? Lucas caught him red-handed there. After a week of only talking to Chloe twice, Alistair had all but begged her to get a phone. He even offered to pay for it, which in the end was what got her to buy the damn thing. She was well and truly bent on proving that she didn't need his help, and bought it on her own within 24 hours. Certainly, she wasn't as dependent on hers as Alistair was on his, but the point was that it gave him constant access to her. Even if she didn't respond to his messages right away, he could see that she read them. And that was enough. How long does the quarterly report usually take? At his groaned question, it was Lucas's turn to roll his eyes. You've been working for Dad for how long? And you still don't know that? Alistair glowered at him. I know it's hell, period. That's all I need to know. With a sigh, Lucas shrugged. He took another bite of his lunch, his expression thoughtful. Maybe 2 more weeks, if we're lucky. 2 more weeks. That was 14 more days before he could see his father, which meant even longer than that before he could see Chloe again. At this point, Alistair didn't know which was worse. Nervousness that his father would reject the terms Alistair had come up with, anxiety that Chloe wouldn't accept any at all, or knowing that he wouldn't be able to have the diminutive woman grouse to his face for a fortnight. Geez, you've got it bad. Alistair chose to ignore the remark. Lucas was still young, and thankfully he seemed to have gone neither the route of their brother Ethan, the womanizer, nor Vlad, the asexual, which meant he still had time to learn about women. In the meantime, he continued to lecture Alistair about matters of the heart. Lucky him. All right, I need to finish this and you're distracting me. You're distracting your bloody self. Shut it, Lucas. Alistair's younger brother smirked at his rebuke, but went back to eating his pasta silently. Alistair himself lasted approximately half an hour filling out forms about his acquisitions in the past 4 months, before he shoved the paperwork aside and extracted his phone from his jacket pocket. He had a single new message, and the sight of it made his heart leap. None of your business. He had asked Chloe how her weaving was going. Though their last night together was a tumultuous one, he noticed that her hands were colored with dye. She was making the cloth her father taught her for the first time in God knew how long, and now Alistair was hell-bent on getting her to reveal what she was going to make with it. And Chloe wouldn't be Chloe without a little pushback. So devoted to your work. Lucas, I swear, if you don't shut your mouth, I'll shut it for you. Alistair shot his brother a warning glance over his glass of water, as he contemplated what to send back to Chloe. After about 10 minutes of indecision, he figured it would be better if he just called her later. It had been about a week since he heard her voice, and that was far too long. I think I'm done with lunch, Lou. Alistair shoved his half-finished steak aside, before doing his best to pack up the files he was working on. As Ethan so often liked to remind him, he had the organizational skills of a 4-year-old, and it was coming back to bite him. The rest of the day seemed to last forever. According to his father's secretary, he'd barely missed Ethan, who was in the office sporadically himself. Though Alistair had his own office at headquarters, he barely used it. He much preferred to work out on one of the terraces, or at home. He spared half an hour to hand off the paperwork he'd completed, before making a beeline out of the city. Thankfully, it was well before rush hour, which meant he made good time home. Alistair had never really thought about it before, but his house was far too big. Without anyone else in it, an emptiness pervaded the space that made the views just a little less spellbinding. Chloe's house was much smaller than his, but there was a hominess to it. He missed Granbury, and he missed Chloe. Lucas was right, he had something bad. Alistair kicked off his shoes before taking the steps up to the main level and collapsing on the couch. He barely waited a minute before pulling out his phone to dial Chloe's number. "Hello?" She answered on the third ring, and Alistair's eyes drifted closed as he imagined her at her stall at the market, sweaty, stern, and gorgeous. "Hello, Aisling. It's been a while, hasn't it?" In response, Chloe merely made a disapproving sound. "I don't see how everyone is so tied to these things. They're annoying as hell." "And yet you answered the phone," he rebutted with a smile. "I'm honored." "You'd better be." There was unmistakable humor in her voice, and he reveled in it. "Are you already done with work, or are you slacking off?" "Some combination of the two," he answered truthfully with a grin. "You know how I feel about the city." You've only told me 20 times. Alistair." There was a beat of hesitation before Chloe went on. "How are things with your father?" The large man exhaled a long sigh. "It's crunch time, Chloe. I've done everything I can, short of mutiny, to get a meeting, but the man just isn't available. And if it's this way for his sons, I can't imagine how business subsidiaries must feel." "Meaning you still don't know when you'll be back?" Her tone was both accusatory and melancholy, tugging at his heartstrings. Chloe would never admit it, but she missed him. It was probably the greatest compliment she could pay him. "Lucas says it will probably be 2 weeks, and I'll push for sooner." "Take your time. I'm perfectly ready to reject both you and Kensley Sr." Despite her confidence, the words carried much less bite than they had 2 months ago, which gave Alistair more than a little hope. "You don't have to reject anyone. Just sick your little hellcat on them." Chloe snorted. "He's not so little anymore." "Meaning you have a cat the size of a dog roaming your cabin. I still think you've lost your mind. Why don't you come back and find out?" Was it just him, or was Chloe trying to be suggestive? Either that, or she was threatening to have Akma eviscerate him. "I'm working on it, Aisling." There was a low murmuring in the background that he could barely make out a moment before Alistair arched a brow. "Chloe?" When she didn't answer, his brow furrowed in worry. "Chloe, are you there?" "Alistair." He was surprised when Alice answered the phone. "First of all, good on you for finally getting Chloe to give in to the cell phone craze. I owe you one there." "Right," Alistair smirked. "Where'd she go?" Full disclosure, Chloe's been feeling a bit under the weather for the past few days. "I just sent her out of the heat for a while." Alistair immediately sat up, concerned. "Under the weather, how?" "Geez, calm down." Alice returned, her tone far from ruffled. "Just a bit of a bug. She'll be right as rain soon. I'll have her call you back after her break." "Okay." What else could Alistair say? If Chloe was sick, she needed her rest. He only wished she had mentioned something to him. "Keep me updated." "Of course." Alice's jaunty southern drawl was reassuring if nothing else, and Alistair hung up. After setting his phone aside, he drew his hands over his face with a groan. It seemed there was nothing he could do to rectify anything. Chloe was too far away, and his father was somehow even more unreachable. All Alistair could do was hope that things sorted themselves out in short order. That was the only way he was getting back to Granbury. "Chloe, are you okay?" Though she knew Alice was only asking to comfort her, she couldn't help but notice the irony of asking someone if they were right while they were heaving up the contents of their stomach into a public toilet. The nausea had been swift and brutal. She barely thought, shoving her phone into Alice's hands before making a beeline for the convenience store bathroom. It was over as quickly as it started, but that didn't mean Chloe didn't suffer from the purge. "Chloe?" "I'm fine," she groaned, feeling anything but. She couldn't remember the last time her stomach rebelled against her. Usually, Chloe was never sick. She supposed she was getting older. There was a first time for everything. "Maybe we should close up early today," Alice suggested gently, concern lacing her tone. Slowly, Chloe shook her head. "Really, I'm fine. It's past." She eased up off the floor of the stall, only to sway on her feet as the room spun. When she stumbled, Alice caught her, her expression stricken. "Chloe." "I'm all right," the smaller woman managed, even if she felt anything but. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to be home and in bed. Preferably with Alistair. But Alistair wasn't here. He was in New York, insisting that he was a bat for her benefit. Chloe, for her part, was still far from any inclination towards selling her land, but she gave Alistair the benefit of the doubt for one reason and one reason only: she wanted to see him again. But before then, she might just throw up half of her internal organs. "I told you we shouldn't have opened up today," Alice chastised her with far too much wisdom for someone in their 20s. "You're sick." "It's just a bug," Chloe protested, even as she sagged against the bathroom wall. "It will pass. And until it does, you need to be at home in bed." Chloe glared at her, but the effect was substantially lessened by the fact that she was ridiculously dizzy. It didn't take much more convincing for Alice to prop her up in a chair by the stall, as she closed up shop by herself. As she did so, Chloe realized that, instead of isolation, her first impulse had been to want Alistair the first time she puked her guts up. It was the latest in a series of revelations she fought less with each passing day, not that she'd ever tell Kensley that. There had been more than a few times over the past few weeks that she caught herself daydreaming about him. At first, she told herself that it was completely natural. The man had rocked her world not once but twice. Of course, her propensity was to dwell on the memories. But then it wasn't just the intimacy. She found herself remembering little things, like the way he rubbed his beard when he was agitated, or how he called her Aisling, things that turned her into a mushy creature she barely recognized. And if that wasn't enough, now she had to deal with a stomach bug. To her merit, she lasted almost long enough for Alice to finish packing up the stall before she rushed back to the bathroom. By this point, there was little in her stomach to throw up. She retched up a mixture of bile and saliva, and remained bent over the toilet until Alice came to retrieve her with an admonishing expression. Her friend proceeded to drive her straight home, where she fussed over her for the rest of the evening. She tucked Chloe into bed, made her soup, and watched her sip at ginger ale until she'd finished several glasses. That done, she fed Akma. She was one of the few people who wasn't terrified by the cub, who was now the size of a beagle, before settling down in Chloe's living room. Nothing Chloe said could dissuade her from staying. "I know you, and what you need right now is someone to take care of you. I'm not going anywhere." Lucky for her, Chloe was in no position to put her foot down. Instead, she merely curled up in bed with Akma to get some much-needed rest. As much as she adored the little cougar cub, she couldn't help but wish it was Alistair curled around her instead. Unfortunately, Chloe's condition didn't improve. By the next morning, she was in doubt as to whether her suffering was in fact due to something as small as a bug. Around 3 a.m., she'd gone running for the toilet, and she stayed there until Alice woke up to find her snoozing with her forehead against the toilet seat. Chloe was all for going back to bed, but Alice would hear nothing of it. "We're going to the hospital." Chloe shot her friend her best death glare from her bathroom floor. "No way. I'm not going anywhere." "Chloe, you might be older, but you have to see reason here. You can't keep anything down. What if you have food poisoning?" "Then it will pass," Chloe returned stubbornly. "I'm not going to the hospital." Alice stood in the doorway, arms crossed firmly over her ample chest. She scowled, reaching in her pocket to extract Chloe's relatively new cell phone. Either you go, or I call him. Chloe's eyes narrowed. You wouldn't. She knew it had been a mistake to tell Alice about Alistair. Though her friend hadn't held the information over her head a month ago, now she was pulling out the stops. Alistair worried too much for his own good. Alice had enough time to make excuses for herself the previous day. The last thing she needed was the younger woman calling him back now. It was only with the utmost reluctance, however, that she allowed Alice to take her to the local hospital. Chloe despised medical centers. Though she was small, she'd been healthy as a horse her entire life, and the few times she was sick, her father's herbal remedies brought her back to health within quick order. All she remembered about hospitals was being brought as a child for the vaccinations she required, and that had been horrifying. Now she felt no less nervous as she waited in a blinding white room with Alice by her side. Granted, the tests weren't nearly as bad as an adult. She'd peed in a cup, had her blood drawn, and had a woman old enough to be her grandmother examine her from head to toe. The worst part, Chloe decided, was the waiting. Especially when she was certain the doctor would just tell her to go back to bed. After about half an hour of terse silence, the doctor returned, beaming. She had an arm full of pamphlets and a few bottles of pills, and Chloe paled. What on earth was all of that? Well, Miss Sanook Trellis, I'm happy to say that you're perfectly healthy. Chloe glared at her suspiciously. If I'm healthy, what's all that for? If anything, the doctor's smile only widened. They're prenatal vitamins. You're about 3 weeks pregnant. A long beat of silence passed as Chloe stared at her wide-eyed. She has dreams. Either that, or she was so dizzy she'd gone into a delirium. Miss Sanook Trellis? She barely heard the doctor calling her name. Pregnant. She was pregnant. How? Her question made the doctor smile secretively. Well, my dear, I'm certain you know. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Alice snickered, which earned her a swift, dangerous look. Sorry. I meant. Chloe trailed off, her head spinning. It was true that she hadn't used protection either time she was with Alistair, hadn't even thought about it. Chloe didn't have enough intimacy to bother herself with contraception the way she had when she was younger. She hadn't meant to be so idle-minded, but that didn't change the fact that she couldn't remember the date of her last period. Almost certainly, it had been before Alistair arrived in Granbury. Which meant, oh my gosh, it's true. She was immediately assaulted with a plethora of emotions. Shock, fear, amazement, and surprisingly, sheer joy. Chloe dear, are you all right? She snapped back to attention to find the doctor with a gentle hand on her arm. At that juncture, she could only answer truthfully. I have no idea.
Chapter 10.
Oh my gosh, Chloe. Oh my gosh. A few hours later, Chloe and Alice were back at her cabin. Thanks to some medicine for morning sickness, Chloe was finally able to eat a decent meal, though Alice's gushing didn't make it any easier. Alice, please. I'm sorry. The young woman forced herself to stop pacing. She sank down into a chair opposite Chloe, her face glowing with excitement. You're going to have a baby. Well, that much was obvious. Chloe hadn't, for a moment, toyed with the idea of giving the child up. But that meant that she had a long road ahead of her. Though there was a part of her that wanted to be just as excited as Alice, there was another that was terrified. Things had been simpler when it was a stomach virus. A baby meant another person. Bringing a child into the world that would have Chloe's mixed blood. Did that mean she'd have to shield the child like her parents shielded her? Would he or she be ostracized the same way Chloe had growing up? She placed a hand over her stomach protectively. The very idea made her ill. And she hadn't even begun to think about how she'd tell Alistair. Geez, she wasn't even sure what was between them, and now there was a child added to the mix. While Chloe had no doubt that Alistair liked her, and they were certainly compatible in bed, they weren't ready for this. Was anyone ever ready for this? Chloe. She realized that Alice was staring at her strangely. You've been holding that bite of soup in the air for 3 minutes. She looked from her spoon to the younger woman, and then back again before dropping it into her bowl. Suddenly, her appetite had gone. Chloe, talk to me. Almost instantly, Alice had rounded the table to stand in front of her. What is it? Chloe fought the impulse to push her friend away. To deal with her problems on her own, as she had her entire life. But just now, she didn't think she could be alone. Tentatively, she reached for Alice, gripping her arms firmly. This is wrong. The words left her in barely a whisper, but Alice heard them well enough. What's wrong? This. Chloe shook her head slowly. A baby? How am I supposed to have a baby? And here in Granbury? Her eyes slid shut as she remembered the adversity her father had faced, and what she herself struggled with. This is insane. What's insane about it, Chloe? Alice inquired gently disengaging Chloe's hands so she could take them on her own. Someone to carry on your line. An Apache baby. Doesn't that make you happy? Imagine how your parents would feel. If only it were that easy. Her parents had struggled because her father was Apache, and Alistair didn't know the first thing about any of that. Of course, this was assuming that he acknowledged the baby as his at all. Alice, I'm scared. It was the first time she'd admitted it to anyone. I'm terrified. Chloe. Alice squeezed her hands reassuringly. You have nothing to be afraid of. You're going to be an amazing mother. And you'll teach your child all about your people. What about Alistair? The words slipped out before she could stop them. He won't want it. Chloe, don't start that. Alice rebuffed her sternly. Why wouldn't he? It was a mistake. We weren't supposed to get involved. Chloe's chest was tight, and all at once it was like she couldn't breathe. He wasn't expecting it. He's a Kensley, and I'm? You're Chloe Sanook Trellis. Alice cut her off firmly. The man came down here to take you down, and look what happened. He's over the moon for you, Chloe. Why else would he go to bat for you? Offer to buy you a cell phone? Why the hell else would you get so nervous when I threatened to tell him you're sick? She didn't have an answer for that. Chloe didn't know what she was supposed to call it. She'd spent the past few years of her life convincing herself that there was no one for her. To jump from that to assuming that one of the most influential men in the world wanted a half Apache from backwoods Texas was one hell of a stretch. But what if he doesn't want it? She gazed up at Alice, cursing the moisture that gathered at the corners of her eyes. Then he's a moron, Alice snapped, her gaze fierce. And your baby will still be the most kick-ass kid in Granbury, Alistair Kensley or not. The notion was enough to make her heart ache, but Chloe didn't dare allow herself the luxury of imagining a happy ever after. She hadn't allowed herself to want much in life, but she wanted Alistair. Like hell, she could deny that. Taking a deep breath, she put on a smile. She let Alice pull her into her arms, and relished her closeness. You know, you wouldn't have to speculate on any of this if you just told him. After a moment of panic and mortification, Chloe forced herself to see things in black and white. Alice was right. Here she was trying to guess her future, and all it would take to speak to Alistair was a single message. The most terrifying message of her life. Steeling herself, Chloe released Alice with the utmost reluctance to dig through the bag she'd brought back from the hospital and find her cell phone. Before she could lose her nerve, she texted 3 words to the man she had unintentionally given her heart. We need to talk. Of course, when he didn't answer within 10 minutes, Chloe started climbing the walls in anxiety. She paced, she played with Akma until the cub stalked off in a huff, and then she sequestered herself in her room until Alice bellowed at her to come out. Ultimately, the younger woman suggested that they go to town to pass the time. Though Chloe hardly wanted to face the people of Granbury just then, she allowed Alice to drag her to the truck and drive her to town. Once they arrived, however, the only place Chloe wanted to go was the bar. Of course, she had no desire to drink, but Marla was one of the only people she could tolerate in her current state. When she plopped down at the bar next to Alice, the bartender grinned. "As I live and breathe. Back for round 2? She's not drinking." Alice piped up before Chloe could, earning herself a warning scowl. "Maybe cranberry juice? Make that 2? Marla eyed the two women curiously. "Fine by me." When she turned to get their drinks, Alice scooted closer to Chloe, wrapping an arm around her. "Try to relax. He'll answer soon." Chloe made an impatient noise. "He usually answers right away." "Well, you did send him the fateful 'we have to talk' text." "Is that even a thing?" Chloe's expression turned horrified and Alice laughed. "You're the only person I know who could have the affections of a Kensley be worried about social decorum." "Ah, our young Alistair?" Marla served each woman a glass of juice with a secretive smile. "I assumed you sent him running for the hills. Still in contact, are we?" Chloe flushed scarlet, suddenly very interested in her glass. Alice, however, was glad to answer for her. "In contact?" she hissed conspiratorially. "Don't even joke, Marla. You know he's totally head over heels for her." Marla chuckled at the statement as she poured a beer for another customer. "That's for damn sure. You know, his last night here he was in here drunk as a skunk talking about our Chloe." The dark-skinned woman immediately straightened in interest. "He was talking about me?" "Rambling really," Marla answered with a smirk. Thankfully, the place was nearly empty. Talking about how Granbury was the most gorgeous place he'd ever visited, but not because of the mountains. Chloe could feel her face burning. "He's got it bad. You know he was asking about you from the first day he came in here?" "For business," Chloe rebutted defensively. "He's still after my land, you know." "And why else would he be after a little trollop like you?" The comment was enough to bring silence to the bar. Stunned, Chloe turned to see none other than Martha Wynne sitting in the booth behind her. The woman was obviously intoxicated, and the liquor did her no favors. Instead of the half-smile she normally plastered on her face when speaking to Chloe, her dark eyes gleamed with pure hatred. "Excuse me?" Chloe finally managed, her heart in her throat. "You heard me." Martha didn't even pretend she hadn't insulted her. She took hold of her glass to take another swig of whatever she was drinking. "You should have sold to us when you had the chance. Don't complain now." "Geez." Chloe had never imagined Martha Wynne would say something so ugly. Then again, everyone in town but her husband seemed to know she'd been sniffing after Alistair the entire time he was in Granbury. "I'm not complaining, Martha. Just stating a fact." Chloe's words were tight with anger, her hand reflexively curled over her belly protectively. "Here's another fact, he only slept with you to sweeten the deal." Chloe couldn't keep from inhaling sharply. By this point most of the bar's patrons had shifted uneasily, and Marla had gone completely behind the bar. "Yeah, that's right," Martha continued brazenly, her gaze never leaving Chloe's. "Everyone knows he was in your bed. Surprised he didn't break you in half." "Martha, that's enough." Marla's voice was admirably calm, given the situation. "I think you're finished for the evening." "I think you can go to hell, Marla. Don't tell me you weren't making eyes at him too." Chloe was usually quicker with her tongue, but she was still trying to process what was going on. Martha barely spared the bartender a moment before turning her venom back on Chloe. "You know, your father was never welcome here, and neither are you. You're a token, a little relic of the past. He wants that acreage, so he was willing to stoop to any level." "Martha Wynne." Alice leapt from her seat, incensed. "You shut your damn mouth." "You know what else he said during his little drunken rant?" Martha went on, undeterred. That your little patch of dirt is worth 20 million easy, and that's lowballing. He was gonna offer you a percentage, but now that's off the table. Martha? Marla's bark was deep enough to startle the mayor's wife into silence. That's enough. I think you need to get on to your husband before you get yourself in trouble. Martha groused the entire way, but slid drunkenly from her boat to stagger from the bar. Chloe watched her, her grip on her belly vice-like. 20 million. 20 million? And what the hell did he mean by a percentage not being on the table? A cold, niggling doubt began to grow in Chloe's belly, threatening to make her just as sick as her unborn child. Chloe. Alice had already taken her seat to tug her friend close. Don't listen to a word she says. She's just an old, jealous woman with a bitter heart. But the damage was done. What if she was right? It made a lot more sense than a Kensley falling for a nobody. Maybe Alistair had gone back to New York to find some other way to get her land, and this was all a ruse to get Chloe to let her guard down. Maybe the father of her child was playing her for a fool. I need to leave. Chloe jerked to her feet, her stance stiff, stomach roiling. Now? Everything was wrong. Alistair had already been stressed enough at the prospect of confronting his father over their latest acquisition. But then, everything had gone to hell in a handbasket. He'd been asleep, knocked out from a late night the previous evening, when he got Ethan's call. Their father had collapsed and was in the hospital. It wasn't until Alistair rushed to Long Island that he realized just how bad the situation was. Vlad had flown in from Cali, Ethan had appeared after being Mia for weeks, and Toshiro was on his way from God knew where. Lucas had greeted him the moment he entered the hospital. As usual, his youngest brother was relatively calm, but Alistair had never seen him so pale. Even so, Alistair held up hope that it was just overwork. That there was nothing seriously wrong, and his father would recover without a hitch. At least until he was called into the older man's room, last of all his siblings. The sight that met his eyes made his heart stop. He'd never seen someone hooked up to so many machines, and the sallow, thin man in bed couldn't be his father. He looked so frail and small, so unlike the robust Jackson Kensley he knew. Alistair forced himself to take a deep breath and keep his composure, for his mother if nothing else. She was at his father's bedside, holding his hand silently, her eyes red from crying. When Alistair knelt next to them, he felt his heart rend in his chest. Cancer. He choked, torn between anger and grief. Why the hell didn't you say something? Why on earth would I make you worry, my boy? Despite his thin frame, Jackson's voice was surprisingly strong. I'm an old man. If my time has come, it's come. Baloney? Alistair's voice came out a weak croak. You had no right to keep this from us. We could have been there for you. But you were. Jackson returned, a smile turning his face bright. You and your brothers were with me every step of the way, with your devotion to the company and each other. Don't start that. Alistair shook his head, furiously. Don't you dare talk about business now? Life is business, Alistair. And I have confidence that you will continue mine, no matter what happens to me. They'll treat you. Alistair refused to believe his father would die. He was far too hardy and stubborn to give up without a fight. You'll get better. I might. Jackson's slightly unsteady hand covered his. I might not. I need you to be prepared for both eventualities. Your brothers look up to you, you know. Oh, that's a load of hogwash. He burst into aggravation. I'm not responsible. I'm not a role model of any kind. There's a reason Vlad's taking over the company instead of me. I've never been good at anything but throwing my weight around. It was like his entire world was falling apart. At that moment, more than he ever had, Alistair wished Chloe was by his side. She wasn't the type to waste words and tell lies, but he didn't need any of that. All he needed was her. Speaking of, Jackson fixed his eldest son with a mischievous stare. How are things in Texas? Alistair stared at him, as if he'd grown a second head. Screw Texas. You're in the hospital. I know a certain young woman who might take offense to that sentiment. Alistair blinked, completely nonplussed. You what? Don't tease him, darling. Jackson's wife squeezed his shoulder gently, the smallest of smiles emerging. Be straight for once. Jackson sighed, shifting to a more comfortable position in his hospital bed. I'm sorry I haven't been able to speak with you about your terms for the acquisition, Alistair. I was doing my best to hide all of this, but it backfired spectacularly. I meant to call you back that day and commend you for your empathy. My what? Alistair was still completely confused. Of course Jackson would know about Chloe, but why was he bringing her up now? Alistair, you are so very predictable. Jackson chuckled. I knew the moment Chloe's land fell into my hands that you would be drawn there. To the mountains and to her. Oh Christ. Oh Christ. You can't be serious. Deadly. Pardon the macabre pun. Jackson laughed lowly. Certainly the land would be a great asset to the company, but at the end of the day, the terms matter little to me. How are you and Chloe getting along? You? Alistair did his best to summon righteous anger, or even some small amount of irritation, but it didn't come. Instead, he merely found himself marveling at how well his father knew him. His blood didn't run through Alistair's veins, but it didn't need to. She's quite the handful, isn't she? Much like her father. Alistair's eyes widened. You knew her. Jackson held up a hand to stop him in his tracks. None of that matters now. What matters is you and her. Groaning, Alistair shoved a hand through his hair. You can't honestly expect me to leave you when you're like this. I won't. Suit yourself. Jackson shrugged. But Chloe does seem the impatient type. This is important. Love is important. The word was enough to send a shock through Alistair's system. Love? Love was something he'd scoffed at most of his adult years. He'd accepted he'd be a perpetual bachelor, and attested that there were few things women didn't complicate. There was no way he could love Chloe. He hadn't known her long enough. She thought he was a corporate leech. Reaching into his pocket, Alistair took the barest moment to glance at his phone. He had a single message from Chloe. We need to talk. His heart constricted. Scowling, he shoved the phone back into his pocket to look at his father once more. I can't leave, he repeated firmly. Not now. Slowly Jackson nodded. Always the stubborn one. I suppose I shouldn't expect anything less. The next few days were brutal. Though Alistair tried to call Chloe several times, she didn't pick up. There weren't any other messages either, no matter how many he sent her. But Alistair could act no further. Not when his father needed him. Toshiro arrived the second day after their father was admitted, and Alistair found a perverse joy in the fact that he didn't seem to be the only one with female issues. According to Ethan, Toshiro had his own romantic mishap. He was attentive enough to their father, but any attempts at conversation fell curiously flat. Ethan himself brought the woman he'd been seeing, Harper. It was a bold move on his part, but Alistair had to admire him for it. He was all but announcing that she was the one for him, which spoke mountains, especially to their parents. Vlad also brought along a guest, the architect he'd been working with in both Russia and California. Anyone could guess the nature of their relationship, but Alistair had never seen their most level-headed brother bring a woman with him to any family function. And this was something far more dire. Alistair found himself incredibly torn. He stayed in his old room at the mansion, close to the Long Island hospital, even as he flagrantly wondered why Chloe seemed to be avoiding him. Though Lucas tried to get him to talk about what was bothering him, Alistair always deflected talk about their father and his treatments. It was easier to talk about the crisis in the hand over the one that awaited him when he returned to Texas. If he returned to Texas. Over the course of 2 weeks, things gradually died down. Reporters were less rabid, and doctors assured their family that Jackson was as stable as he was going to be. He was a fighting man and far from on his last leg. Though the news bolstered Alistair's spirit, he wished he could share it with Chloe. He wished he could share this entire crazy, terrifying series of events with her. "You look exhausted." Lucas found him ruminating at the manor one night, after almost everyone had left. Jackson had insisted on it. He implied that their standing around waiting for him to die was nothing less than offensive, and that the doctors would contact them if there were any major changes. That was enough for Ethan, who returned to the city, and Vlad, even though the latter seemed to be dealing with his own romantic issues. Toshiro announced that he was taking some time off, before disappearing without another word. This meant that Alistair was left with the empathetic and pious Lucas. "I feel exhausted." Alistair shot his brother a weary glance as he turned his cell phone over and over in his hand. Not a single message from Chloe in 2 weeks. Did it mean she was through with him? That she had decided what was between them wasn't important enough to pursue? "I think we all are," Lucas provided gently, sinking into an armchair across from his brother. "But Dad seems to be doing a bit better." Alistair snorted. "Part of me wonders if he's just faking to get us all in one place for once." Lucas's lips twitched in amusement. "If he is, it only worked for a few days. Before he kicked us all out." Alistair exhaled a long sigh before finally tossing his phone aside. He should be over the moon that his father was stable, and he was elated that the old man was fighting the good fight. But something was missing. "When's the last time you talked to her?" Alistair started at Lucas's question before scowling. "Doesn't matter. We have to look after Dad." "Don't give me that." Lucas rolled his eyes. "Mom can look after Dad. That's practically her entire reason for being." "He's sick." Alistair surprised even himself when his voice rose to a fever pitch. "He needs us." Lucas, as always, remained level-headed, fixing Alistair with a knowing stare. "Dad knows what he needs, Alice. He's surprisingly good at knowing what we need, too." When terse silence fell between them, he tried again. "How long?" "Weeks," Alistair replied flatly. "I think she's angry with me. Or finished with me, one of the two." "Have you tried calling her?" "Ridiculous amounts," Alistair groaned, covering his face with his hands. "She never answers. No messages either." What he didn't mention was that every time he got her answering machine, his heart broke a little more. So why not go back to Texas? And have her get pissed at me for coming after her land again? The hell with that. Lucas sighed long-sufferingly. This has nothing to do with her land. According to Ethan, there wasn't even a mention of a future acquisition in the quarter report. That's because the land doesn't matter. Alistair burst, frustrated. He'd wasted so much time trying to make the business side of things work. Those were days and weeks he could have spent in Chloe's company. Kissing her, holding her in his arms, and loving her like she deserved. Only she matters. To his surprise, he found Lucas grinning at him. "Looks like you aren't so thick-headed after all." Was he suggesting Alistair go anyway? That he fly all the way to Granbury to speak to a woman who had spurned him and poured his heart out, knowing very well that she could reject him? There was no way. He was almost 40 years old. There was no way he was behaving like a besotted 20-year-old. But Lucas had already pulled out his phone. "Shall I book you an evening flight?" Alistair shot him a death glare, but he didn't protest.
Chapter 11.
Chloe was heartsick. It had taken her a while to come up with what, exactly, was wrong with her. She had no enthusiasm for her daily walks in the forest or gathering supplies. She didn't want to crush herbs or make soaps, and she barely wanted to go to market to sell what little she had left. Instead, she remained at home in her room, weaving in patterns her fingers remembered, even if her mind didn't. Alice had been to see her almost every day in the past 2 weeks, but Chloe didn't really want to talk to her. Alice just wanted to convince her to speak to Alistair. To learn the truth of things once and for all. But Chloe knew the truth. She and Alistair were from different worlds. They didn't belong together. She was an idiot to ever think they did. She continued weaving on the homemade loom her grandmother had passed to her father, with one hand, as the other cradled her still very flat stomach. Her child was there. The child who would grow up without his father, struggling against his Native American roots to find the place he belonged. She would have to be just as strong for her son or daughter as she'd been for herself. Even stronger. For every person as kind and loving as Alice, there was a Martha Wynne in the world, and she'd protect her baby at all costs, with or without Alistair. But that didn't mean she didn't hurt. Chloe had only felt pain like this once in her life, when her parents died. She wanted to cry, but couldn't. Wanted to stay in bed, but couldn't let herself lie there, idle. She had to keep moving forward, if not for herself, then for her unborn child. When her cell phone buzzed from inside her bedside table drawer, she jumped. The damn thing just wouldn't stay off. She had a sneaking suspicion that Alice was sneaking into her room to turn it on, but the battery would eventually die. And then she'd never use it again. The phone rang several times before falling silent. A scant 3 minutes of peace passed before it started up again. Suddenly incensed, Chloe tossed her weaving aside, stalking over to the drawer to yank it open. She expected it to be Alistair. He was the only one who ever called her, but she was surprised to find she didn't know the number on the caller ID. She hesitated for another few seconds before answering warily. "Hello? Chloe Sanook Trellis?" The voice was that of an older man, one she didn't recognize. "Yes," she replied hesitantly. "Who is this?" "Jackson Kensley, my dear. How are you?" For a long moment, Chloe was so shocked she forgot how to speak. Jackson Kensley was calling her? Now of all times? "Are you there, Chloe?" "Mr. Kensley," Chloe breathed his name in surprise before she forced herself to harden her resolve. "Mr. Kensley. I've been hoping to speak to you." Now was the time to give him a piece of her mind. The Kensleys had wreaked havoc on her life. She needed to tell Jackson that she was not selling her land, not now and not ever. She would cut her ties with the Kensleys, things would be better that way. "So I've heard." Despite her firm tone, Jackson sounded more than a little amused. "About the land acquisition?" "There won't be any acquisition. I don't care how much you offer me. I'm not selling. The land will stay in my family for future generations. If that's your choice, I respect it." Chloe's mouth fell open. Just like that. After months of being kept on edge. After sending his son after her to seduce her and confound her emotions. After everything she'd been through. "The truth of the matter is that I have more resources than I can handle at the moment. But I'll agree that the value of your land was a good excuse to send my Alistair down." Jackson only grew more confused by the moment. "Excuse me?" It was the only thing Chloe could manage, all things considered. "Chloe, I'm going to be straight with you. It's something I rarely do, but you are a rare individual. The last of a long and distinguished Apache line. Your father was a proud man. Proud and strong. I never doubted that you'd be just as stubborn as him." When Chloe's legs failed her, she sank down on the bed, her entire body trembling. "You knew my father?" "Not personally," Jackson replied succinctly. "Early in my career, a particularly ruthless firm was hell-bent on acquiring all the oil-bearing land in West Texas. They didn't particularly care if it ran through Native American land, but I did. A rather forward young Apache man convinced me how important it was to protect the land for future generations. So that's exactly what I did, I protected it." "But," Chloe didn't understand. "You want the oil. The copper. You were trying to buy me out." "Miss Sanook Trellis, my son Alistair is a proud man. He goes where I send him for work. Trying to tell him anything else is like trying to squeeze blood from a turnip. He's a very difficult young man, but he has a heart of gold. And so do you, I'd wager. Chloe swallowed a sob that rose in her throat. Not me? I'm no one. Alistair doesn't want a celebrity on his arm. He doesn't need someone to smile at cameras and be the next tabloid hound. He needs a good woman, someone strong who knows how to put him in his place. You seem to have a skill for that. These Kensleys, how did they always bring her to tears? Mr. Kensley, I can't. She was cut off when a loud knock sounded through the cabin. It was so loud, in fact, that Jackson Kensley heard it clearly at the other end of the line. I think you'd better get that. Chloe dropped her phone, staring through her bedroom doorway. Outside, Akma was already mewing pathetically, pawing at the door in anticipation of company. As if in a dream, Chloe stood, making her way down the hall and into the minute foyer. She opened the door in the midst of another series of frenzied knocks. And there he was. He looked like hell, his t-shirt was wrinkled and his jeans were unironed. His beard was in bad shape, and she wondered if he'd slept in the past 24 hours. But none of that mattered when his gaze met hers. Chloe. Alistair uttered her name like a prayer. I'm sorry I left. I should never have left. I should have respected your wishes and kept from wasting time. The land is yours, and I'll make sure no one buys it out from under you. I swear, if you'll give me a chance, I'll never let anyone hurt you again. His words spilled out in a jumbled rush that washed over her, dulling the pain that had threatened to consume her. Swallowing thickly, Chloe uttered the one phrase she feared would tear them apart. I'm pregnant. For almost a minute Alistair merely stared at her, his expression unreadable. Then slowly he sank to his knees before her. He was so tall that he was still all but staring her in the face, but his hands crept forward in increments, shaking slightly. You're? He choked out the word a moment, before clearing his throat. Can I? Chloe nodded, feeling her face burn as elation consumed her. I'm not even showing yet. It's less than 2 months, Alistair. A baby. He murmured reverently, touching her stomach as if she were made of glass. The next thing Chloe knew, Alistair swept her from her feet with a whoop. We're having a baby. A little you. Chloe gasped, clinging to him for purchase before a joyous laugh escaped her. Alistair carried her into the house and to her bedroom, pressing kisses all over her face and neck in a warm deluge. A baby, Chloe. A baby. We'll be terrible parents, she managed, even as her body began to melt beneath his expert touch. Always fighting. I'll let you win. Alistair groaned against her neck, reaching blindly for the waistband of her jeans. Just don't point that damn shotgun at me. When he found her bare beneath the denim, Alistair raised his head to meet her gaze indulgently. In his eyes, Chloe found something she thought she'd never have, the peace that completed her. Dear God, I love you, woman. She blushed to the tips of her toes, even as her heart swelled. Turning her face away, she forced herself to reply. You know how I feel, Alistair. I want your baby. I want you. More than I've ever wanted anything. With a chuckle, Alistair cupped her face, gently returning her gaze to his. That's enough for me, Aisling. When he kissed her, Chloe could feel the moisture on her cheeks, and for once she didn't give a damn. Alistair only broke the kiss, to glance at the foot of the bed where she'd set up her grandmother's loom. Is that what you've been weaving? Chloe buried her face in his burly shoulder, in embarrassment. Do we have to talk about this now? Yes, Alistair returned mercilessly, brushing a kiss across the top of her head. What is it? Chloe took a steadying breath before she answered him. It's a blanket. For the baby. The man she loved smiled, his expression brighter than the sun. I can't wait for you to teach me.
The end. Sneak peek for Naughty Business. We hope you enjoyed listening to Saving Chloe by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Naughty Business by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Naughty Business, A Bad Boy Billionaire Romance.
Chapter 1: The Line of Succession.
Vladimir Kensley didn't know what to do with himself when he was at home. It always seemed as if there was a sudden lack of things to do, or rather things he needed to do. He was, after all, a person who thrived on schedules and carefully planned itineraries. A man who could be so brutally anal about the way his day was laid out that he'd gone through 5 personal assistants before he found one that understood the way his mind worked. Of course, Marcy was on vacation now, and he was supposed to be too. But things had always been a bit harder for Vlad when it came to taking leisure time. It was 5 in the morning, and he was wide awake. By this point, he knew there was no hoping that he would magically go back to sleep. He would simply have to wait until someone else was up and puttering around before he made his appearance, most probably his mother. Next to him, she was the one who rose the earliest. Many a morning had been shared between just the two of them, drinking coffee in the kitchen as they discussed how things were going for him in Manhattan. But it would be at least another 2 hours before she even stirred. With a sigh, he tucked his hands behind his head, staring at the intricate whorls of paint that decorated the ceiling of his room. Though they were meant to be random, he had no problem seeing a pattern in them, reading them almost as if he would have read an equation. The first time he'd mentioned this to any of his brothers, they had merely looked at him as though he were some kind of oddity, all of them except Ethan, that was. When it came to mathematical patterns, Ethan was as close to a savant as it was possible to be. But he was nowhere near as uptight as his elder brother. Ethan was, arguably, the most relaxed of them all, and Vlad only thought so because Alistair's idea of relaxation was probably something that involved endangering his life. His oldest brother often liked to insist that a little base jumping or cliff diving would clear Vladimir's mind, and Vlad always made sure that Alistair knew, in no uncertain terms, that he wouldn't be taking his life in his hands anytime soon. He felt completely comfortable leaving that to the Scottish man, and periodic check-ins were the only reminder he needed that Alistair would like nothing more than to toss his entire family off the edge of a cliff. With bungee cords attached, of course. Their father had done it once, much to Vladimir's shock. The man was nearing 70, yet he liked to indulge Alistair's crazy schemes every once in a while. When the Scot suggested bungee jumping from the highest platform in the world while on a business trip in Macau, Jackson Kensley actually accepted. When his wife found out 3 weeks later, she had given him a massive earful. 68-year-old men, she insisted, weren't made for bungee jumping. They were supposed to rein in their son's crazier impulses. But that, of course, had fallen to Vlad. Things always fell to Vlad in that respect. He was supposed to be the responsible one. It was a role he didn't take lightly. Shifting onto his side, Vlad searched the slowly lightening horizon outside. The sun would be rising soon, and when it did, it would bathe the family estate in warm golden light as far as the eye could see. He could remember the very first time he had watched the sunrise on Kensley grounds. He had been a 13-year-old boy, barely able to speak English, wondering what on earth his future would be like. At the time, he had been in the United States for a single week, most of which he had spent sequestered in his room, trying to figure out how to get back to where he had come from. He decided, stubbornly, that he didn't like this new country or the man who had brought him here. How foolish he'd been. The first time he'd ever seen the sun rise over the grounds, he had been hell-bent on running away, though he didn't know where he was returning to. As a child he had been willful, stubborn, and unquestionably rebellious, enough so that now he was surprised by how much he'd changed. At age 13, the first light of morning had meant it was time to make his move, to pack all he could find to hawk for money, and make his way from the manor into the strangeness of a country that wasn't his own. To this day, he had no idea how his father had known what he was planning, just that Jackson Kensley had been waiting for him in the entry hall, presumably to thwart him. To young Vladimir's great surprise, the man hadn't tried to keep him from leaving. Jackson had merely fixed him with those intense, piercing gray eyes of his, and opened the door for him, providing a sure path of escape. He hadn't taken it. Whether it was because he was intimidated by the man, he would come to call father, or that some more mature part of him realized the mistake he would be making, Vladimir had merely dropped his bag of loot and hurried back to his room. Jackson had never asked him where he might have been going, and he had never apologized for his attempt at flight. It was a silent agreement between him and his father. Kensley Manor was his home now, perhaps more than Manhattan would ever be, even though he'd been living in the city for almost the past decade. Here there were fewer professional pressures on him, even if he still felt the pressures of the Kensley family rather acutely. A sudden knock on his door startled him, and he sat up, his expression curious. Who the hell was up and about at this hour? Who is it? I'm jet-lagged out of my mind. At the sound of his younger brother's voice, Vlad found himself smiling slightly. And I assumed you'd be awake. Can I come in? Of course. When the door opened, Toshiro was standing on the threshold. Vlad and the younger man were hardly ever in the same place at the same time, as Shiro was constantly on the move. Where Vlad was required to stay in Manhattan almost constantly, Toshiro never got to put roots down. Such was the nature of their respective positions, and as such they were slightly envious of one another. Surprised to see you here. The Japanese man looked, as always, as put together as if he hadn't been sleeping at all. He tightened the belt on his blue yukata, before crossing the room to sink into an armchair near the window with a sigh. Never thought you would leave the office in the middle of a budget review. Yes, well, blame our mother. She guilt-tripped me into it. Ah well, Shiro's lips curved upward into a knowing smile. That explains a lot. I almost felt guilty for taking a few days off myself. Vlad frowned immediately. Why? You probably take less personal time in a year than I do. Well, Shiro sighed, ruffling his short-cropped black hair thoughtfully. You are technically my boss. The statement was enough to make Vlad eye him in warning. Christ, it's too early for that, Shiro. Don't start. Well, you know what Oto-san always says, Toshiro chuckled. The early bird catches the worm. Right? Vlad rolled his eyes. And the jet-lagged brother catches Vladimir off guard in the early hours. Something like that. Vlad usually wasn't one for teasing, but Toshiro smiled so seldom that he couldn't help but find himself grinning in return. So, how was China? He changed the subject, far more interested in his brother's travels than his own insomnia. Toshiro sighed, reaching into the pocket of his robe to extract a small bamboo pipe. The Japanese man had never smoked and didn't plan to, but he didn't like his hands to be idle. He spun the pipe between his fingers carelessly as he spoke. Same as usual. They're not particularly enthusiastic about dealing with a Japanese man. If they want our father's business, they'll learn to be a bit more accommodating. Vladimir's frown had returned. While he was perfectly aware of the history of enmity between China and Japan, there was no part of him that believed it justified for all Chinese to dislike all Japanese and vice versa. They weren't about to replace Toshiro anytime soon, so instead of facing the wrath of Jackson Kensley, the Chinese behaved themselves. For the most part. They put you up in a better hotel this time, at least. Oh yes. Toshiro chuckled. This one even had running water. Vlad made a disapproving sound in his throat before his brother smirked. Teasing Vlad. You were never very good at being teased. The Russian sighed. I suppose I'm always a bit on edge. Toshiro arched a brow, the pipe stilling against his palm. Don't tell me you're still worried about that deal with South Africa. That went off without a hitch months ago. No. Vladimir waved him off, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed to stand and stretch briefly before joining the younger man by the window. There's a big summit coming up in Chicago next month, and I'm supposed to be presenting the results of our sales last quarter. Vlad, you're obsessed. Really? Toshiro's dark-eyed gaze locked onto him as he addressed his elder brother frankly. Has it ever occurred to you that you're the reason everything is running smoothly? Leaning against the wall, Vladimir crossed lean arms over his chest. Father's the reason everything runs smoothly. He always has been. He's the one who built this company from the ground up, and when he leaves. Vlad trailed off, his brow furrowing. He didn't know if he wanted to think about what would happen when their father retired. Of course, their old man had never properly announced it, but it was to be assumed that Vlad would be the one to take over as CEO. The thought was more than a little intimidating. When he leaves, you'll be ready to take his place. Toshiro finished for him. Far from being kind or ingratiating, his tone was matter-of-fact, as if he couldn't imagine anything less than the vision he painted occurring. To blow him out of the water even. That drew a small smile from Vlad. It was as difficult to imagine as it was gratifying. He'd like that, wouldn't he? He'd love it, Shiro deadpanned, the pipe beginning to spin jovially through his fingers again. This family, Vladimir thought, not for the first time since he'd been adopted, was something else. He wasn't the oldest or even the most experienced, but they had absolutely no issue respecting him as Jackson Kensley's heir. There had been several occasions when his brothers had even told him they could imagine no one else but Vlad taking over the family business. As much as their comments heartened him, they also put him under no small amount of pressure. The Kensleys had made him who he was today. Disappointing them wasn't an option. Vladimir and Toshiro spent about an hour in comfortable silence together, watching the sunrise, before the rest of the family began to stir. Though they were all relatively early risers, Vlad could have predicted who got up first. His mother knocked quietly on his door around 7, and asked what they wanted for breakfast. Toshiro tried, as he always did, to tell the older woman that they were grown men and could make their own breakfast. And as always, Olivia Kensley looked at him as if he had offended her very existence. Then, their father woke to begin his daily walk around the grounds. As the years passed, it got harder and harder for him to make the 1-mile circuit, but he was determined to get his exercise nonetheless. Besides their parents and Toshiro, the only other occupant of the manor was Isabella, the housekeeper. The moment she was sure Vladimir was awake, she swept into the room to wish him good morning and begin making his bed, the end of any attempts he might have made to go back to sleep. Vladimir took the opportunity to indulge in a long shower, as Toshiro's words echoed through his mind once more. You'll be ready to take his place. Blow him out of the water even. Somehow Vlad doubted he could do so well. He believed he was a decent hand in running the company, but how could he improve upon something that was already perfect? He had been following his father's model for almost a decade now, and he didn't see the need to fix something that wasn't broken. There was, of course, a part of him that worried he wasn't innovative enough to maintain the momentum his father had built for the firm. If forced to, Vladimir would admit that the prospect sometimes kept him up at night, but he had never been the kind of man to divulge his insecurities. His problems were his own, and the only people who knew about them were far too sensitive to his moods to mention them aloud. Sometimes Vladimir wondered what people saw when they looked at him. When he gazed into the mirror, he never saw anything extraordinary. That wasn't to say that he didn't take pride in what he did or in his position as a Kensley, but he was far from believing that he had the world at his beck and call. According to his father, by this point in his life, he should have been beating women off with a stick, but Vlad almost never found the wherewithal to even address most women. He knew what they wanted, and refused to let a bad experience taint the possibility of finding actual affection. Not that a mate was very high on his list of priorities. For Vlad, the most important thing was making sure that his father's legacy remained ironclad. Jackson's was a heavy reputation to try and live up to. You haven't even had breakfast yet, and you already look worried about something. His mother was, and always had been, abnormally perceptive. As she set a plate of eggs and bacon in front of him at the breakfast table, her greeting made him frown. Good morning to you too, Mom. Across the table from him, Toshiro smirked over his coffee. It was something along the lines of what he would have said, but Olivia Kensley never pulled her punches. Even at 65, and before most people were up for the day, she was an elegant woman with light blonde hair that had gone almost completely gray and kind green eyes. When Vlad was younger, those eyes had never been judgmental or angry, even when he did things he knew must have displeased her. Now, even though he was certain she meant for him to talk about his concerns, her gaze wasn't intimidating. Rather, she simply gazed at him, expectantly, as she poured herself a cup of coffee. Vlad blew out a breath, looking from her to his brother and then back again. He didn't know which of them was worse when it came to prying. He thought he might prefer his other brother's light teasing to this kind of mental inspection. "I'm not worried." His first line of defense was always a good offense, not that it usually worked. "You've always been a bad liar, darling," Olivia answered breezily, coming to sit next to him. Once she put her coffee down, Vlad automatically added a bit of cream and 2 sugars. He knew how she liked it, and he wasn't about to disrespect her even if she was interrogating him. "You're supposed to be on vacation, aren't you?" "No such thing for Vlad," Shiro commented offhandedly. As their mother had taken over the questioning, he was now only casually vested in the conversation, reading over a Japanese newspaper carefully. Vladimir scowled at him. He supposed he should be happy they weren't ganging up on him, but this was almost as bad. "I'm always on call," he returned as diplomatically as he could. "I can't be out of touch. There might be an emergency." "You're good at what you do, Vladimir." Olivia returned warmly, taking an indulgent sip of her coffee and smiling at him. "I can hardly imagine the people under you can't deal with a minor issue or two in your absence." That, Vlad wanted to insist, wasn't the point. There were few people he trusted besides himself to be able to clean up if things got really messy, and the last thing he wanted was for his father to get wind of anything that went amiss. "You should really try to relax, darling. You're always so tense." His mother patted his shoulder gently, and despite his best intentions, Vlad found some of the stress seeping from him. Being around his mother had that effect on him. No matter how wound up he was, her gentle suggestion was enough for him to start cycling down. It was ingrained in him. Vladimir took a deep breath before expelling it slowly, and Olivia beamed. "That's it. Should I add some whiskey to your coffee? Would that help?" Vlad snorted. "It's 9 in the morning. I think I can do without." "I'd like some." Shiro held out his cup with a grin. "It's never too early for a pick-me-up." Olivia laughed, rising from her seat to putter through the kitchen, on the prowl for the bottle of whiskey her husband always kept close at hand. Jackson Kensley was incredibly fond of Scottish whiskey, and there had never been a time, at least not in Vlad's memory, when there wasn't a bottle or two present in their household. When he was 17 and Alistair was 19, they'd stolen one from their father's study and gotten ridiculously drunk. Their mother, ever practical, had announced that their half a day of retching was more than adequate punishment, and left it at that. Since then, Vlad has learned to be more cautious with alcohol. Even these days, he didn't consume much unless it was a special occasion, and even then he never ate excess. His brother Ethan would argue that it was part of Vlad's methodological personality pattern. Getting drunk would, of course, interfere with his lucidity. He wouldn't be able to worry, and worrying, as they all knew, was what Vladimir Kensley lived for. While Olivia was pouring a generous dollop of whiskey into Shiro's coffee, the steady thud of their father's walking stick announced that he had finally finished his morning walk. Vlad looked up to find the older man, still surprisingly spry for his age, making his way in through the back door, waving off the help of the gardener with a scowl. It was inevitable that one of the staff always tried to help him finish his circuit of the grounds when he appeared to slow down, but Jackson Kensley would have none of it. As far as he was concerned, the only time he would need someone to help him with his daily exercise was when he was dead, and Vlad had no issue visualizing a number of pallbearers carrying his father's casket in a circuit around the manor as he urged them on from the afterlife. That was the kind of man Jackson Kensley was, fiercely independent, a slave to his routine. In that aspect, he was a lot like his son, but Jackson had always been far more adventurous. "What's all this tension at the kitchen table?" Jackson thundered, setting aside his walking stick to ease down in the seat next to Toshiro. "It's too early for such nonsense." I agree entirely. Vlad piped up, nodding in relief. Toshiro merely smiled knowingly, taking a bite of his toast. Morning, Otto. Morning to you too. With a bright smile, Olivia rose to peck her husband on the cheek before bustling to get his breakfast. By this time, the housekeeper had learned to get out of her way when it came to such things. While Olivia wasn't opposed to having a couple of meals a week cooked for her, she vastly preferred to run her own house, with Isabella scurrying around in the background to do as much as she possibly could. It wasn't that their mother and Isabella didn't get along, quite the contrary, in fact. Olivia was always trying to get the woman to take paid vacations, which Isabella refused, as if someone had insulted her validity as a person. She had probably learned that from Olivia herself. It was quite an interesting dynamic, to be sure. Are they already hassling you this early in the morning, Vladimir? It was as if Jackson had a sixth sense. He always seemed to know what was going on before he entered a room. While he had been glad of the interventions when he was younger, Vladimir now found them slightly embarrassing. He was more than old enough to be able to fend for himself. Everything's fine. He took a sip of his own coffee, casting both Shiro's and his mother's warning looks. If he was supposed to be here on vacation, then hopefully they could be kind enough to keep any conflict from arising. Baloney? Vlad nearly spit out his coffee at his father's profession. You're supposed to be here on vacation, and they're hassling you. Lay off this boy, you hear? Vladimir could have groaned. Instead, he busied himself staring at the table, hoping that his face wasn't as red as it felt. He's hardly a boy, Jackson. He's 35 years old. Olivia replied, her smile amused. Exactly. Which meant that this entire conversation was unwarranted. All I'm saying, Olivia, is that you should give him some time to himself. You know he's a worrier, so try not to add to his stress. Geez. Spending time with his family always tended to be equally relaxing and exasperating. Of course, this particular breakfast was rapidly turning into the latter. I think I'm going to finish my coffee on the terrace. With that proclamation, Vlad rose from the table, leaning down briefly to peck his mother on the cheek. I'll see you all in a bit. It was, he figured, the safest way to keep his dignity intact without worrying that he might say something he'd later regret. It was times like these, Vlad mused as he left the kitchen, when he wondered why he couldn't relax with more ease. He lived to stress about one thing or the other, and without something on his docket, he felt ill at ease. It had been that way for as long as Vlad could remember. Back in Russia, he always had to worry about feeding his family. His father had often been so deeply under the influence of alcohol that he could barely find food for himself, let alone his son or infant daughter. Even after Vida had been taken away from them by the government, his wife spent more time screaming at him to sober up than she did going food shopping, mostly because they usually didn't have any money to do so. Was it really such a surprise that he resorted to stealing? Vlad had always had a razor-sharp intellect, and he was ridiculously street-smart to boot, which meant that he never got caught. Or at least, almost never. If he hadn't had his run-in with the police at 13, however, he would never have met Jackson Kensley, and he wouldn't be where he is now. Of course, Vlad wasn't always certain that he was cut out to be a Kensley. Even after over 2 decades, he was still uncertain of his place with them. Not as an adopted son, to be sure. He knew that his mother, father, and brothers all loved him unconditionally. It was his father choosing him as head of the company that he questioned. There had to be someone more qualified, someone who wouldn't worry about every little minuscule detail. You know, just because I tell them not to pester you doesn't mean I don't question what you're thinking. He looked over his shoulder, unsurprised to find that his father had followed him out onto the terrace and stood in the doorway assessing his son with knowing eyes. At his piercing stare, Vladimir merely chuckled. You can assume it's something to do with the business. You know I can't ever really take a break from it. One of the reasons I'm sure you're best to replace me. The words made Vlad blanch slightly, as his father shut the door to venture out into the cool morning air with him. Because I'll worry myself into an early grave? No. With a small smile, Jackson curled a strong hand into his shoulder. Because a man who worries is always looking to improve himself. Well, when you put it that way, it sounded almost noble. Vlad had to hand it to his father. He had a way of making everything more poetic. Hamlet would have had a field day with him. You know, you've done an incredible job with the firm. It's doing better than ever under your management. Vlad glanced at his father, his lips quirking slightly. All I'm doing is following your business models. Which is perfectly fine. You'll find your own stride soon, Vlad. I wish you wouldn't put such pressure on yourself. You're too smart for your own good. The statement made his son chuckle lowly, a bubble of humor chasing away the heaviness in his chest. Never smart enough. More than smart enough. Jackson ruffled his hair in a gesture that might have been more suited for a teenager than for a 35-year-old man, but Vladimir found he didn't mind. It was always reassuring when the architect of a multi-billionaire empire reassured you that you weren't messing up completely, and it didn't hurt when said architect was your father. You know what might take the edge off for you? Vlad swallowed a groan at the subject change. He knew what was coming. It was a conversation he might have expected to have with his mother, but Jackson Kensley seemed determined that all his sons should find the right women to be with. He had a tendency to play matchmaker that Vlad had done his best to avoid over the years. Please don't say a woman, Dad. He returned as carefully as he could. I've got far too much on my plate right now to be concerned with something as trivial as dating. Trivial? Shit. Now he'd done it. Do you know, son, that if it weren't for your mother, there would be no Kensley Enterprises? She believed in me when no one else would, and gave me the courage to keep from losing my mind when I felt like everything was coming down around my ears. The right woman can make you see everything differently. Yes, and the right woman could also distract him, leading to a disastrous mistake that one could have avoided. It wasn't as if Vlad didn't like losing himself to a woman on occasion. Lord knew there were more than enough willing, gorgeous women throwing themselves at him in his position. He just didn't think that any of them really wanted to burden themselves with everything that came with his job title. Sure, there was money and prestige, but Vlad had come to realize that neither of those things meant very much if he didn't deserve them. So he always worked to make sure he was deserving. Dad, you know I would never demean the relationship between you and Mom. She's an amazing woman. Vlad finally returned, eyeing his father seriously. But I have to be honest, getting married is pretty low on my to-do list right now. Especially knowing, he trailed off, leaving the words unsaid. He didn't like to consider what he knew was coming, especially considering how hard he was on himself as things were. But Jackson was never one to shy away from the truth. He didn't hesitate to finish his son's sentence. That I'm retiring? He arched a brow, his expression surprised. Vladimir, you're going to be a better CEO than I ever was, and I'm sure that you'll realize it over the next year. There was a healthy retort on the dark-haired man's lips when he realized what his father had just said. The color drained from his face as he turned to look over the older man with a mixture of trepidation and disbelief. A year? 1 year? Jackson, however, looked far from worried. I wanted to tell you at the breakfast table, but you looked like you already had a lot on your mind. That was an understatement. Vladimir, you're ready for this. You've been ready for years. He knew better than to argue, but Vlad still had a lot to learn. While he was good with the mechanics of business, he was no genius when it came to innovation. That was his father's forte. How was he supposed to implement that kind of development? You shouldn't forget, his father's voice brought him back to the present, where the older man was smiling at him warmly, you're far from alone. There's a reason you're where you are, and your brothers are where they are. The four of you work as a cohesive unit that keeps the company running smoothly. And your excellent leadership ensures that it will stay that way, Vlad. Slowly, he nodded before gazing back over the grounds. When he was a child, He had run away more times than he could count to climb some tree or another and lose himself in the foliage. Even then, he hadn't been sure that he could be the Kensley everyone expected him to be, and that had been far before he had known his father planned to put him at the head of the company. How things changed. "I think," Jackson went on, his smile turning wry, "that you seem incredibly uncertain for a man who so easily commands others." At that, Vlad reddened slightly. It was true, he gave out a lot of orders in the office, but that was because he knew how he wanted things to be run and how his father would expect things to be run. But now, he was on a timetable. He had a single year to be sure that he could run his father's company effectively without him. And it didn't seem like very much time at all. "Vlad, I think that when you're finished with your vacation, it might be good for you to go to LA. The sudden subject change had Vladimir looking at his father in confusion before the older man went on. "We're working on a new building in the downtown area to serve as the West Coast headquarters, and I'd like you to personally oversee the building and work with the architect. I can handle things in Manhattan while you're gone." The request was so sudden that Vlad didn't know what to say. There was only one thing he could say. "Of course." He managed after a disjointed beat. Seeing as how they were in the middle of a budget overhaul, he would have thought his father might have wanted him back in the office as soon as possible, but it seemed as though Jackson had other plans. There was a glint in the older man's eye as he grinned. "Wonderful. I'll let them know you're coming." Vlad didn't know if he liked that glint. It usually meant his father was up to something, and Jackson Kensley was a man who could be relentless in getting what he wanted.
Chapter 2: The Art of Confidence.
Charlotte was walking on air. Even 2 weeks after the fact, she still couldn't believe that this was happening to her, of all people. She hadn't even submitted a design. She'd been convinced that her father would tease that she had a leg up because she knew the Kensleys personally, but that was a bit of an overstatement. He knew the Kensleys personally. In fact, Trevor Gardner had been close with Jackson Kensley since the two of them were boys. Her father had thought the CEO might have gone a bit overboard when he adopted 5 boys within 3 years, but he had gradually come to believe that Jackson made the right decision. After all 5 men were now pretty seamlessly installed in their father's company. Well, 4 of them were, at least. The last Charlotte heard of Lucas, he was still struggling to find his feet, though there was no shame in that. In her wildest dreams, the young woman had never believed that she would have an opportunity like this one, designing a building for Jackson Kensley himself. Even if her father was close to the man, Charlotte herself had never met him or any of his family. She was far too busy chasing her own dreams, which even at the best of times were a bit outlandish. But that had never stopped her. Humming softly to herself, she tapped her pen rhythmically on the edge of the desk as she stared at the blank pad laid out before her. In the past 6 years, she'd spent more time at her drawing table than she had anywhere else, but now she was having trouble coming up with a suitable idea. She found herself somewhat torn. Like everyone else, when she heard that Jackson Kensley was looking for someone to design his LA headquarters, she had been beside herself at the notion. However, upon looking at the rest of his company's buildings around the world, Charlotte quickly became disillusioned. The construction style that Kensley preferred seemed a bit boring to her. Straight up and down buildings with little to no imagination, uninspired by the individual and intrepid cities in which they were housed. With centers in places like Madrid, Tokyo, and Shanghai, one might have thought the architects might have taken inspiration from the natural beauty of the cities. Instead, it was just like they had slapped something together. All the business centers looked the same, and Charlotte found the sight quite depressing. However, when she mentioned this to her father, he only laughed. She had, he reminded her, been one of the most imaginative women he'd ever known since she was very young. Perhaps Jackson Kensley might be drawn to some of that imagination. Charlotte found that she disagreed. This was, of course, why she hadn't even taken the time to submit a design. She was still in her first position out of architecture school, And though her work was quickly gaining acclaim on the East Coast, it was among a more artistic crowd. Those who tended more towards the avant-garde and greener building initiatives. A few more grounded builders even went so far as to say that, rather than trying to think outside the box, Charlotte was trying to remake the box. She took it as a compliment, much to the chagrin of her peers. Charlotte was completely surprised when her father told her that she had received a letter from his good friend. Things came into more perspective when he revealed to her that he'd sent the man a few of her designs just for the fun of it. He was just as shocked as she was when Jackson told him immediately that he wanted Charlotte for the LA project. She was all but bouncing off the walls in elation, even though she knew it was ridiculous for a 30-year-old woman to carry on like she was. Luckily, she had a friend or two who were just as enthusiastic as she was. The celebrations had gone on for a full week, and now, after her last few days in her old office, she was ready to start working on the Kensley Center. The redhead couldn't deny there was a part of her that was nervous. She had staked her entire career on this, and Kensley hadn't even approved the design. He had judged from the ones her father had sent him that he favored her style, but what if she drew out the plans and he changed his mind? Took back the deposit and put her out in the cold? The moment the thought entered her mind, Charlotte shook her head stubbornly. That wouldn't happen. If anything, it said something that Kensley had hired her without even having the plans in his hands. He wanted her to implement her vision into his building, and she could certainly do that. Designing buildings with her special vision in mind was her forte, and Charlotte swore to herself that the Kensley Center would be one of the most eye-catching towers in downtown LA. With that thought in mind, slowly, carefully, she began to draw. It was around 6 in the evening when she started, and a full 8 hours had passed by the time her roommate Delilah came in around 2 in the morning. The younger woman did her best to enter quietly, at least until she realized that the light in Charlotte's study was still on. Arching a brow in weary curiosity, she dropped her things and made her way down the hall to push the door open slowly. And there was her roommate, hunched over her drawing table. By the looks of the pile of crumpled paper at her feet, Charlotte must have been there for years. Her deep brown eyes were trained so intensely on the paper that she didn't even notice when Delilah entered. Smiling in amusement, the blonde leaned back against the door to watch her friend. Charlotte was certainly a character. Lila met her when she was a student in architecture school, and she came into the spa where she worked as a masseuse. She remembered vividly that Charlotte's shoulders had been so locked up that she was surprised the older woman could even move them. The redhead told her, quite enthusiastically in fact, that she was an architecture student and spent 8 to 10 hours a day bent over a drawing table. At the time, Lila had been both fascinated and horrified. She had quickly learned that Charlotte wouldn't have things any other way. She loved what she did, and she was determined to make money doing it, despite what any naysayers around her might believe. The truth of the matter was that Charlotte was a brilliant architect, if a little eccentric. The latter fact was easily illustrated by the fact that she sat at her drawing table nude from the waist up, her long red hair swinging over her back. Sighing, Lila wondered how long she had been sitting there and when she had last eaten. Though she was loath to interrupt the creative process, sometimes she liked to think she was the only reason Charlotte's already slender form hadn't wasted away. Lottie. The first time she called her friend's name, the young woman didn't even look up. When Charlotte was absorbed in her work, she was completely lost. Nothing short of hellfire or flood could snap her out of her trance. Lottie. This time she yelled so sharply that the redhead dropped her pencil with a gasp before spinning around in her chair. Lila. She smiled, her eyes bright and cheeks flushed with pleasure. I didn't hear you come in. No kidding, the blonde returned in wry amusement. I'm pretty sure someone could have murdered me in the living room, and you wouldn't have heard. Oh, that's not true. Charlotte returned, pushing a mass of bright curls from her face. Blood-curdling screams usually break through. Well, let's put it this way, Lila grinned. Even if you had come to save me, my assailant would have gotten an eyeful. Charlotte arched a brow before glancing down at her bare chest. Despite being no larger than a size 2, by some enviable miracle, she had pretty generous tatas, something Lila always liked to tease her about. Well, I could have taken him out while he was staring at me. Works for me. She hopped down from her drawing stool before turning back to her drawing to lean over it critically. How long have you been at it this time? Lila inquired, crossing the room to stand beside her and look over the drawing as well. Of course, architectural plans were half about figures and preciseness, half about aesthetic appearance, and so she usually couldn't glean too much from the images that Charlotte came up with, but this one was different. The moment Lila's eyes fell on the drawing, they widened in surprise. Wow. She couldn't think of any other word that would do the building before her justice. The angles were incredible. There were almost more windows than there were wall space, and the entire affair was both eye-catching and astounding in its glory. What's this? Charlotte smiled triumphantly, tracing her fingers lightly over the lines. It's the plan for the new Kensley Center. Lila's mouth dropped open. Wait, the one you're doing for Jackson Kensley. This? Her tone made her friend look over a bare shoulder at her, inquiringly. What's wrong with it? I'm proud of it. As you should be. Lila returned, reassuring Charlotte that she meant no offense. But that thing, it's going to completely remake the LA skyline. Won't it though? Charlotte returned almost dreamily, her expression so besotted that she could have been talking about a romantic partner. But Lila knew better than that. When it came to Charlotte, men didn't tend to stick around for very long. The redhead liked to go back and forth when it came to major decisions, and while she tended to throw herself into relationships when she had them, her work always came first. It was enough to drive any man crazy, especially one intimidated by an architect who was rapidly becoming a common name in LA. For lack of a better term, Charlotte was a force of nature that couldn't be tamed, not that several men hadn't tried. What the woman needed in her life, at least in Lila's opinion, was stability. She was all over the place, and if there was someone who could bring her down and ground her in the moment. But she doubted that day would come anytime soon. When Charlotte got this project, she'd been so absorbed in it that she could hardly think of anything else. Not only was it the creative opportunity of the decade, but it would also provide her with the funds to start her own firm, something she'd wanted since she became an architect. Everything was falling into place for her, and she probably wouldn't be slowing down anytime soon. Did you want to grab dinner or something? Charlotte seemed to snap from her reverie, looking over at Lila in question. Since you're home. Lila laughed in incredulity. Lottie, it's like 2 a.m. Oh. Charlotte looked over at the clock, her expression only registering a slight surprise. Damn. Oh, damn is right. Still snickering, Lila reached into her bag to pull out the remains of the Chinese she'd eaten 4 or 5 hours earlier. She found herself grateful that she elected to bring them home rather than tossing them at the spa. If she hadn't, Lottie probably wouldn't have thought very much of going to bed without a dinner as well. Here, eat this. I swear you're not human. Definitely human. Charlotte took the bag from her with a grateful smile. Or else I wouldn't be hungry. She didn't even bother to go into the kitchen, instead merely moving her precious plans aside to tear into the cold Chinese right there on her drawing table, still nearly bare as the day she was born. Sighing, Lila merely shook her head. Is there any food in the fridge? Probably not. Charlotte covered her mouth as she spoke to keep from spraying Lila with lo mein as she spoke. I meant to go shopping earlier, but I got a little sidetracked. A little, Lila smirked. There's no such thing as getting sidetracked in moderation with you. That's why you love me. Swallowing the bite in her mouth, Charlotte grinned at her. Because I'm so unpredictable. Crazy, Lila corrected her without missing a beat. You're completely out of your mind. And that's why I love you. Charlotte merely smiled fondly at her, before going back to her dinner. I'm going to bed, Lottie. Long day. With a yawn, Lila looked over the chaos that was her roommate's study. Are you going to be up much longer? Probably not. Want to get up early to refine the plans later. Of course she did. Lila couldn't say that she was surprised. Well, if you ever come out of the study, I'm off tomorrow. We can go see a movie or something. Oh, slasher horror or action explosion? Lila chuckled. Which one would be more likely to draw you out of seclusion? Charlotte appeared to think about it for a moment. Probably action. Definitely action. Action it is. With a fond smile, Lila took in the tall, slender woman before her, every inch of her bare skin covered in riotous freckles, her red curls in complete and total disarray. Shaking her head in amusement, she shifted her bag higher on her shoulder. Don't work too hard, okay? The last time I gave you a massage, I was pretty sure I was going to break my fingers. No finger breaking. Charlotte waved her off. Now go to bed. Recharge. Good night. Charlotte would, Lila told herself, undoubtedly be up for at least another 1 or 2 hours before she finally got to bed, and then she'd wake up well before the blonde in the morning. Charlotte was a hopeless insomniac, which she liked to say fed her talent as an artist. She rarely ever got more than 4 hours of sleep at night, and she dealt with it far better than people who were convinced that insomnia was their curse. She was an enigma, to be sure, and Lila was pretty sure she was one of the only people on earth who could deal with Charlotte effectively and love her unconditionally. Though she spent the morning traipsing around the house in her towel, Charlotte made sure to get dressed before Lila woke around 10 or so. She was lounging on the couch in one of her favorite black maxi dresses by the time the other woman trudged into the room in her pajamas, still yawning. At the sight of Charlotte on the couch, Lila merely groaned. Like I said, inhuman. Coming from you, that's a compliment. Charlotte merely smiled, sipping from the glass of juice she held. Compared to the previous night, she was almost prim, her crazy curls tamed into a tight knot at the base of her neck as she surfed through channels on television. She was lucky, she knew, to have a roommate like Lila, who didn't really care how much she wore around the apartment. The masseuse understood her like few people could, and dealt with her crazy hours without complaint. She was a diamond in the rough. So, did you finish the plans? The question made Charlotte frown. I had to take a break. If I look at something for too long. I know, Lila finished before she could with a knowing smile. You end up scrapping it. Then regretting it. Bingo. Sighing, Charlotte took another sip of her juice. So, what's on your docket for today? Well, crossing the room, the blonde took up the glass of juice that Charlotte had been sipping on to have some herself. Besides the movie, I thought maybe we could go on a double date. Charlotte's expression changed from amiable to skeptical so fast that Lila's head might have spun. Lila. When she spoke, her words held a thinly veiled warning. Despite the fact that Charlotte had nothing against men in general, she almost never dated when she was working on a major project. Her excuse was that it threw her concentration off. It wasn't that Lila didn't respect her friend's proclivities. It was simply that she liked to take any opportunity she could to steer Charlotte toward a more healthy relationship. That was one where she felt like the guy wouldn't run for the hills when he realized how particular her friend was. Oh, come on, Charlotte. It's one of Benny's friends. You like Benny. Indeed, Lila had been pretty surprised when Charlotte announced that she'd taken a liking to her boyfriend. Though the architect was polite to people in general, there were few people that she actually liked. Benjamin Thompson was easygoing and fun, a doctor over at Hamilton General Hospital about 10 miles away. While most men in his position might be stuck up or anal about their line of work, Benny was the most laid-back doctor Lila had ever met. Perhaps that was why she liked him so much, and by default, Charlotte seemed to be pretty fond of him as well. Is that supposed to mean I'm going to fall all over his friend? Charlotte arched a brow, taking her juice back with a wry smile. Lila groaned. Oh, for heaven's sake, Lottie, I'm not talking about intimacy. Though I suppose getting laid wouldn't kill you. Charlotte made a face, swinging her legs over the side of the couch to plod into the kitchen. Not while I'm on a project, Lila. You know better. The blonde listened to her putter around in the next room for a moment, before she returned with 2 full glasses of juice and a smirk. You should have known this was coming. Do you really think I'm so horrible for trying to see you happy? When all else failed, Lila usually played the guilt card, her ace in the hole. She would probably say she got what she wanted, about 50% of the time when she used her last resort. This time it didn't seem like luck was on her side. No, I don't. But I do think you're horrible for trying to plan a double date without telling me first. Have some respect for your elders, Lila. When Charlotte stuck her tongue out at her playfully, Lila knew it was over. She hated it when her roommate pulled the elder card on her. She wasn't quite 2 years younger than Lot, and there were times she was certain she was more mature. Even the redhead's own father had agreed on one of his many visits. Fine. She took her juice from Charlotte to set it down on a side table before flopping down herself. So what then? We do a movie, and then you go back to your studies all evening? While you enjoy a lovely night with Benny, yes. Charlotte grinned knowingly as her roommate blushed. Isn't that better than obsessing over me? I do not obsess, Lila rebutted, reaching out to slap Charlotte on the thigh in reprimand. Of course not. Her friend acquiesced. You just worry about whether I'm sleeping properly, if I ate enough, what I'm doing when I'm starting my projects, that kind of thing. She eyed the blonde wryly, knowing that she had her. All Lila could do was glare at her roommate for a moment before consenting defeat. Fine, you win. No double date. Charlotte grinned, triumphant. You'll have a better time without me. And she meant it. They had their girls' afternoon, bought enough candy to make themselves sick, and only consumed half of it in the movie theater before Charlotte left Lila to spend her evening with Benny. The way things were supposed to be. As Charlotte returned to the apartment, she wondered if she would ever be like Lila, the type to settle down and fall for one person till death did they part. Not that Lila had admitted that Benny was the one yet, but in Charlotte's opinion, it was pretty easy to tell. She was touched that Lila wanted that for her, but Charlotte had long recognized that she wasn't exactly the type. Sure, intimacy was great. Fantastic even with the right person. But they were few and far between, and when she did find them, they were usually intimidated as hell by her lifestyle, the way her career was rapidly expanding, and the amount of time she could spend bent over her drawing table at one time. Charlotte didn't plan on giving up her career anytime soon, so she was certain that she would stay single until she retired, which might never be. Surprisingly, the idea didn't bother her as much as people might believe. She was still perfectly up for a fling when the occasion called for it, and luckily enough, she wasn't the type of woman who developed attachments easily. At least not to men. Charlotte could fully and wholly admit that she was very attached to Lila, and wanted only happiness for her best friend and roommate. Which was why she'd sent her out with Benny alone. No matter how nice Benny's friend might be or how good he might look, the last thing Charlotte wanted for Lila's date was that trial period of awkwardness over which two people got to know each other. It was horrible to say the least, and Benny and Lila were way too far along to deserve any of that. Besides, as good as the movie had been, she was itching to get back to her plans. Tossing her purse onto the couch, she grabbed her laptop for a quick perusal of her emails. She thought that perhaps there would be one from Jackson Kensley, asking her how the plans were coming along. Instead, Charlotte merely found one from her architecture firm, the one she had her last day at just the previous week. She scanned it quickly, a smile turning up the corner of her mouth when she found they were asking if she'd be available in the future for consulting work. This was a company that had, over the past 5 years, constantly attempted to curb her creativity. They had hired her only reluctantly, and after that, every time she came up with a building design that seemed to go against their company ideals, they made her draft and redraft it until they were happy with the result. As much as she loved being an architect, Charlotte couldn't ever remember being so stifled in her life. She had put up with the position because making a living in LA was hard, but it hadn't stopped her from working on her own designs in secret to feel fulfilled. The only ones who had seen those designs were her father and Delilah, and rightfully so. Charlotte knew well enough of the proclivity of companies to denounce designs in front of architects and then attempt to sell the works as their own. Of course, whenever clients asked for something more creative, she was sent like an obedient little puppy to bring out her first drafts to meet demand. In the end, Charlotte had been so worn down that she would have done anything for a chance at freedom. She was contemplating quitting, as it was when her father took the liberty of showing some of her designs to his friend, Mr. Kensley. And now, here she was, with a chance at everything she had ever wanted. Charlotte had never been so nervous or elated in her entire life. She told herself for the 100th time, lucky to have such a supportive friend in her life, and a father who had devoted his entire existence to encouraging her to be whatever she wanted to be, regardless of what anyone else thought. It wasn't as if the young woman wasn't aware that her designs were unconventional. Quite the contrary, in fact. She knew that what she was doing was new and innovative. It was just hard to be the first person touching something innovative when everyone around her was certain that she was a little crazy. And maybe she was. If Charlotte was a little bit crazy, then she could embrace it. Crazy was what made her who she was, and if she wasn't who she was, then she wouldn't be where she was. With a deep, tremulous breath, she deleted the email, her last remaining tie to the company that had made it their inherent duty to oppress her, and made for her study. After about 12 hours of being able to brainstorm and get out of the house, her plans were calling her. She knew just what additions she would make. When the representative for Kensley Enterprises arrives in a few weeks, she will be prepared. More than prepared. She was going to give this project everything she had, and then some.
End of sneak peek for Naughty Business by Michelle Love and Ellen Lane. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.